All right, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call to order this meeting of the San Jose City Council for the afternoon of March 17th. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Kamei? Campos?
Present.
Tordios?
Here.
Cohen? Ortiz?
Present.
Mulcahy?
Here.
Dwan?
Here.
Candelas?
Here.
Casey? Foley? Mahan?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Now, if you're able, please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Thank you. Today's invocation will be provided by David Mulvihill, Chief of Operations of the Nouveau Hospitality Group and downtown stakeholder, and Councilmember Tordios will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone, and happy St. Patrick's Day. Today, we're especially lucky to have someone with true Irish roots joining us to deliver our invocation. David Mulvihill moved to the Bay Area from Ireland in 2001 and now proudly calls downtown San Jose home. Originally from the countryside of Tullamore, sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation there, Ireland, David often says that while San Jose is a big city, the warmth and hospitality of our downtown businesses and residents give it that same small-town feeling he grew up with. Many of you know David from O'Flaherty's Irish Pub, where he began bartending over 15 years ago before becoming a partner in the business 9 years ago. Since then, he has played a major role in shaping our downtown food and nightlife scene as a founder and partner of Nouveau Hospitality. Through ventures like 5 Points, Dr. Funk, Hella Good Burger, Playback Coffee, and the Press Room, David has helped to make downtown San Jose a vibrant and welcoming place for both our residents and our visitors. We're grateful for the energy and community spirit he brings to San Jose, and it feels especially fitting to have him here with us on St. Patrick's Day. So please join me in welcoming David Mulvihill to deliver today's invocation.
Thank you. Accordia, is misha dahio mulvical, gorev mila mahagat agwiv as honor shaw alavard as conyor and colis or lefela forik. My name is David Mulvihill. Thank you for this honor of speaking before the Chamber on St. Patrick's Day. Sorry, guys, I was busy there with St. Patrick's Day down the street, but I guess I'd like to take today to especially thank the people and of San Jose. A lot of people don't know this, but St. Patrick was actually an immigrant himself who immigrated from Wales to Ireland. And my story started in 2001. I played a sport called Irish football, and that's what the jersey represents, is the county I'm from, which is a great honor to represent your county back in Ireland. But in San Francisco, there's a league up there, so some contractors up there who have quite a bit of money will fly you over to play for the summer if you play football with them, and they'll give you a job on a job site. So that was my first introduction to the Bay Area. Decided I really liked it and decided to stay. And this is the story of quite a few Irish immigrants that we don't hear about. So, you know, I started out on a construction site, not knowing what I was doing, bounced around from job to job. I was a non-documented worker for 10 years. Life was not looking so prosperous. So sometimes it takes a lot longer to get to the American dream than you think, but I feel like it builds your character. I eventually found a bar owner that felt sorry for me and said, "You're in here often enough, I might as well give you a job." So I started bartending and really found that I loved people and working with people, meeting new people, and I just felt a great sense of relief that I'd actually found purpose in life. And I kept going with that. I actually started doing yoga at the time. When you're a non-documented worker, you know, you can have some mental health issues when you're missing funerals, weddings, and missing your loved ones. So I found yoga was a really good outlet for me. So I decided I wanted to be a yoga instructor, and I don't know whether Ray O'Flaherty got wind of that or not, but he offered to make me manager of O'Flaherty's Irish Pub. And at the time, you know, it was you had to go away and be a yoga instructor. You had to go away for 3 months. And I remember calling my mom in Ireland, and I said, "Hey, what should I do here?" And she said, "You can be a yoga instructor anytime you want." And so I said, "Okay, Ray, let's do it." And then, of course, Ray got sick, and I was left looking after the bar with the help of the O'Flaherty family, but they had their own career, so I felt like I was thrown to the wolves and not much experience in managing anything. I was barely figuring out how to manage myself at the time. But anyway, we got it up and we figured it out and kept with it, and then became a partner, and then offered I got a group of investors together. We did 5 points, and then we did COVID hit, so I decided, what the hell, I'm on a roll here. Let's do Dr. Funk's and Hella Good Burger. And kind of in the middle of that, I always thought back to about whether I should have been a yoga instructor or not, and I was drinking quite heavily at the time, and I always said to myself, your health is your wealth. I said, what are you doing? Like you're being the stereotypical Irish bar owner, drinking every night. So 5 years ago, I decided to stop drinking, and then that's kind of where I feel like I became really, really happy in hospitality, and definitely found my way. Around 2013 as well, I left out. I eventually got my green card, and eventually got my citizenship, which I'm very honored to have. But throughout the whole journey, a lot of people don't understand the immigrant story, especially that's just a typical Irish immigrant story. And there's obviously, I think San Jose is made up of 40% of the population is from outside of the country. And whether they're from Europe, Latin America, or Asia, I think most people have worked really hard to get them into a position, to get themselves into a position to be successful. And through everything, I feel like it builds character. But the most important thing in San Jose is I never, ever felt like an outsider. San Jose people, whether it's, the people, the customers coming into the bar, our local politicians, people working at City Hall, PD. I mean, it's just such a great community. Like, not once did I feel, I felt like a celebrity. Like, you're walking around, non-documented worker, meant to be keeping your head down, and people coming into the pub to say hello to you, or, it's just a phenomenal community, and we're so lucky to have the community we have, and I'm just honored to be part of it. And this is one of the biggest honors of my life, to be actually asked to speak here today in front of you guys. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, David. That was beautifully said. Loved hearing your story, your reflection today. Great inspiration to start our meeting. Thank you, Councilmember Tordillos, for setting that up. And we will move into our ceremonial items. I believe we just have one today. Council members Condellis and Vice Mayor Foley, please join me at the podium, and we will recognize and proclaim March 21st as World Down Syndrome Day.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and happy St. Patrick's Day. Today, along with Vice Mayor Pam Foley and the City Council, I'm proud to recognize March 21st as World Down Syndrome Day here in the city of San Jose. This day is observed to advocate for the rights of individuals with Down syndrome, a condition where a child is born with an extra 21st chromosome. That is why the recognition falls on the 21st of March to signify the triplication of the 21st chromosome. You may also notice many of us are wearing mismatched colorful socks. I got to point to my socks, you see? As part of the Lots of Socks campaign, a symbol of the uniqueness of the individuals with Down syndrome, and it is meant to spark conversations about awareness, acceptance, and most importantly, inclusion. In District 8, we have meaningful opportunities to celebrate and support. We are fortunate to have the annual Bay Area Buddy Walk at Lake Cunningham Park alongside San Andres Regional Center, who are also joined by today, as well as many other partners. I'd like to quickly highlight the work of the San Andres Regional Center, a community-based nonprofit that largely serves individuals dealing with different developmental disabilities and their families across the Bay. And that's why I've invited Vice Mayor Pam Foley, who does the annual Disability Awareness Day here at City Hall. The Regional Center plays an important role in ensuring that individuals with developmental disabilities have access to these services, resources, and support they need to live full and meaningful lives as members of our community. As one of California's regional centers, it works to provide diagnostic services, infant education, specialized daycare, community living arrangements, and much more. Thank you for all the work that you all do. We are fortunate to count on support of some of these great advocates. And now I have the honor of inviting Yulisa Askernuga and Jacqueline Campos, Councilmember Foley's Tocaya, to say a few words before the mayor presents the proclamation. Come on up.
Thank you to custom.
¿Nerviosa?
Councilman Candela, Mayor Maha, and council members. Good afternoon. My name is Julissa Ares Kurenaga. I am the first Zumba instructor with Down syndrome. We celebrate inclusion, love, and diversity on Down syndrome awareness day. I am a person who believes in opportunities. Thank you. You support because when everyone is included, everyone shine.
Thank you.
My name is Jacqueline Campos, and I am the mother of Itzamaya Nunez. And yes, she had an extra chromosome 21. And thank God she's very healthy. And thank you, council members and mayor, for having the recognition of an acknowledgement of these individuals. They also have dreams, and they have a purpose in life. And I am so grateful mainly for the mainstreaming and full inclusion in our community, because they live in the community. They need to be inclusive in their community. I faced a little challenges when she started kindergarten. It wasn't too common for a little kid with Down syndrome to be in a regular mainstreaming class. But when I explained them, they live in this community, they need to get to know their neighbors, they need to know to get everyone here. So, and thank you for the full inclusion. My daughter went full included all the time. I make her rights valid, and I thank all the parents that struggle to make this happen for us to enjoy and have this. My daughter doesn't have any vocabulary. She is very short on speech, but I always told the teachers, don't get discouraged. Just keep focusing, and she will get social skills, behavior, and a lot of stuff that it's priceless for me. And thank God my daughter is very well behaved, and she has really good manners because of all this. And I was at the hospital the next day I gave birth to her. I was getting in touch with San Andreas. The next day, within 7 days, we're home. The social worker came and everything started. So thank you for the services and recognition of these individuals that are just pure love. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The mayor will present the proclamation. Let's go ahead and take a picture. Yeah, let's take a photo.
Everyone, we're gonna do a couple of phones. Let's look right here first. 1, 2, 3. All right, another round. 1, 2, 3.
Awesome. Thank you. We got it. Thank you guys.
Thank you for coming to City Hall. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. We are moving on to orders of the day. I'm not aware of any requests to change the agenda. Do we have any? Don't see any. Okay. We'll go on to the closed session report.
It's a council met in closed session this morning to go over the items that were listed on the agenda, with the exception of Section B, the conference with the labor negotiators, items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6, 7 were all taken off calendar, were not heard. There's nothing else to report at this time.
Thank you, Susanna. All right. Next is the consent calendar. Are there any items council would like to pull from consent? Okay. Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move for approval. Second.
Great. Thank you. Tony, do we have public comment on consent?
I have no cards for this item.
All right, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Cohen absent.
Okay, thank you. We are on to, and I'm sorry, Councilor Mulcahy, was that on consent? Did I miss you? I have your hand up. Oh, sorry. No, it's okay. Okay. Moving on to report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have a report today.
Okay, thank you. Moving right along. We're on to item 3.4, Child Care Policy Opportunities Status Report. We have a staff presentation, so we'll jump into that when staff is ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Emily Lamb, Director of the Office of Administration, Policy, and Intergovernmental Relations, and we're here to present to you on childcare. Before we dive in, I'll briefly review what brings us here today. On September 30th of last year, we came to you with our proposed focused area framework. At that meeting, there were discussions of potentially adding a problem area related to childcare to one of our focus areas. In response, staff offered that changes to focus area scope are best accomplished through the budget process, but indicated that it would be possible to bring forward a high-level policy overview on childcare to NSC to provide context on the issue. The City Council directed staff to return with a report to NSC in February of 2026. Staff delivered that report at the February 12th, 2026 NSC meeting. The committee then voted to cross-reference the report to City Council for March 17th, which brings us here today. I'll note that during the NSC committee discussion, there were requests to conduct some additional research and bring it to this meeting. So with that, I'll turn it over to Peter Hamilton on our team to go through the presentation, including the additional research in response to the committee's request.
Good afternoon. Peter Hamilton, Assistant to the City Manager in the City Manager's Office. So this report is really just a very high-level overview, so it doesn't go into great depth, but the point is just to provide some context on the child care issue. To that end, we did a very brief survey of what other jurisdictions in the United States are doing. And this is the kind of the information we presented to the committee. California in this school year implementing a universal transitional kindergarten program for 4-year-olds. San Francisco in 2018 passed a local tax measure that provides almost $200 million a year for child care programs and allowing subsidized child care up to 150% of area median income for San Francisco residents. New Mexico announced last year that they were intending to implement fully subsidized child care for all residents, primarily relying on oil and gas tax revenue to the tune of several $100 million. An interesting program in Michigan where the state employers and employees each can share 1/3 of child care costs, but to be eligible, an employee has to have an participating employer and has to meet certain income thresholds. So when we presented this to the committee, there were questions, like a little bit more context about what other local jurisdictions are doing on the issue of childcare. So did a little bit more research on that for this presentation. This is looking at large cities in California other than San Jose and San Francisco. So Los Angeles, during the pandemic, initiated a licensed childcare program where they planned for 10 licensed childcare centers, but it was funded with one-time money, which is now exhausted, and they're transitioning those to other operators. San Diego established an Office of Child and Youth Success to implement their Child and Youth Strategic Plan. One of the goals in that plan is to identify funding sources for childcare subsidies, but I don't believe San Diego has actually done that yet. It's more a policy goal. Sacramento operates a number of workforce development programs for childcare workers. And Long Beach collaborated with a number of other agencies to form a nonprofit in 2017 that provides resources to both families and childcare providers. So note here that these peer cities, we don't see like a large local funding measure like we saw in San Francisco. There are some smaller cities in California that have done local funding. Santa Cruz in 2021 devoted about 20% of their cannabis tax to early care and education activities. Oakland in 2018 passed a local parcel tax. But in this next slide, really tried to get at that issue nationwide. Where do we see other local jurisdictions, whether a city or county, generating local revenue? So we have a real mix here. Voters in Seattle passed a measure in 2018 based on property tax. Multnomah County in 2020, an income tax. And then the rest of the cities are kind of combined jurisdictions like San Francisco. Also Denver, New York, and Philadelphia, also in various ways providing local funding for subsidized childcare. So that's just a little extra context per the committee questions. So the next part here is just looking at what are kind of some typical what categories of activity for local agencies on the issue of childcare, and what is San Jose doing currently? So one area that many cities participate in is provision of childcare at city facilities. And this is a list of programs run through our Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Service Department that currently meet some childcare needs. Notably, San Jose Recreation Preschool for 3 to 5-year-olds. It's 3 hours a day, 4 days a week, and last year served about 211 participants. And the rest of them are, after school or meeting, providing childcare for breaks in the school calendar. So important to note here, this is not licensed childcare. There's a kind of exception in state law for public agencies that provide recreational programs that do not have to be licensed under state law to provide childcare, but they operate under certain restrictions, such as limited hours per week. Providing licensed childcare would be come with substantial obligations, particularly for facilities, as described in the staff report, and would require some investment to bring facilities up to state licensing criteria if the city wanted to do licensed childcare. Subsidies. The San Jose currently provides a little over $1 million in subsidies for its various recreation programs that serve a childcare need. And San Francisco provides, as I mentioned, really very substantial subsidies. So this is a kind of an area where the effort can vary really considerably based on available resources. Funding for co-location and affordable housing is part of the 22-23 budget. The council allocated $900,000 to help fund childcare facilities and ground floor retail space with city-funded affordable housing developments. To date, one project has been completed and additional funding remains for additional projects. The zoning code regulates where childcare facilities can be located. Currently, daycare centers are allowed in most zoning districts with a special use permit, which is approved at a planning director's hearing and appealable to the Planning Commission. Currently, childcare centers co-located with schools or religious assembly uses are exempt from needing an SUP, as are daycare homes. Important to note that Assembly Bill 752 now requires us to exempt childcare facilities co-located with multifamily housing. So planning staff is currently working to bring forward the zoning code amendment to comply with that new state law. Training in business development. So this is training for providers or helping individuals who own businesses be successful at operating a childcare business. So the library operates the Friends, Families, and Neighbors Network program, which helps individuals such as grandparents, neighbors, babysitters who provide childcare and provides training and support for them. Important to note that program is slated to end at the end of this fiscal year. And then the Boost program, which is a grant of slightly over $1 million out of CDBG funds administered by the Housing Department, to a nonprofit called Upwards to provide business development support to owners of family child care homes, and served, I believe, 211 businesses last year. The Children Youth Services Master Plan has an intersection with childcare, so implementation of the demonstration sites, the No Wrong Door approach to those sites aims to connect residents who may need childcare support with the services that may be available to them. And it's also an opportunity for coordination. In 2026, PRNS staff convened an internal working group to align staff across the city with the No Wrong Door approach and provide training to that end. And also just a brief note of other agencies in the county that are working on these issues. Office of Children and Families Policy is an office at the county that's currently working on a childcare blueprint to examine how vulnerable populations that intersect with county services can have their childcare needs met more effectively. The Santa Clara County Office of Education, which helps connect families who need childcare with available services and also provide training and support for childcare providers. And similarly, First Five, which has piloted a number of programs that provide support for childcare providers. And that's the end of our presentation.
Great. Thank you for the report. We appreciate it. Tony, do we have public comment?
Yes, I have several cards. Are we at 1 minute or 2?
I think we'll start at 1 minute today, given the high volume of comments expected, and then if we have to, we'll take it down to 45 seconds later.
Okay.
But let's stay at a minute for now. Thank you.
When I call your name, please, you can come down in no particular order. First person on the microphone, just approach the microphone and start speaking. The others line up behind. I have Veronica. It looks like Alicia Zamudio, Alidia, and Amelda. Come on down. And I will say that all of these people put Children and Youth Services Master Plan, but they may be talking about it for the budget message. I'm going to call all of the names. If this is not the item you wanted to talk on, that's fine. We'll move on. We'll call you again for 3.3. Alma, Maria, Brenda, and Destiny. Okay, I'm going to assume you guys all want to speak on 3.3, and we'll call you back then. Thank you. Back to council.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing some heads nod, so I think that's right. Okay, great, excellent. Okay, coming back to the council, we have a number of hands. Let's see, we have a couple. We'll go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin by thanking staff. Thank you to Peter Hamilton, Emily Lamb, and Angel Rios for this report and presentation. I also want to highlight the work of so many staff across the many city departments that provide valuable services and support for families and children in our community. This includes direct services provided by PRNS staff who support the San Jose Recreational Preschool, the Recreation of City Kids, or ROC After School program, Camp San Jose, and similar programs that allow parents and guardians to work knowing that their children are safe and nurtured. This also includes the San Jose Public Library staff who support the extremely successful Friends, Family, and Neighbors or FFN network program, in addition to operating library programming. The return on investment of this program is very high since FFNs provide low-cost and accessible childcare to parents and guardians who otherwise would not be able to contribute to our economy, finish their education, or secure credentialing. However, the report also reveals the indirect and important work provided by other city departments to improve childcare access in our community, because too often we forget that childcare providers are also small business operators. Currently, the City of San Jose has around 500 to 1,000 family childcare home providers. Only 10% of those family childcare home providers in our city are enrolled at maximum capacity. If you all didn't know how our childcare operators are paid, it's by attendance, not enrollment. So first, they need to have fully enrolled businesses so that they can have that maximum income. And what we're seeing in San Jose is that they only have 10% of what is needed to really make a living in our city. On average, our family childcare home providers are earning $38,000 a year. That means over 66% of our providers are struggling to meet basic needs, such as food, housing, and healthcare. The City of San Jose also has a 39% capacity gap for families who need access to childcare. What this means is that 1 in 3 families with a childcare voucher have no place to access childcare in our city. These are parents who could otherwise participate in the workforce. Planning, building, and code enforcement staff assist these small businesses who must comply with local regulations in our zoning ordinance and in Council Policy 614, Guidelines for Child Daycare. Critically, state laws override our land use regulations governing childcare operators and require regular updates to our codes. PBCE staff also work on environmental review that childcare operators are subject to. Regular updates can reduce the regulatory burden experienced by these small businesses. Housing department and library staff collaborated to administer a grant program that brought childcare co-located with affordable housing to our community. Department of Finance staff carefully enforce Senate Bill 234 that ensures businesses operating a family child care home are not improperly paying business fees and business taxes. The city manager's office has worked diligently to implement the Children and Youth Services Master Plan in partnership with several city departments. And this memo and presentation elevate work that often is taken for granted and sometimes invisible to us. What I hope to convey is that the city plays a major role in childcare. We are the land use authority that determines where and how childcare can operate. We impose and collect taxes and fees that affect the economic viability of childcare as a business when margins are razor thin. And we even provide direct services in recognition of the reality that childcare is often neither affordable nor accessible. Childcare is crucial for San Jose's economic infrastructure and provides a stable foundation for San Jose to thrive as a business-friendly city. Because when families lack access to affordable childcare, working parents are forced to arrive late to work or leave early. They forego promotions, they postpone the pursuit of higher education or work training programs, and sometimes they leave the workforce altogether. I know we have many parents on this council and on this dais today, and I'd like you to reflect on what kind of support you and your family received when you were raising your young children that allowed you to be where you are today. I appreciate my colleagues on the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee for cross-referencing this item for the full City Council to review, and I move to accept the report, and I look forward to continuing the discussion during the budget message approval later today. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Casey.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Councilmember Campos for her passion in this area and continue to push this topic. I agree. I think childcare is an issue. As a parent who had to deal with it, it can really hit you in the pocketbook and make things difficult. My concern, and I think we should do everything we can as a city to encourage the marketplace and pull whatever levers we can in order to create a robust childcare market. I'm concerned, though, with mission creep. And we showed San Francisco as an example, and the idea that at some point we're going to use some taxing mechanism as a funding mechanism to pursue an opportunity to create childcare from the city perspective. And we live in a regional workforce area. The problem I have is if we do find a funding mechanism, and I don't need to go into that, I'm not a big tax guy, but putting that aside for a second, just a practical matter, if San Jose provides childcare, we have most of our workers are working in Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, and these different areas. So effectively, we're going to be subsidizing other companies in other cities, their workforce, through childcare mechanisms that we fund. And it's only going to exacerbate the job to housing imbalance that we have here today. So I'm not sure how we would practically, if we did, and this is again, assuming hypothetically we're going to move, and the mission creep is going to happen, and we're going to move towards creating a funding mechanism and providing childcare as a city. This is a regional problem, and it's a regional problem that should be addressed on a county, state, and federal level. So I would just caution us. My concern would be in terms of practical application of this. We're going to provide daycare effectively for companies that are outside of San Jose and subsidize their workforce's childcare, and that's just a concern of mine moving down the line. But I appreciate your passion, and I do think it's a serious concern and one that we should be addressing. But we should be creating a marketplace here in San Jose, pulling all the levers we can to really support folks that are in this industry. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate the dialogue. Let's go to Councilmember Kamei next.
Thank you. I'd like to also thank Councilmember Campos for bringing this forward. You know, this is a topic that is not just going to be for today or tomorrow or the next year. I think this is something that we as a community really need to take in. Many of us who have been in education know of the declining enrollment and the shift. Even though it was good to be able to introduce TK in our system, it pulled all of the really good childcare workers who were able to make more money. And it was a good thing to be able to make more money, but it's harder from 0 to 4 to be able to have the workforce to be able to do the important work of when they're really, really young. And of course, the ratio to each teacher is different when you have the younger ages. So I think that you know, we should keep this in mind. We know that you know, a couple of years ago, there were studies done that really emphasized that childcare was now the #1 issue for many workers and companies, that it was no longer health care, but childcare that was really taking over. And I think that we should keep that in mind. I know that we're in a very difficult budget crunch right now, but I think that that is something that, in terms of trying to even attract talent to our workforce, I will say that when I was at the Valley Water, we actually we had a facility where we provided affordable childcare for our employees. It wasn't free, but it was very reduced in terms of what it would charge for childcare. And it was right there next to Valley Water's headquarters. It was something that everyone thought, oh, you can't do it, you can't do it. Yes, you can do it. And it was a tremendous benefit for those moms and dads who worked at Valley Water right there on Almaden Expressway. So I think that even if it's small steps, I think that it also is a great way to provide tremendous amenity to working families. So I think that in the future, we should keep this in mind as something that we're not looking for mission creep or anything like that, but I think that there are many who are very interested in what can be done, especially when you look at how expensive childcare is becoming. So thank you, Councilmember Campos.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Tordillos.
Thank you. I wanted to start by also just expressing my thanks to Councilmember Campos for her leadership here. I was struck by one of the comments from Councilmember Casey about any locally driven childcare policy does have the potential to kind of disproportionately benefit employers outside of the city. I think that is definitely true. But I would note that the families that are struggling with childcare costs are largely people who are living in our communities here in San Jose. So I think it's about finding that balance. And to Councilmember Kamei's points, I think if we are able to have some movement here in helping to support our working families with childcare costs, that could actually make San Jose a more attractive place for new companies to set up shop and generate those jobs that we want to see locally. But to Councilmember Casey's point, I do think that this is a regional problem. I think as we move forward, would make sense to see if this is something that makes more sense to do as a city or as a county, given that we know that the impacts extend far beyond San Jose. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. We'll go to Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues for their comments. Thank you, Councilmember Campos, for elevating this very important cause. When I was on the Santa Clara County Board of Education, representing East San Jose, also back then it also represents, my trust area represents District 7, and it would be downtown. I saw just how important it was to invest in early childhood education and how by supporting youth we're really meeting a variety of goals, and not just education, but by investing in youth you're supporting public safety. By investing in youth you are supporting a future competent workforce to go generate a strong economy. Not to mention how we saw during COVID-19 the disproportionate impact to women in the workforce, a lack of childcare caused for our community. I could also, see my colleagues' perspectives on this being a regional issue, and I think we could have an approach of yes and. Yes, it's a regional issue. Yes, the county needs to play a leadership role, but the city can support as well. And so I look forward to this conversation, and I support the contents of the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Campos.
I just want to appreciate all my colleagues for their comments, their interest in this topic. Really appreciate Councilmember Kamei bringing up the affordability component, because we can't have this conversation and not talk about affordability when childcare is the second highest expense in a family's budget. And we should also not forget that even though they can't vote, children are still our constituents. And so the idea that the responsibility is for the county or the state only, as Councilmember Ortiz said, this is not an either or conversation, this is an and. How can the city be a stronger partner to our children, our youth, the partners and the agencies that serve them, because we do not operate in silos. As government agencies, we complement one another, we work together. And the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation has always seen childcare as a two-generation workforce issue, essential to support the workforce of today and vital to develop our workforce of tomorrow. So given that we have so many council members who were school board trustees before this, you should understand that third grade reading level milestone is a huge marker and indicator for future success. And when children have access to childcare and early learning experience, it not only supports their parents, but it supports them, our children, in being prepared for kindergarten on day one. And if they are not ready on day one, it is a sprint to catch up to that third grade reading level milestone. And that's why, as a city, we should be even more inclined to make sure that we are setting up not just our current, but our future workforce for success. And so I'd just like to, again, thank my colleagues for their interest and their comments on this topic.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Dewan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Campos, for putting this to attention of our community. I appreciate Councilmember Casey point of it's a regional problem, but I would believe this: we can be the leader in this region. We can start, and then we can adjust. But if we don't do anything, we're still exactly where we started. We never start. And so I think it's extremely important that the preschool allow our children to be on point when they go to K1 through 8 in order to create the intelligence that we need right here in the what you call the capital of Silicon Valley. And being a parent of 3 kids, trust me, I understand the struggle of finding childcare, getting affordable childcare, and then having your child in a place where you feel safe, they feel safe, you feel safe. Therefore, the family unit can come together at night as one. And I think it's important that we start now, not later. And I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. I'll just add my thanks to Councilmember Campos for her strong advocacy for a service that is certainly foundational. Appreciate all my colleagues' comments. Good to hear the diversity of viewpoints and the respectful dialogue. Certainly is the case that accessible, affordable, high-quality childcare is foundational for healthy families and a healthy economy. I think we'll have a lot of discussion over the coming years about the city's role in supporting that ecosystem and doing what we can to make sure that it is available, that childcare that is accessible, affordable, and high quality is available to families here, because we know how important it is. Challenging, of course, in this budget environment and with all the other core services that the city is relied upon to provide. But an important conversation, and one that I know we're going to continue. So thank you. Tony, let's vote on the motion to accept the staff report.
Motion passes unanimously with all present.
Great, thank you. Okay, we are on to land use, a couple of items. We will start with item 10.2, which is the amendment to Title 20 to add Senate Bill 79 Industrial Ordinance. And then we have item 10.3, analysis on Senate Bill 79, Assembly Bill 130, and historic resources and policy recommendations. So we will have a joint presentation on items 10.2 and 10.3, and we will hear them at the same time, including the public comment on both items, but we will vote on the items separately. And we do have a staff presentation. So Chris, when you and the team are ready, go ahead and jump in.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement. I'm joined today by Munira Sandhir, Deputy Director for Planning, Jared Ferguson, Principal Planner in our citywide planning team, and Dana Peak, our Historic Preservation Officer. So yes, as you mentioned, we'll be giving you a joint presentation on items 10.2 and 10.3, which are related to the city's implementation on Senate Bill 79. We've been busy since we saw you last, earlier in the year, working a way to establish the local framework that will exempt qualifying industrial hubs throughout the city to preserve our key employment lands while remaining compliant with state law. And then 10.3 provides the requested follow-up analysis on how SB 79, when used in conjunction with Assembly Bill 130, affects the city's historic resources and provides some recommendations that we believe will help provide clarity around those issues. And so with that, I'm going to hand it to Jared to lead off the presentation.
All right. Thanks, Chris. Jared Ferguson, Principal Planner. So first, just a quick background. I know we spent a lot of time talking about SB 79 in January, but just as a refresher, so Senate Bill 79 was signed on October 10th, takes effect July 1st of this year. It streamlines housing development and makes housing an allowed use on any site currently zoned for residential mixed use or commercial within 1/2 mile of qualifying transit stops. It also sets maximum heights and densities that a city can't preclude a development from achieving. And I'll go through what those qualifying transit stops are in a minute. So first, just a recap from our January 27th City Council meeting. The City Council direction from that meeting first was one, to designate qualifying industrial areas identified in the general plan as employment areas as industrial employment hubs and exempting residential or non-residential sites within those areas from the provisions of SB 79. To return in the future with an ordinance exempting sites with no walking path less than 1 mile from the location of the TOD stops after further analysis. Additionally, to come back with future action to add minimum densities in the downtown core and to explore minimum densities in other growth areas based on further analysis. And then lastly, to return with analysis on the adequacy of CEQA to protect historic resources under SB 79, given the new CEQA exemption created under AB 130 last year. So we're here today, as Chris mentioned, to talk to you about 1 and 4 within that direction here. So getting back into the recap and background of SB 79, it creates 2 tiers of transit-oriented development stops that qualify under the SB 79. The first tier, Tier 1, is applicable in San Jose to our electrified Caltrain stations, our current BART stations, and our future BART stations. So we have 10 total Tier 1 stations in or adjacent to San Jose that can be classified as Tier 1. And then Tier 2 stations are all of our light rail stations, both planned and current stations, as well as bus rapid transit with dedicated lanes. So we have a total of 46 in or adjacent to San Jose in Tier 2. This is our draft map to the right there, denoting the 2 tiers of stations. The purple is the Tier 1 stations, and then the light blue are the Tier 2 stations. So as I mentioned, SB 79 creates standards, both height and density, that the city can't preclude a development from achieving, and it sets those standards within each tier, and then there are 3 layers to those tiers. So the highest density is afforded to those parcels directly adjacent to the TOD stop, so within 200 feet of the pedestrian access point. And then density decreases as you get into the 1/4 mile radius, and then decreases again as you're into the 1/2 mile radius. So as we covered in that January 27th meeting, there are a number of ways in which cities can exempt either parcels or areas from the provisions of SB 79. One of those is the industrial employment hub exclusion. So this is a very specific exclusion, one that the city advocated for including so that it was able to exempt its key employment areas. So this applies to areas of at least 250 acres that are contiguous employment lands that were defined in a general plan prior to January 1st, 2025. And then all parcels within those areas must be primarily dedicated to industrial sites, or industrial use, sorry. In San Jose, we have 5 of those areas. So North San Jose, Berryessa International Business Park, Lundy Milpitas BART, East Gish Mayberry, Monterey Business Corridor, Old Edenville, and Old Edenville Transit Employment Center. So these are all employment lands areas that were dedicated in our original, or designated, excuse me, in our original general plan in 2011. So meeting that standard in terms of time. So all of these areas well exceed the 250 acres, and all have substantial amounts of land designated to industrial uses in the general plan. So with the lowest being 70%, but most well above that. So kind of going through the areas in more detail, we've created these detailed maps. So this map contains the first 3 hubs that we're designating. The first, North San Jose, the largest. You'll note here as well, on this map, we've noted which sites have residential overlays or have an underlying designation that allow for residential uses. So those sites are not going to be exempt from SB 79, but all other sites within the industrial employment hub would be excluded from the provisions of SB 79. So this map shows the 3 areas: North San Jose, Berryessa Industrial Business Park, Lundy Milpitas BART, to the northeast, and then to the southeast, East Gish Mayberry. And the circles there are showing you the half-mile buffers from the stations. So moving south, the next area is our Monterey Business Corridor. This has several parcels adjacent to the Temian Station area. You can see the buffers there. And then our last hub, the Old Edenvale Transit Employment Center, adjacent to the Santa Teresa Light Rail and Cottle Light Rail Station. So just going through the timeline for our ordinance. So we're here before you today for the first hearing on this ordinance. We'll come back next week on the 24th for a second reading. Immediately following that, we'll submit the ordinance to the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, for their review. They have up to 90 days from that point to approve our ordinance. And then the ordinance would take effect 30 days following that second reading, so on April 23rd, 2026. And then that's before the July 1st effective date of SB 79. And I'll pass it to Dana to continue the presentation.
Is that on? Good afternoon. Dana Peak, Principal Planner and the City's Historic Preservation Officer. As part of the SB 79 discussion on January 27th, the Council also directed staff to provide additional analysis on whether the City could adequately rely on California Environmental Quality Act to protect historic resources under SB 79, given the new ministerial process and CEQA exemption for housing development under AB 130. Staff started the work by doing GIS analysis to understand where identified historic resources are in relation to the transportation development, or TOD areas. There are 56 transit stations that are impacted by the provisions of SB 79. Staff identified approximately 17 TOD areas that contain designated historic resources listed in the Historic Resources Inventory. The highest concentration is within 6 TOD stop areas within and adjacent to downtown. The figure on the slide illustrates the concentration of historic resources around St. James and Santa Clara TOD areas that include the Hensley, St. James Park, and downtown commercial historic districts. These smaller scale historic resources will face significant development pressure because SB 79 specifies maximum heights and densities within a half mile of these transit stops. Staff analyzed the interface of SB 79 with AB 130, another state housing law. AB 130 exempts most residential projects in urban areas from environmental review under CEQA if the project meets certain criteria, like consistency with the general plan, land use designation, and/or zoning, minimum density requirements, specific site size, location requirements, and criteria related to environmentally sensitive sites. Projects that meet SB 79 criteria would be considered consistent with the general plan and zoning for the purposes of AB 130, and both state laws could be used. So how would historic resources be treated under AB 130 using SB 79? First, AB 130 cannot be used to demolish a historic resource listed on the historic resources inventory. By demolish, it would mean removal of more than 50% of exterior walls with no distinction about historic features or facade elements. So a project proposing to demolish a historic property would proceed through CEQA review. With existing definition of demolition, more than 50% of exterior walls, AB 130 would not require CEQA review for projects that involve demolition of 50% or less of exterior walls and significant alterations of historic resources. If a property is not a designated landmark or located in a city landmark historic district, no historic preservation permit would be required, and there would be no other historic review without CEQA. One example is the former YMCA building, located in the downtown commercial district, listed on the National Register of Historic Places, that would not be subject to review under AB 130 if significant alterations were proposed. The other implication under AB 130 is that significant properties that are not listed in the Historic Resources Inventory could be demolished because AB 130 provisions only include properties placed on a national, state, or local historic register. One example of this is the Sakaiway Farmhouse, which was identified as part of the environmental review analysis for the Sealy Avenue project. This would not have occurred under AB 130, which could have exempted such a project from CEQA review. Based on this analysis, staff has provided some options for City Council consideration. The first is to direct staff to draft a definition for demolition in the San Jose Municipal Code that would provide a narrower definition for historic resources. This would address the otherwise wide latitude provided under AB 130 for the alteration of historic resources without actually demolishing them. The definition could more specifically address demolition in the context of historic resources to require CEQA review for alterations to significant historic fabric. An additional option is also to direct staff to prepare an ordinance to temporarily delay the implementation of SB 79 for historic resources to allow staff time to plan for state-mandated density by developing a TOD alternative plan. Developing an alternative plan would need resource allocation, including inclusion in the budget and potentially redistributing staff work plan priorities. The alternative plan would not permanently exempt out historic resources, but growth could be steered away from historic properties or development standards could be adjusted around them. The density would remain the same, but could be redistributed to still meet SB 79 statutory housing targets. Staff also recommends continuing with the identification, evaluation, and designation of historic properties so that we can proactively plan for their incorporation into the city's growth and development. And this option would also require budget allocation. So that concludes staff presentation, and we're available for questions.
Great, thank you. Tony, let's go to public comment first.
Yeah, I have 3 cards for this item. Brent, Triana, and Roland, come on down.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm wondering if you could back up to slide number 10, because what I want to do is to show you what the general plan looked like prior to December 2013. And okay, so it's not happening. So let me explain to you what's there. You have Highway 85 that basically cut District 2 in half. The bottom half is where the VTA light rail is. This is where I live. I used to be the president of a neighborhood association. Initially, the entire 32 VTA acres were zoned for residential. In December 2013, this council, your predecessors, swapped the zoning with the other side of the freeway to basically turn the I-Star parcel to residential. That generated in excess of $100 million of revenues that were used to basically finance a Avaya Stadium. And I'm asking you that you don't make the same mistake again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Trina Crichton, Senior Planner with the VTA, speaking on behalf of VTA with highlights of the letter that we provided on March 9th that should be in your packets. First, VTA staff is very thankful for having been able to meet with City of San Jose staff over the past few months regarding SB 79 and then other things such as the city's general plan for your review, and we were recently able to meet with staff from the mayor's office, so very thankful for that. With that, VTA strongly encourages the City Council to direct staff to work with VTA to analyze residential capacity at the VTA-owned Cerrone and Santa Teresa sites in the EIR for the general plan for-year review. Regarding non-VTA-owned land within the half-mile radius of the Berryessa and Milpitas BART stations, as applicable, VTA strongly encourages adopting policies that intensify industrial and commercial densities within these areas. These could also be pursued through the general plan for-year review and will complement the substantial transit investments in these areas. We look forward to working with the city moving forward. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, coming back to the council. We'll start with Councilmember Cohen.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Mayor, I think we might have a couple more public comments.
I'm sorry.
Is that correct?
I have cards submitted for 10.3, and the other person for 10.2 didn't line up.
Are we doing 10.2 and 10.3 public comment combined?
We are doing 10.2 and 10.3 combined.
Mike-
So let's pause for a minute. Do we have
Sorry.
others who wanted to speak on 10.2 or 10.3?
I have Mike and Mary just submitted cards.
Okay. We'll give Mike and Mary, you said?
Yes.
Mike and Mary a moment to come down. We're taking 10.2 and 10.3 together. This is the last call. I submitted a card earlier. Okay, come on down. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you, Ben Leach, Preservation Action Council. Thank you to the mayor. Thank you for staff for this very comprehensive analysis of impacts to historic resources. I want to highlight, I think, a very good idea that came from Councilmember Mulcahy's memo, recognizing that even among HRI properties, there are established concentrations in historic districts and conservation areas that would be not very staff intensive to temporarily exclude for the purposes of watching how this rollout would impact historic resources citywide. Historic districts are council designated areas that have long been prioritized for consistency of form and mass, and that is a reasonable approach. We also strongly agree with continuing to invest in more preservation planning and updating the historic resources inventory. And I think stronger TOD alternative plans can come from better analysis, but for right.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. Go ahead.
All right. Hi, I'm Jimmy Kogura, representing San Jose's Japantown. I just wanted to say thank you for taking this into consideration. Japantown is definitely one of the bright spots I feel of San Jose, and we're facing a lot of different blight in the neighborhood, and it's been a lot of generations. I've grown up around this. I can see the financial burden for a lot of people trying to make investments here, and you know, it's one of those things that I'm hoping the council, with the wording, takes it wisely and carefully. I can see some ways it can maybe go a little bit too far, but I think this is the right step. So thank you for having this in consideration. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm ready. My name is Brent Van Brocklin, and I'm a TOD project manager at VTA. I'd like to focus my comments on the Santa Teresa and Cerrone sites. Together, these represent over 60 developable acres and are the two largest sites in VTA's TOD portfolio. VTA is fully supportive of the city's desire to maintain these areas as important employment hubs, and we are willing to commit to preserving significant space for industrial and commercial uses. However, we believe these sites can and should accommodate mixed-use development that includes housing alongside jobs. I also want to note that the city is currently utilizing both of these sites for housing-related solutions, including EIH at Cerrone and Safe Parking Program at Santa Teresa, which underscores both the feasibility of housing and the need within our community. Given the scale and importance of these sites, we respectfully ask that Council direct staff to continue working with the VTA to identify a path forward that allows for mixed-use developments at these two sites. We also encourage the city to incorporate mixed-use solutions in these areas as a part of the upcoming general plan.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
So I still don't know how this shit works, but I'm waiting a call from the guy that controls the CB California State License Board. I gave him my card. He never even
you have a
called
card
me
for
back.
open forum?
Huh?
Your card is for open forum, which is not what this topic is. You're Jose?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the open forum for topics that are not on the agenda comes at the end of the meeting.
At the end of the meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Eng. I represent Opportunities for Change, and I heard about this meeting 15 minutes ago, and hence you know that I'm not fully prepared. But I am here to be the voice of about 100 men who've been part of our Opportunities for Change 501c3 transitional reentry housing. These 100 men are roughly 52% Hispanic from East LA and East San Jose, 45% Black.
Broadly around impacts of SB 79, and those two sites came up relatively quickly in that conversation. And we've, certainly committed to continue that conversation. As you say, there's a great opportunity to have a really strategic look at both of those sites through the general plan process and ensure that we're maximizing those opportunities.
Okay, thank you for that. So I will move approval of the staff recommendation.
Second.
Next council member, we'll go to Councilmember Mulcahy. Sorry. Okay. And was that true for you as well, Councilmember Tordias? Okay. So we will vote now then on item 10.2, and then we'll come back to continue the conversation about 10.3. Tony? Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Let me give colleagues a moment to put up their hands for item 10.3. Does anybody want to kick us off? Councilmember Mulcahy.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thanks to those of you who came out to testify and submitted letters to us on this item. And as the one who raised the concerns over impacts of SB 79 on historic resources, appreciate the conversation today, appreciate the memo from my colleagues as well. I don't think anybody on the dais wants to pass policy with known unintended consequences in how the city responds to SB 79, such as limiting much-needed development and or demolishing properties in our historic neighborhoods, but we do need to pick a path. I want to say a big thank you to our planning staff. So many curveballs have been sent your way, SB 79, AB 130, and all the SBs and ABs that have been coming your way. They're complex pieces of legislation with deadlines that you've got to perform at. So thank you so much for your effort to get us on the road to implementing these policy directions. So as we've discussed over the past several months, SB 79 significantly expands ministerial approvals for housing development near transit, while AB 130 limits the applicability of CEQA. Naturally, that raises concerns about how these changes affect neighborhoods across San Jose, including many of our historic resource neighborhoods, not just how it might impact downtown. Staff's analysis has shown us that many of San Jose's transit-oriented development areas contain some of the highest concentrations of historic resources in the city. And as I noted in my January 27th memorandum, we can't rely solely on CEQA to protect those resources moving forward. AB 130 means the city may have even fewer opportunities to evaluate impacts to historic resources through the EIR process we have traditionally relied on. Because of this, it becomes even more important that we clarify our local standards, including the establishment of clear definitions, such as what constitutes demolition of a historic resource, so that the city retains consistent tools to address potential impacts as projects move forward. I again want to acknowledge the memo from my colleagues, Councilmembers Kamei, Campos, Tordillos, and Cohen. However, I want to clarify a few areas because I believe my memorandum was either misunderstood or perhaps taken out of context. Their memo asks staff to conduct additional study of historic resources, framed in contrast to my proposal. In fact, in practice, as we just heard from staff, that request would likely require significantly more staff resources while producing less immediate policy guidance. By contrast, my memorandum asks staff to return by December 2026 with a delayed effectuation ordinance focused specifically on historic districts and conservation areas consistent with SB 79. These areas are already known by us, identified, and mapped. They represent cohesive neighborhood scale in historic environments rather than individual buildings. Historic districts and conservation areas differ from individual historic structures. Their significance comes from the collective character of the neighborhood, the relationship between homes, streets, and public spaces that together create an intact historic context. When redevelopment occurs incrementally without coordinated planning, that character can gradually erode over time, even if buildings are replaced one at a time. Many of these districts are also located near existing or planned transit corridors, which means they could experience increased redevelopment pressure under SB 79's state-mandated density provisions. For that reason, the request in my memorandum is intentionally narrow and practical, to focus on historic districts and conservation areas that the city has already identified. And to name a few, Shealy, Guadalupe, Washington, Hensley, Willow Glen, and possibly Palm Haven, if that's determined in the map to be within the zone of impact. The approach in my memorandum would likely require less work from staff than the alternative proposed in the other memorandum. The proposal directs staff to conduct a new historic resources survey across pre-World War II areas of the city. That would involve reassessing and cataloging thousands of properties and updating inventories that have not been comprehensively reviewed in decades. I think 2004, as you heard earlier. By contrast, my proposal focuses on areas that the city has already identified and studied, allowing staff to develop a targeted ordinance rather than undertaking a citywide survey effort. In District 6, I'll cite one specific example that would be impacted by SB 79, the Shealy subdivision off the Alameda and Stockton. Much of that neighborhood still resembles the homes built there in the late 1800s, many designed by Theodore Lenzen. It is a cohesive, historic environment, and like many historic districts across San Jose, its significance comes from the neighborhood as a whole. As Ben Leach, Executive Director of PAC-SJ, pointed out in his letter and at the dais, this issue does not affect the downtown core in quite the way the other memorandum suggests. Many downtown areas are already zoned for densities that meet or exceed what SB 79 would allow. My concern is primarily about historic neighborhoods outside of downtown, where redevelopment pressure could fundamentally alter neighborhoods that have remained intact for generations. I also want to be clear, I recognize we're in the midst of a housing crisis. D6 has been a leader in building housing, particularly affordable. I'm proud that our district demonstrates that housing can be built in many forms, from single-family to high-density development along major growth corridors. Planning for housing and preserving historic neighborhoods are not and should not be considered as mutually exclusive goals. The approach outlined in my memorandum is intended to strike a balanced path forward, one that recognizes the urgency of building more homes, while also ensuring that we do not unintentionally erode some of San Jose's most historically significant neighborhoods. Finally, I think it's important to acknowledge that the policy landscape around these laws is still evolving. We initially analyzed SB 79 in isolation. As we later discovered with AB 130, that was not the full picture. There will likely be additional state legislation or lawsuits that may change the context of our decisions. Given that uncertainty, asking staff to return this December with a targeted ordinance delaying effectuation in historic districts and conservation areas is a measured and responsible step. It allows us to continue moving forward with housing production while ensuring that the city retains clear planning tools to protect the historic neighborhoods that help define San Jose's character and history. With that, I motion to approve my memorandum on 10.3, which would approve staff recommendations and then also ask that staff to come back to council with a delayed effectuation ordinance by December 26 for our historic districts and conservation areas.
All right, motion is second. Thanks, council member. We'll go to Councilmember Tordios.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for all of the research and analysis that has gone into even getting us to this point in our SB 79 implementation discussions. And thank you also to the other members of our Brown Act and Councilmember Mulcahy for the thoughtful consideration of how SB 79 interacts with historic preservation. I do want to acknowledge that the desire to protect our historic properties in San Jose is a valid goal. The city is rich in history, and I'm proud to represent one of the districts that has the highest concentration of historic resources, many of which date back more than a century. I also live in a historic home in a city landmark district, so I believe I have some understanding of both the nature of these neighborhoods and also their potential for supporting new infill development. As a council, I believe we have a responsibility to drive progress towards our city's housing goals while balancing that against sometimes competing goals like historic preservation. I think staff's proposal to come back with a narrower definition of demolition for historic properties under AB 130 strikes that balance well. And I do have some concerns that going any further than that, including any sort of form of delayed effectuation, has the potential to backfire and create unintended consequences that will hamstring the city in meeting our housing goals. I think it's important to note that parts of the city that would be most impacted by such a delayed effectuation policy are the exact same parts of the city that we've previously identified as good candidates for new infill development. Places that are close to our downtown core, places that are near transit and jobs, neighborhoods that are walkable, well-connected, and close to existing resources. Moreover, as the council member representing some of the highest concentrations of historic communities in the city, I want to highlight that District 3 would be disproportionately impacted by any delayed effectuation ordinance that is targeting historic districts. As the staff report notes, of the 6 transit-oriented development areas that have a high concentration of historic resources, all 6 of them touch District 3, and 5 of the 6 are either entirely or very nearly entirely within the bounds of my district. I'm also conscious of the immense pressure that PBCE staff are already under as they try to keep up with new laws coming down from the state, as well as our own long-term planning work like the general plan. And I want to note that during last week's presentation of the City Council Focus Areas status report, staff actually noted that the downtown ministerial approval ordinance was delayed until Q2 of next fiscal year, in large part due to reprioritization of staff resources for state policy work, including SB 79 implementation. So the additional staff time required to complete the delayed effectuation ordinance would risk further delaying other critical PBCE work, not just the downtown ministerial ordinance, but recommendations coming out of the 4-year general plan task force review. And I do not believe that pursuing a short-term delayed effectuation ordinance that's going to make it harder for us to meet our housing goals is the best use of that limited PBCE staff capacity. Moreover, I do want to clarify that the ordinance would not actually help with all of the challenges that were called out in the staff presentation, notably the potential impacts to unlisted eligible structures. To the extent that those structures have not been identified, they are not within the bounds of existing historic districts, delaying effectuation within historic districts is not going to help protect those resources. Whereas the direction that our memo includes to have a workload analysis for an updated historic resources survey has the potential to actually identify those resources which are not currently on the inventory and get them into a protected status where they will be eligible to have that higher threshold of environmental review and consideration prior to any significant alteration or demolition. I also want to clarify that the recommendation in my memo with council members Kamei, Cohen, and Campos is not to conduct a full resource update through this budget cycle, but to perform the workload analysis that we can be informed about how to balance those competing resource initiatives within PBCE and obviously our constrained budget at the moment. When it comes to our kind of broader approach to housing in San Jose, I'm very grateful for the work that this council has done in recent months and in recent years to promote housing production. But I think it's important that we look at all of that work in the context of our actual performance on housing. And I think when we do that, we can see that we are still falling very far short of our housing goals. In 2025, the city permitted 2,269 units, which comes out to just about 1/3 of our state-mandated RENA target of 7,775 units per year. I'll also note that other cities have managed to integrate infill development into existing historic districts, like the Midtown District in Sacramento, a city that I'll note has built 3 times as many homes per capita as San Jose has in the past 5 years. So for me, it's difficult to see how exempting some of our most centrally located and well-connected neighborhoods from infill development for the next 6 years is actually going to help us earnestly move forward with our housing goals. And since there was the discussion of staff resources, I think it's important to note that any delayed effectuation ordinance will only take these properties off the table until 2032 in order to protect our historic districts, and any properties in those districts beyond that date would require staff to come back with a transit-oriented development alternative plan, which looks to shift around density within the existing TOD areas. And that becomes very complicated in the context of historic districts, because many of the historic districts in and around downtown take up a significant portion of the TOD areas. And state law currently limits us to exempting 10% of the land within those TOD areas as part of any sort of TOD alternative plan. So I really struggle to see the longer-term approach here to protecting wholesale districts, and I think that pursuing those TOD alternative plans would itself be a very significant burden on our city staff. Finally, I think it's important to note that any action that temporarily exempts large swaths of downtown and central San Jose from the impacts of SB 79 does raise, in my mind, questions of fairness for the rest of our city. And if we take developments off the table in many of these centrally located and resource-rich neighborhoods, it will mean that more demand for SB 79-style infill projects is going to be pushed out into our more suburban parts of the city, into less well-connected transit-oriented development areas in places like D8, D9, and D10. And so, with all of that said, understanding that there are different perspectives on this dais, I want to thank again everyone for the collaboration and all of the conversation, and I would like to make a substitute motion for approval of the memo written by myself and council members Cohen, Campos, and Kamei, which would approve the staff recommendation to update the definition of demolition to provide those stronger guardrails for AB 130, and would also direct staff to prepare a workload analysis so that we can make an informed decision about any sort of future-facing investment into a new historic resources survey.
Thanks, council member. Thank you both for your comments. I'm just pausing a moment to see if we have further discussion. Otherwise, we'll move to a vote. Okay, seeing none, Tony, let's vote on the motion, the substitute motion.
Motion passes 10-1 with Mulcahy voting no.
Okay. So that's item 10.3. Thank you all. Okay. Welcome, everyone. It's great to see a full chamber. We're now moving on to our final agendized item, also our most significant item of the day, maybe the year, item 3.3. This is the approval of the fiscal year 2026-2027 Mayor's March budget message. I have some opening comments. We'll also have staff in the box available to answer questions. There's no staff presentation, as this is my annual March budget message, but I will give slightly longer remarks than usual. Before I do that, though, let me just thank everybody for being here. It's always great to have a full chamber. I know we have a lot of folks here to advocate for important services and needs in the community, presumably representing many different perspectives and experiences in our community, and that's something we should celebrate. That's what a healthy democracy looks like. When we get to public comment, I'll share a little more, and or our clerk can if I forget, on just how we can all participate fully and respectfully and make this a productive process. Let me start, though, with some opening comments, and I want to start with gratitude, starting with my Budget Brown Act. I want to thank Vice Mayor Pam Foley and recognize that this is her 8th and final budget cycle on this council. So, Vice Mayor, thank you. Thank you for your years of service and always being a voice of reason and bringing all that you do to bring people together and move us forward. So I want to thank Council members Kamei, Cohen, and Tordillos, who were also in my Budget Brown Act this year. What that means is we're limited by law and how many colleagues we can speak to as we're putting forward legislation, but being able to have colleagues to discuss trade-offs with, hear feedback, incorporate their best ideas is really important. And my Budget Brown Act certainly made the March budget message stronger. So I just want to thank them for their engagement. Also want to thank my team who put in countless hours, including through the entire weekend. Thank you to Stephen Keynes, who's our Chief Innovation Officer and Budget Director in the Mayor's Office, Keith Hertzberg, Budget and Innovation Advisor, Alejandra Lenas Chantres, Acting Chief Policy Officer in my office, of course, my Chief of Staff, Sarah Sarate, and the entire policy team in Mayor's Office for all of the work you did to get us to this point. I know it's been many, many hours over the last couple of months collaborating with city staff and colleagues and listening to community members. I want to thank our city manager, Jennifer McGuire, Deputy City Manager Lee Wilcox, for their partnership and being really steady hands through the initial planning for what will be a difficult fiscal year, a year in which we are closing a significant deficit. So I want to recognize that City Manager McGuire took proactive action early to do everything possible to lessen the impact on our workforce and our residents as we head into leaner years. We know our economy is cyclical, therefore our revenue is cyclical. Unfortunately, our costs don't tend to be so cyclical. They tend to just kind of keep going up every year, though we do our best to manage those responsibly. And then the city manager's budget office, led by Jim Shannon, supported by Bonnie Young, Claudia Chang, and many other members of the budget office who provide real expertise and guidance, and also were available nights and weekends to my team and me, and I really appreciate that. And then all council colleagues who are participating fully in the process, a number of thoughtful memos and a lot of good engagement. So I'm looking forward to the conversation. Speaking of which, my actual opening remarks. Good afternoon, council colleagues. I would like to introduce item 3.3, my March budget message for fiscal year 26-27. As required by our city charter, this message provides initial policy direction to guide the city manager in preparing the proposed budget that will come before us for deliberation in May. As a council, it's important that we strike a balance between providing clear and direct guidance and also ensuring that the city manager has ample space to find creative ways of resolving our projected deficit. It's vital that we all acknowledge this year that we are facing a $56 million shortfall, and once resolved, we are still projecting a further $28 million shortfall. And as I've mentioned, while we do overall have a $6 billion budget, so I want to put that in perspective, and our general fund is quite a bit smaller, about $1.5 billion, this is still a very meaningful number, and it's driven by the fact that our revenues are slowing down. Our property and sales tax revenue growth is slowing, just as we continue to have rising costs in terms of labor and other core services we've committed to. So today, with a vote on this message, we will set the framework for how we align our resources, our available resources, with the priorities our residents have consistently told us matter most: safer neighborhoods, cleaner public spaces, more housing that people can afford, a stronger local economy, and responsible stewardship of limited taxpayer dollars. Over the past few years, this council has worked hard to sharpen our focus around these priorities, and we're seeing progress. But we're also facing real constraints: fiscal pressures, rising costs, and growing service demands. So the goal of this year's budget direction is simple: stay focused on what works, protect services utilized by residents and vulnerable communities, invest in results, resist the desire to add new unsustainable programs, and make disciplined decisions that protect the city's long-term financial health. I think it's important to note that public trust has significantly strengthened in recent years as we have focused on these core community needs. In fact, trust in City Hall in our annual community survey is up nearly 40% in the last 4 years. I think it's important that we take heed of that progress, the feedback from residents, and ensure that the fiscal year 26-27 March message continues to build upon this momentum, which has been driven by focus. So I want to take a moment to outline our areas of focus in a little more detail for all of you who did not make it through the 40-page budget message. First, we must continue to make our neighborhoods safer and cleaner. Public safety is the foundation of a thriving city. Our police department is doing remarkable work with a lean workforce, protecting a city of more than 1 million residents with fewer than 1,000 street-ready officers. We need to continue to support them with the tools, technology, and staffing strategies that allow them to be effective and efficient. At the same time, we know that safety is about more than enforcement alone. It also means investing in prevention, particularly programs that serve young people and connect them with education, mentorship, and job opportunities. These investments help reduce crime before it starts and strengthen the long-term well-being of our community. Clean and well-maintained neighborhoods are also essential to residents' sense of safety and pride. Over the last year, our teams have removed tens of millions of pounds of trash from encampments, creeks, and public spaces, expanded beautification efforts, increased enforcement against graffiti, chronic blight, and illegal dumping. This work matters. It improves, we've seen an 18% reduction in graffiti on public land. It improves quality of life and helps restore confidence that City Hall is responsive to residents' concerns. Next, we must continue making progress on reducing unsheltered homelessness, which consistently ranks as our constituents' #1 priority every year. In 2019, going back about 6 years now, San Jose had one of the highest rates of per capita unsheltered homelessness in the country. Nearly 85% of our homeless neighbors were living outside. And we had hardly anywhere to refer these individuals to come indoors. Since then, we have invested in new and expanded interim housing and shelter, deep collaboration across our city departments and with our nonprofit and philanthropic partners to deliver meaningful results. Today, the city operates over 2,000 shelter placements across interim housing, safe parking, and safe sleeping, including 1,000 new placements opened since the start of 2025. Over the same time, unsheltered homelessness has dropped dramatically. By the last count, we had reduced unsheltered homelessness by well over 20%. That was before the 1,000 new placements. We think with our next count, we'll be over a third, maybe closer to a 40% reduction. And we will have reached a point where a majority of our homeless neighbors are living indoors, not outdoors, on our streets and in our public spaces. Last year, this new interim housing system served 2,135 people coming out of encampments, of which 70% remain indoors with access to supportive services. Of those who exited, roughly 30% secured permanent affordable housing, 30% transitioned to another sheltered destination, 8% entered institutional settings, and 7% secured unsubsidized permanent housing. Our strategy now must shift from system expansion to system optimization, strengthening collaboration with other agencies, particularly the county, to ensure clients are accessing services and support needed to move toward permanent housing and self-sufficiency. At the same time, we must continue restoring heavily impacted public spaces, particularly along waterways and key commercial corridors, while ensuring that outreach and referral systems are working together more effectively. The direction in this budget message asks the city manager to continue refining those efforts, measure outcomes carefully, and prioritize approaches that deliver the greatest impact for the resources we invest. Third, we must build more housing. Housing affordability remains one of the top concerns for residents across San Jose. Nearly half of renters and homeowners in our city are spending more than 30% of their income on housing. If we want a city where working families can stay, where young people can build a future, and where seniors can age in place, we must increase housing supply and remove unnecessary barriers to building. This budget message calls for continued work to streamline approvals, increase transparency around development fees, and ensure that projects that meet our zoning and planning rules can move forward without unnecessary delay and cost. It also asks staff to explore ways to reduce costs for affordable housing and create new pathways to home ownership for first-time buyers. Fourth, we must strengthen our economy by revitalizing downtown and our key business districts. Downtown San Jose is beginning to regain momentum as a destination for culture, dining, entertainment, and innovation. Events earlier this year have already brought hundreds of thousands of visitors into the city's core, filling our hotels and supporting small businesses. Councilmember Ortiz brought forward an innovative proposal titled the East Side Revitalization Plan, which aims to leverage philanthropic dollars to support businesses and organizations on the East Side and support their long-term health. That is included in this message. But we know there is more work to do. This budget direction includes evaluating programs that support business activity, exploring strategic infrastructure investments, and continuing efforts to attract employers and visitors. We also want to maintain our 3 business outreach roles that provide valuable services to our business improvement districts and to our large employers. And finally, we must maintain strong fiscal discipline. San Jose has been recognized for responsible financial management, and we must continue that tradition. The reality is that we are operating in a constrained fiscal environment. Revenues are not keeping pace with all of the needs and expectations placed on our city government. That means we must make careful choices. We should prioritize investments that produce measurable results, address deferred infrastructure needs, and leverage technology or partnerships to deliver services more efficiently. It also means avoiding ongoing commitments without reliable funding sources. Balancing our budget is required by law, but good stewardship goes beyond balancing the books. It means ensuring that every dollar we spend advances the priorities of our residents and protects the long-term stability of our city. In response to my March budget message this year, the members of the council authored 4 memos, which included 63 unique pieces of direction. We're in an unusual year with a large deficit, and we are introducing an abnormal, I'd say actually unprecedented amount of direction via responsive memos. My team in the mayor's office wanted to ensure these items each received an independent evaluation, and we worked through the weekend. Again, I want to say a huge thank you to my team for dropping everything over the entire weekend to work tirelessly to produce the reconciliation memo you have in your agenda. Thank you to the City Manager's Office for making themselves available to answer our questions and help us understand the various resource and staff limitations so we could make clear in this reconciliation memo what can be done with the resources available or through existing work plans and where trade-offs need to be made if certain items advance. Their responses to our questions assisted us in developing the document before you today. This memo includes an appendix that separates each piece of direction by council member author, states whether it should be integrated into the budget message, provides a rationale for this disposition, and also includes additional context or amended language as appropriate. My sincere hope is that this reconciliation memo will help us traverse the discussion today more effectively and efficiently and in a more informed way. I also want to note that our team has been listening to feedback from our Budget Brown Act, reviewing the memos published by our other council colleagues, and listening to community members. We recognize that certain specific direction may not be necessary or appropriate this year. Regarding the proposal to explore expanding mobile home parks to include residents living in RVs, the reconciliation memo accepts the recommendation from the group memo to strike this item. We have also taken out the Ellis Act proposal, and we have accepted Councilmember Campos's single author memo proposal with modifications to set clear and reasonable expectations about the next steps needed to convert One Branham Lane into permanent, affordable, or supportive housing, which has long been the long-term goal and will take some time to execute, but is a very worthy goal. So, colleagues, this March budget message is intended to guide the next phase of our work. It reflects the priorities we have heard from our community and the progress we have made together over the past several years. Thank you again to the council, our city manager and her team, our city workforce for your partnership in this ongoing process of holding ourselves accountable to deliver the greatest possible impact for our residents. I'm looking forward to the discussion today and continuing our work together as we prepare the proposed budget in the months ahead. So with that, and before I open up the discussion to my colleagues, we are going to go to public comment, and as I promised, I would say just a few things on that. So these bigger items where we're talking about really important trade-offs can elicit a lot of emotion, a lot of feeling, and that's reasonable. At the same time, we have a few hundred people here today who would like to be heard. A couple of ground rules. Number one, if you have a sign, please do not hold it up in a way that blocks anyone behind you or around you. Everybody deserves to be able to fully participate in the meeting. Along with that concept, we take people's First Amendment speech rights very seriously. At any given moment, there should only be one person speaking. That will be a member of the public who has their time to share their perspective. No booing, no cheering, no, just keep your opinions to yourself. As they walk back to their seat, if you want to show support with your silent jazz hands, that is highly encouraged. But we need to keep the meeting going. If you are disrupting the meeting, even booing or cheering, you'll be given a warning, and if it continues, you will be asked to leave the chamber, and you will be removed from council chambers so we can maintain an orderly meeting and make sure we hear from folks who have taken a lot of time today to be here to express their speech rights and their opinions. Tony will be managing public comment. I think that more or less covers it. Tony, how many cards, how many speakers do you believe we have?
I have 150.
Okay. So with 150, we will we'll go to 45. We've been at a minute. I think we'll go to 45 seconds to try to get out of here at a reasonable time today. And we'll keep you updated as we may get additional cards. Sometimes the way this works is we may get 50 or 100 more over the course of the process. So we're going to continue. By the way, you can also reach each of us through the city website at our council office emails, as I hope you all know. Okay, I'm going to ask folks to quiet down so Tony can call the first public commenters down to the podium.
Yes, I'm going to call about 5 to 7 names to start. The names will also appear in the captioning over here. I will do my best to call the names correctly. The timer is over on the left. I want to just add to the whole like jazz hands and cheering. There are 150 speakers currently. We'll probably have 200 total at least. That's one of the reasons we don't want you to cheer, is that we want the people who are waiting for a really long time to be able to get up here quicker. And so we want to keep it moving, not because we don't want to hear you, but we want to make sure everybody gets to stay here the whole time and say what they want to say. So that's my piece. I'm going to call the first few names. I have Ed Davis, Anil Babar, Leah Tennisgetter, Yesenia Campos, Julian Lake, and Cecile Madrigan. Come on down. And you don't have to speak in the order that you're called.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Despite the economic challenges and the projected shortfall in the budget, maintaining core city services and addressing the overall operations of the city are important, and that's why I support the Mayor's budget message. But I'm also here today to address the memo authored by Council Members Campos, Casey, Doan, Ortiz, and Candelas, in particular, the section on code enforcement. I appreciate the authors who are raising the awareness of the difficulty when it comes to navigating the code enforcement department. However, the memo calls for penalizing property owners for the difficulties in the system in navigating a complex system, which is wrong. The Mayor's memo rightly instead suggests allowing staff to continue their work in addressing those challenges, and the California Apartment Association is ready to partner to aid in this process. Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, Mayor, did you want to make an announcement?
Okay, thanks, Tony. I can do that when we come back. I did just also, I was remiss, I missed in my notes here. Really important for everybody to understand this is the beginning of the process. We also have budget study sessions. The city manager's proposed budget in May, and then a June budget message with a full public hearing the day before the actual budget vote in June. So I also want folks to know that while we're going to have a couple hundred speakers and try to move through it efficiently today, it is certainly not the last opportunity to weigh in on this message. We'll have a full public hearing that typically goes 4 or 5 hours when we get to June, as we get closer to actually voting on next fiscal year's budget. So just wanted to make sure everybody had that context. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Yesenia Campos. I was born and raised here in San Jose. I'm a responder with the Rapid Response Network, a Chispana Latina Coalition of Silicon Valley, a commissioner of the Race and Health Disparities Board, and a proud daughter of Mexican immigrants. This city is my home and my commitment runs deep. And now my community is targeted and vulnerable. I don't speak from fear, but from experience. In October of last year, I was detained by ICE outside the ISAP office in South San Jose while legally observing their detention of members of the community that you represent who were loaded into vans and taken away, fear, uncertainty in their eyes. I urge you to fully preserve the $1 million for deportation defense, Know Your Rights Outreach, and the Rapid Response Network. These are lifelines. Please do not scale back. San Jose must remain a place for all families to live in with
dignity. Thank you. That's your time. You. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. On behalf of the Bay Area Council, which represents almost 400 businesses and organizations around the Bay Area, I want to thank you for this budget and express our strong support for the priorities it outlines for San Jose. We strongly support the budget's commitment to public safety, fighting homelessness, and innovation and economic development in the region. In particular, the emphasis on reducing homelessness by expanding and optimizing interim housing, which has achieved significant progress, reducing homelessness by 33% since 2019. By contrast, the state saw a 13% increase during the same window. The Bay Area Council thanks the City Council and the Mayor for this effort, and best of luck.
Thank you. Next speaker, I'd also like to call Eric Negomir, Jiang Fan, and Larry Ames.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Leah Tennisgetter, President and CEO of our San Jose Chamber of Commerce. Economic development is really the core driver of city revenue. Cost control and necessary cuts are immediate actions, but long-term fiscal health is going to depend on growing our economy. That's going to require more housing delivered faster and at lower cost. We support streamlining permitting, reducing regulatory barriers, rethinking fees, including deferring until occupancy, and moving towards more predictable structures. A safe and clean and well-managed city is the foundation of our strong economy. Continued progress on public safety and homelessness directly supports residents, businesses, and vibrant business districts. We have significant opportunity with the sports and entertainment economy and feel like if we can focus on this full ecosystem, we'll continue to drive revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan and council members. My name is Cecile Madriaga, and I work for Silicon Valley Leadership Group, and I'm here today both in that capacity and as a longtime San Jose resident of 36 years. This city is home to me and my family, and like many residents, I care deeply about keeping San Jose safe, vibrant, and full of opportunity. I recognize the difficult budget decisions before you, and I appreciate the responsibility you carry. The mayor's budget message offers a strong framework, and I respectfully encourage your alignment with that approach. Thank you for your time and for your service to our city.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Orlando Mejia, the President of Lone Bluff Center Neighborhood Association. I'm here to support the direction outlined in the Mayor's March budget message. Over the past few years, we've seen real progress in areas residents care about, especially around reducing homelessness, improving public safety, cleaning up neighborhoods, and supporting new housing. I encourage the council to support this framework and continue working towards a balanced budget that protects essential services while keeping San Jose moving forward. Thank you for your time and work on behalf of our community.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Larry Whitaker and Elaine Mawid. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Zion Fan. I'm the SVP from Silicon Valley Leadership Group and also runs the Institute for California AI Policy. We support Mayor's budget message because it recognizes the critical importance of continued growth in San Jose's innovation economy. AI, other emerging technologies, and advanced manufacturing are the cornerstones of our local economy and offer immense future potential. We must ensure San Jose remains the top choice for the world's most innovative companies. Mayor Mahan's budget message takes the right approach. We urge your support and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, council members, thank you for letting me be here. My name is Eric Nagamir. Like my colleagues you just heard from, I work for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. We represent over 80 member companies, including global technology leaders, research institutions, and service providers. We support this budget message because it protects and promotes San Jose's business competitiveness. Robust housing options, modern infrastructure, and a safe, clean city form the foundation for attracting businesses and workers to San Jose. We want to recognize the city's hard work in recent years and ask that you continue to prioritize these areas as recommended in the mayor's budget proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Larry Ames, longtime park advocate. Your challenge is to balance the city budget, but please don't do it at the expense of city parks. Parks are vital to making San Jose a livable city. As we address our housing shortage by building condos and apartments and by filling in existing backyards with ADUs, our city parks will have to serve as the backyards for our new residents. The city's park maintenance budget was cut after the 2001 dot-com bust, and then again after the 2008 Great Recession, and then after the COVID pandemic. Please don't cut it yet again. On a list of California's 15 largest cities, San Jose comes in dead last in terms of park maintenance funds and just 1/3 over median average budget. Please do not cut the budget anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Sam Ho and Lynn Vu also come on down.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Louis Powell, Executive Director, Santa Maria Urban Ministry, proudly serving working families and newcomers to our city, as well as people experiencing homelessness since 1983. We know there's no single solution to homelessness, and we know that the earlier we intervene and the more broadly we reach, the better the outcome, both fiscally and emotionally for our city and for our families. When prevention, stabilization, and housing work together, families stay housed, children stay in schools, and we spend less money. Mayor Mahan, you have said the government must do better before we can ask people to give more. You have said when government works, it helps working people achieve their full potential in the...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Larry Whitaker and I live in District 9. I am here today to speak in support of the Mayor's March budget message. The city should rebid contracts for the interim housing and shelter system so we can reduce the operating costs and make the system more efficient. As a San Jose resident who cares about ending unsheltered homelessness, I am asking that you vote for the Mayor's budget message in full. Thank you. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you. I'd like to call Vasundara Tadamedi, Gary Cooper, Hong Cow, and Tin Cow. Please come on down. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Alan Moed, President of the VP Community Association in District 2. We support the entirety of the Mayor's budget message. Public safety is the foundation of everything we want this city to be. San Jose has earned its reputation as one of the safest big cities in the country. And that's the result of disciplined leadership and smart use of resources. As a technologist who uses AI in my everyday work, I can personally vouch for how it creates real efficiency by taking time-consuming tasks off people's lives, or plates. Right now, SJPD officers spend roughly 5,000 hours a month on reports. AI-assisted report writing would reduce that time by up to 65% and put them back in the neighborhoods where they can best serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lin Vu. I'm the representative for my uncle, the Kim Hung Jewelry. It's been robbed. Everybody know about it. And I would like to come here today to say that please have some issue with the safety, public safety in San Jose is number one, and number two is the homeless. I still see a lot of homeless, and when I meet the new people, I invite them to San Jose. They say, no, because your city is still a lot of homeless around, and then it's not safe to come. So I don't want to hear any word from any stranger from the outside country or everybody say that things about in homeless and safety in San Jose. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Foley, and council members, as well as our city leadership. We want to come here to say thank you. Thank you for great leadership you guys have been providing over the last years. Homelessness is less, affordable housing is more, safety is the best of the biggest city in America, and our small businesses are thriving better. Great GTC conference going on, thousands of people in our city, and all these things happening, and Blight, we are a cleaner city. Thank you. It's working. Keep focusing on those 5 major issues and spend every dime we can to take care of our city, because in order for us to have a safe city, we must have all those working together at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Felicia M., Newt Ho, and Agarval Ranu. Come on down. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Hong Kao. Good afternoon, Mayor and council member. I'm Hong Kao. I'm retired civil engineer and also the 46-year resident of San Jose. I'm very, very proud to be city citizen, and we understand, building housing is the key issue for the city. By building the house, the city can generate the income, and also, we can resolve the crisis of the housing. And by doing so, the city needs to simplify the process also to make sure the certain fee will be applied for the housing development. And I urge all of you, the council member, to support the mayor message of the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council Member. I am Deacon Netho from the Diocese of San Jose. I live in this city for 47 years. And today I come here to speak in support of the Mayor's March budget. I support Matmahan homelessness plan, but stopping homelessness before it starts is a cost-effective measure to keep people off the street. Investing in homelessness prevention work, and the city should preserve 10% of measure e-funding and partner with philanthropy and other government to keep more families houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Viru Vupala, Prasad Manjina, and David Burkhart. Come on down. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Tin Cao of District 2. I'm here to support Mayor Mark's budget message. We are glad the county is doing its part. The city should better integrate its interim housing system with the county coordinated entry system so more people can move into permanent housing faster. As a San Jose resident who cares about ending unsheltered homelessness, I'm asking that you vote for the mayor budget message in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Ranu Agarwal, and I'm a resident of Waterford Park in District 2. I'm here today to speak in support of the Mayor's March budget message. And I'm doing so because, to me, this budget message represents a sensible, smart, and responsive approach to the right mix of priorities in our city. For me, particularly, what is striking in this budget message is that it recognizes and there is a cognizance of the mutually supportive relationship between the priorities of more housing, efficient shelter system, clean neighborhoods, public safety, and economic growth. To illustrate this point, in my own neighborhood, we were faced with decline in neighborhood cleanliness with litter on the sidewalk and sanitation concerns when a lived-in RV.
Thank you. That's your time. Kaylin Katamuri, come on down. Herb Bowen, Melissa Lopez, Venkat Madapati, and Josephine Caruso. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Felicia Martinez. I am a youth fellow with the Young Women's Freedom Center. I'm here today to stand in strong support of building MOXA. Often our neighborhoods are stigmatized, overlooked, and underestimated. When resources are taken away from our communities, it's our young people who feel it the most. Spaces like MOXA are essential because they give young people a safe space to grow, and feel a sense of belonging. When young people lack safe spaces and guidance, the response they often receive from society is punishment rather than support. But what our youth don't need more punishment, they need investment, care, opportunity to thrive. Defund the police, find the funds for our future, which is the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have people lining up, so I'm going to call a bunch of new names. Sal Caruso, Ramesh Konda, Ram Dota, Vijaya Asuri, Greg Koopman, Margie, Sam Lum, Steve Gann, Mary Wynn, Brian Kurtz. I see movement. Go ahead and speak.
I got my time?
You got your time.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Herb Bowen, pushing the San Jose neighborhood CERT in our CERT community. I'm concerned about some cutbacks, but I've got some commitments by some of the council members to help our organization build out our neighborhoods. We'll be working with the all-district group, Greg Peck and that group, to start getting more neighborhoods set up and prepared. So we'll need a little funding, and I'm hoping, Ms. McGuire, you can help us maybe get some time. Our 501c3s can help you with the budget and get through some stuff. So waiting for that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Lisa Doyle, Veronica Goey, Alicia Zamudio, Elidia Venegas and Imelda Bueno come on down. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Steve Can. I live in the Cambrian area that borders Almaden near the Guadalupe Creek. And I can't point to any hard numbers of the number of homeless that used to commute from that creek area off onto Blossom Hill, but I've noticed zero come out of there, so I suspect that the program currently is working and the efforts to stop the homeless people from living in those areas. I'm in support of the mayor's budget, and while there's a shortfall on the horizon, this seems to be a common sense approach, and I hope it passes. It seems to be fair for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Sam, and I'm president of the Hamilton Place Neighborhood Association in District 6. I'm here today to speak in support of the mayor's March budget message. My neighbors and I are intimately familiar with the consequences of long wait lists to PSH in San Jose and the impact it has on our parks. We recommend the following 4 items for consideration in the first draft of the budget. The city should pilot a community paramedicine program for field treatment. We recommend inclusion of funding for the SJPD Bike and Trails Patrol. San Jose should better integrate its interim housing system with the county's coordinated entry system. Please do not cut the Parks and Recreation's budget. Vote yes on the mayor's budget message. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Greg Koopman. I was born and raised in San Jose. When I was young, I was addicted and homeless and felt helpless until somebody reached out and gave me a chance. Still, others today can't get work right here in San Jose because they have no address. Coincidentally, today marks 30 years of me being in my home. I'm so grateful. In the past few years, I can see that San Jose is safer and cleaner. Most of all, I feel better knowing that many of our unhoused mentally ill and addicted citizens are coming indoors as this is becoming San Jose's priority. Support Mayor Mahan's March budget message. This continues the progress that he has put into this wonderful city. Keep the focus on what's. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, council members, good afternoon. Brian Kurtz, San Jose Downtown Association and D3 resident. SJDA submitted a letter providing substantial support for 15 directives in the mayor's message and the subsequent memos. I thank each of you for the marathon and the work that has gone into this process thus far. We equally appreciate the more than 25 direct downtown references and the dozen-plus other inclusions that will directly support downtown San Jose. From stitching districts to sports entertainment, pressing needs that exist in community safety, behavioral health, each support economic development in our community. We are in alignment that incredible progress has been made and recognize that incredible needs remain to ensure downtown is the economic engine for the city that it has the potential to be. We stand ready as thought partners and implementation partners along the way.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Mary Nguyen, and I volunteer my time mainly in District 5. I'm here today to speak to support the growth of the economy and the community safety, which both will support the increase of jobs and retain San Jose residents. Especially with the economy uncertainty and the project budget fall, it's very important that we stay focused on the result of the residents have been asking for. We have made great progress, and I would like to see continue focusing on projects to continue increase the economy and in San Jose to bring more residents, visitors, and to strengthen our local economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Maria Del Sagriario Santana, Alma Garcia, Brenda Arenas, and Destiny Peña. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes, alcalde Mehan y miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Alicia Zamudio. Yo soy graduada del programa.
Go ahead. Buenas tardes. Alcalde Mehani from the council. My name is Alicia Zamudio, and I am a graduate of the Work to Grow and Family program in the Mayfair community in the state of San Jose. I am currently a provider to the city of childcare that offers the highest quality childcare. Thanks to all the workshops and certifications I've had in early childhood education. I am here to show my strong support for maintaining the same level of commitment to the Children and Youth Services Plan as a child care provider.
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker.
I see firsthand how the no wrong door approach helps connect families in our community. Thank you for your time. Next speaker.
Hello, City Councilman and Mayor. My name is Margie. I was a resident at Brandon Lane, and I'm speaking on behalf of all the clients and residents that has been experienced very unprofessionalism there. My proposal is for you guys to pull the funding from that program because it's very unprofessional. Living there, I've been called racist by the staff, and I have went over and beyond and end up getting kicked out. I have never done anything to do drugs or alcohol or anything. I always helped my fellow residents with food to having gas money to go to work and stuff like that. It's heartbreaking that you know, you live at this place thinking that.
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker.
Mayor Mahan, council members, good afternoon. My name is Veronica Goy. I'm the Executive Director of Grail Family Services. I represent the Mayfair Pokeway demonstration site responsible for the implementation of the Children Youth Services Master Plan. Together, city, county, nonprofit agencies, and the community have invested in this project to ensure that systems work with families, not against them. We strongly support the joint memo from Council Member Candelas, Campos, Ortiz, Duan, and Casey. Prioritizing youth investment is not only a social equity issue, but also a strategic, economic, and community development decision for the city's future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. And the person who just passed me note the answer is yes. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes, alcalde Meijén y miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Alma García. Yo soy graduada del programa.
Yes, go ahead. Mehan y miembros del Consejo. To Garcia. I am a graduate of the ABC Jobs to Grow program of Gray Family Service in the community of Madrid, in East San Jose. I am currently in the process of opening my own business in. Thanks to my strong support and continued commitment to the city's master plan of services for children and youth. Investing in young families through the Maestro Plan helps strengthen our communities and create opportunities, economic mobility for families in East San Jose. Thank you very much for your time.
Buenas tardes, alcalde Meiján y miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Brenda Arenas, navegadora comunitaria de.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Brenda Arenas, Community Navigator for Gray Family Services and resident of the Mayfair community. I have worked for over 20 years directly with the community and participants of the Jobs to Grow program through case management, helping them connect with essential resources. The master plan has had a great impact on the lives of our families. Thanks to this plan, I have been able to connect participants with resources such as mental health support and legal services during very difficult times.
Thank you, that's your time.
We fully support the proposal by Council members Candelas, Campos Ortiz, and Kesey to allocate $1 million and advance the budget to ensure the plan's implementation. Thank you for your time.
Mi nombre es Elidia y yo soy graduada del programa.
My community members. My name is Lydia, and I am a graduate of the IBC Jobs to Grow program of Gray Family Services and in the Mayfair community in East San Jose. I am currently a child care provider offering the highest quality child care. Thank you all. All the child development workshops and certifications that I was able to obtain at Family Service. I am here today to show my strong support for and maintain the same level of commitment to the city's Children and Youth Services Master Plan. The proposal of $500,000 represents only Your time, next speaker.
Mayor Mahan and council members. My name is Destiny Pena, and I am the Jobs to Grow manager here at Grow Family Services, where I have the privilege of working alongside residents of the Mayfair community in East San Jose. I'm here today to respectfully ask that you maintain the same level of commitment to the City Youth Services Master Plan as last year. The proposed $500,000 represents only 50% of that investment. We strongly support the joint memorandum from council members Candelas, Campos, Ortiz, Doan, and Casey. Through my work, I see firsthand the impact of the master plan has on our participants. It connects families to critical resources such as childcare, health services, and safety, creating job stability and uplifting the underserved Mayfair community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, alcalde Mejan y miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es María del Sagrario Santana.
Thank you. Next speaker. When? Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Maria del Sagrario Santana, and I am a graduate of the Work to Grow program at Gray Family Service in the Mayfair community in the state of San Jose. I am currently in the process of opening my own home-based childcare business. Thanks to the support and resources I received free of charge through Family Service. I am here today to show my strong support for maintaining the level of commitment to the city's Children and Youth Service Master Plan. The proposed $500,000 sum represents only 50% of the original investment.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Milton Cadena, Linda Phillips, Georgia
Investing in young
Basile,
families through the
and
master
Jen
plan helps
Masuda.
strengthen our
Come on
community.
down. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es
And Jen
Imelda
Masuda.
Bueno.
Come on down. Go ahead. Buenas tardes. Miembros da. My name is Imelda. Well, I am a graduate of the ABC Jobs to Grow program of Gray Family Services of the East San Jose community. I am here to show my strong support and maintain the same level of commitment. I have the Child Care Services Master Plan. The proposed $500,000 sum represents 50% of the original investment by young families through the master plan. To help and strengthen our community
Next
and create
speaker.
opportunities for families in East San Jose. Thank you very much for your time and
Mayor,
consideration.
Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Isa Adjlori. I'm president of Safer San Jose. I'm also the chair of the CAC for number 1 Branham, EIH. We had nearly 100 emails written in to support of Councilmember Campos' memo. We basically are only going to have a couple speakers to save time, but I hope you take the time and read those emails that came in. And I'm here in person to support Councilmember Campos' memo as written. Ask that permanent housing is expedited if possible. I know there's some hoops to jump. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Mahan, council members, Milton Cadena here with Catholic Charities Senior Services. As a concerned San Jose resident and community worker, I urge you to find and prioritize some funding for the senior health and wellness services, fully aligning with the recommendations of the Senior Citizen Commission. It's squarely in our city's best interest to be a senior-friendly community. These vital programs offer very low-cost prevention against isolation, depression, and chronic illnesses that plague our aging population. The benefits multiply: healthier seniors, strengthened family units, enabling caregivers to contribute economically, boosting the local spending and reducing healthcare burdens. Please fund and find some funding for health and wellness services in San Jose.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Phillips, and I'm with SourceWise, the nonprofit and area agency on aging to Santa Clara County. I urge the council to invest in critical preventative health and wellness services for older adults. Funds currently support our health insurance counseling and advocacy program, providing free, unbiased Medicare education and one-on-one counseling. Funds pay for a part-time bilingual Spanish-speaking counselor. Today, we are seeing an increase in demand for counseling services due to a growing aging population and federal changes to Medi-Cal and Medicare redeterminations impacting thousands of older adults who may no longer qualify or will lose financial assistance. Please continue to ensure that older adults can access the care that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Bow True, Tanya, go ahead, Tanya Payapilli, Cassandra Mahana, and Amanda Flores, come on down. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan and council members. Jen Masuda with UIKAI Japantown Community Senior Center. I urge you to protect funding for the older adult health and wellness programs. These programs support seniors, many who are low income, isolated, or limited English proficient, in staying healthy, connected, and independent. Our programs like Kenko Living Series and the Enhanced Fitness Program are not just classes and services, they're lifelines. Without them, many seniors will lose access to essential care that they cannot afford elsewhere. I'll keep this short, so just please ask, prioritize older adult health and wellness funding for the upcoming budget. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Georgia Basile, Directing Attorney of Senior Adults Legal Assistance, or SALA. We provide free legal services to San Jose residents 60 or older. We target clients that are low income or at risk of abuse, housing instability, or loss of independence. We request continued funding of the Older Adults Health and Wellness Program. Our funding from this grant supports our services at 9 senior nutrition sites, including Alma, Camden, Cypress, Eastside, John 23rd, Mayfair, Roosevelt, Southside, and Willow Glen, and we thank you for that. We address a range of matters impacting our clients' lives, like problems with Social Security, clients that are facing eviction or displacement, or clients that are victims of elder abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, and all of the councilmen. My name is Bao Chiu. I am the Executive Director for Vivo, the Vietnamese Friendly Foundation. I would like to echo all of the speakers before me, asking the council to reconsider reinstalling the program for the seniors, the older adults. It has been a tremendous beneficial program for all of us, especially in Vivo. We offer the senior to come together, to get together, to come out of isolation, to be together, avoid loneliness, and most importantly, avoid depression, and which may lead to suicide. So I would like the council to reconsider. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Brenda Bell Brown, Linda Hutchins Knowles, and Wyan Trong, come on down.
Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Tanya Payapalli. I am the CEO of Breathe California, and I commend you on your work in keeping San Jose clean and very welcoming, but I'm also concerned about the older adult health and wellness program being completely eliminated. Over the past 8 years, we have served over 10,000 senior adults and kept them outside the ER, prevented lung diseases through our critical breathing exercise programs, lung health screenings, and even prevented lung cancer maybe by bringing them early to hospitals. So I would like you to reconsider and reevaluate the funding for the older adult health and
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Cassandra Magaña, and I'm here representing West Valley Community Services. San Jose is facing a serious affordability crisis, and our budget must reflect that reality. Housing stability must be the foundation of our investments if we want to keep our communities intact. We support the memo from Council Members Ortiz, Candelas, Campos, Stoyan, and Casey, along with the priorities outlined by the Real Coalition State Framework. Preventing homelessness must be central to this strategy. It is more humane and far less expensive than responding after someone loses their home. That means expanding eviction prevention, strengthening homeless prevention system, and ensuring families can stay housed before reaching crisis. We also want to highlight working families, housing, and funding for children, youth, and family master plan. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello and good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Amanda Flores, and I'm community organizer working with Cassandra at West Valley Community Services, and we all facilitate our Lived Experience Advisory Committee, and we continue to remain concerned that the mayor's budget message continues to center San Jose's homelessness strategy on the emergency interim housing system. This system has required hundreds of millions of dollars in capital and operating costs, while permanent housing production has not kept pace. Prioritizing interim housing creates an ongoing budget burden and cannot solve the housing crisis on its own. The message calls for optimizing current strategies, but optimizing approaches that are not producing durable housing outcomes that will not resolve this crisis. San Jose should focus more on resources, on strategies, and on demonstrating.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Brenda Bell Brown, West Valley Community Services. To make California more livable for everybody, we ask that we stop using public monies to support unincorporated areas, that corporations repay relief funds granted during the pandemic, and that we develop a unique stream of charge and taxation for all offshore concerns benefiting greatly from California-based interests. I am also concerned about proposals to reduce interim housing costs through resident fees or shared responsibility models. Charging fees is particularly disconcerting. The city should prioritize strategies to help residents stabilize financially and move into permanent housing. I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Gabriel Manrique, come on down. Jeff Levine and Deb St. Julian.
I'm Ryan Trung of D6 with Mothers Out Front. Please maintain Climate Smart's current levels of staffing and funding so that staff can continue to apply for grants, especially for equity. Heat waves are intensifying faster than science has predicted. We need Climate Smart staff to continue to apply for funding mitigation and resilience. We need to fund balcony solar and wind turbines to reduce cooling costs for our most vulnerable, low-income residents. Mitigations help reduce costs of living as our food, medical, and now gas costs continue to rise out of control. With climate impacts accelerating, we must also accelerate our...
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Hutchins-Knowles with Mothers Out Front, Silicon Valley. We sent a letter in. I won't repeat it. I want to begin by a quote by something one of you said 2 years ago. Who said this? We were the first major city to pledge to be carbon neutral by 2030, and SJCE is keeping us on track with innovative partnerships that ensure clean and reliable power, generate economic growth, and ensure our low-income neighbors are not left behind. Who said that? That was you, Mayor Mahan, in a news release celebrating the 5 years of SJCE. We agree with you, Mayor Mahan. We mothers and allies, as well as the 209 residents who signed the petition submitted to you from Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. Unfortunately, our city is no longer on track to reach carbon neutrality by 2030.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Lisa Doyle. I'm a resident near 1 Branham Lane. I support Councilmember Campos' memo joining the about 100 community members who also submitted emails supporting the transition of 1 Branham Lane to permanent low-income housing for the 55 and up community. I speak on behalf of the neighborhood surrounding 1 Branham Lane when I say we should sincerely appreciate an expedited change in operator and approval process so our quality of life, public safety, and property values can be restored. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Mahan, City Council members, Ed Davis, the chair of San Jose Chamber of Commerce. I was called earlier and ran late, so here I go. Good afternoon. We're in support of item 3.3 in the mayor's proposed budget. Downtown is still carrying the weight of job losses in key sections and reduced investment, but we also know that what works, keeping the area safe, clean, and welcoming, accelerating housing, adaptive reuse, and supporting the small businesses that anchor the street level activity. Continued progress on homelessness reduction and the stronger behavioral health coordination is essential to restoring confidence of workers, residents, and visitors. We should protect the services that maintain downtown's cleanliness and safety, streamlining, permitting to bring new housing and retail online faster. And
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Jeff Levine, a resident of the Roosevelt Park neighborhood in District 3. I'm here today to support Mayor's March budget message. I acknowledge that the projected budget deficit will require difficult decisions. However, I urge the council to remain focused on the priorities that affect all residents of San Jose. My primary concern is community safety. I encourage the city to pursue a modern, effective approaches to support our emergency responders. This would include piloting a community paramedicine program that will allow paramedics to provide treatment in the field and connect individuals to follow-up care, reducing unnecessary crowded emergency room care. Let's keep the focus on what works. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Ali Victorine, Domingo Armendez, Lourdes Alvarez, and Hector Hernandez. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Manrique, community organizer representing Luna and the Rio Coalition. I am a resident of District 3. We appreciate elements of the council memoranda that prioritize investment in youth and families, including increased funding for implementation of the Children and Youth Services Master Plan and continued support for programs such as BEST and other youth violence prevention initiatives. Sustaining and expanding these programs should remain a priority. The memoranda's recognition of childcare affordability is also important. We support identifying alternative funding options to sustain the family, friends, and neighbors caregiver support network and encourage continued collaboration with the Santa Clara County and community providers to strengthen childcare access for working families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Deb St. Julian, D2 Surge Rapid Response. Budgets show leadership's focus. The San Jose budget proposal largely reacts to people who end up downstream versus investing in upstream proactive solutions. The budget focuses on the bottom of the waterfall where we find people without adequate resources or housing. San Jose's leaders need to look up. You need to ask, what are some of the things that would keep people from plunging off the waterfall? And people have been mentioning them in this meeting. These are preventive, top-of-the-waterfall solutions. These are public safety solutions. Yeah, look up. You need to fund programs that keep people from falling over and the RRN that protects.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ali Victorine, president of the D7 Leadership Group and Seven Trees Neighborhood Association. We support the mayor's budget message as it aligns with the concerns of the D7 community. We support sheltering the unhoused and increasing staffing and technology for police and fire departments. Beautify SJ's anti-graffiti, illegal dumping, and neighborhood engagement programs have helped transform and strengthen our neighborhoods. They should be fully funded. While police stopped the crime, it was code enforcement is the reason at least 2 illegal gambling houses, both next to schools, are now well-maintained rental units. No encampment zones and the monitoring team is the reason families can enjoy the Coyote Creek Trail again. We support youth intervention programs that prevent crime and gang, but wonder about our park.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker, Alejandra Aguilar, come on down, Sandy Perry, and Lori.
Hi, my name is Lourdes Alvarez Halstrup. I'm a community organizer with Working Partnerships USA, and I'm here to advocate for an affordability agenda. Through this year's budget, our community is being hit all over, grappling with steep costs such as housing, childcare, groceries, so much more. We urge you to support working families' housing, an innovative, collaborative approach to unlock thousands of new affordable homes, build cheaper, faster, and good, well-paying unionized jobs. If the city commits to exploring working families' housing, San Jose will truly lead the way on housing. Our community can quickly move towards testing a locally controlled system for housing, where renters and the public have more agency, and we can effectively bring everyone together in the power of organized labor, community developers, and local governments to ensure everyone in San Jose has a place to call home.
Thank you. Next speaker. Celia Patricia O'Shea, come on down. Maju Kamari and Otto Konabli, come on down. Go ahead.
Oh, hello, hi. My name is Hector Hernandez. I'm a community member from Eastside San Jose. I'm just here to advocate for the unhoused folks who are here in San Jose by having actually a more affordable housing procedure. That's why I'm here to support the affordable agenda as outlined in the memo from Councilmember Ortiz, Campos, Casey, Duan, Candelas for preventing homelessness, caring for for our youth and building homes and preventing layoffs and protecting core services. Also, I'd like to urge to preserve the $1 million in funding allocated from last year for deportation defense legal services, Know Your Rights Outreach, and Rapid Response Network. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Afternoon, members of the dais. My name is Domingo Armendariz. I am a community organizer for Working Partnerships USA, and I'm here to ask that we move forward with the, apologies, that we look over with the Working Families Housing Initiative in order to collaborate to approach to unlock thousands of new affordable homes for our city. These will be built cheaper, faster, and with good, well-paying unionized jobs. And if the city commits to exploring working families housing, San Jose would truly lead the way on housing. Our community can quickly move forward toward testing a locally controlled system for housing, where renters and the public have more agency, and we can effectively bring together this power of organized labor, community developers, and local governments to ensure everyone in San Jose.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Alejandra. I'm coming for Gig Workers Partnerships USA. Support working families and affordable houses. No remove the program for these ladies. They're showing this program, they're working right now. And we need to support single mothers. A lot of single mothers that use this kind of program and they help your families. Necesitamos programas para mujeres solas con sus hijos, familias en general, que dificultan cada día más.
Para mujeres con. They, in general, make it increasingly difficult to find a home due to high rental costs. So please help for the opportunities and find a. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Lori. I'm a 23-year resident of San Jose, District 6, and a member of SURGE, Santa Clara County. True public safety is built on people thriving. When everyone in San Jose, no matter who you are or where you're from, has what we need to thrive, that is what makes our city healthy and safe. SURGE urges our council to incorporate upstream prevention and racial equity into every area of the city's budget, permanent supportive housing, investing in homelessness prevention before homelessness starts, including renters' right to counsel, children and youth services, violence prevention, and trust non-police crisis response. This is what.
Thank you. Next speaker, Kristen Link, Cindy Bautista, and Joanna Becerra. Come on down.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Celia Patricia O'Shea y llevo 16 años trabajando como...
Speaker Kristen Link, Cindy Bautista, and Joanna Becerra. Come on down. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre, Celia Patricia. Years working as a supplier here in the city of San Jose. I am an active member of the CCP. I am here to demand that the City Council direct the City Manager to include childcare within the budget priorities. I have been working with only one child for approximately 6 months, who comes to me only 4 days a week, and I would not want to find myself in the position of having to close my
lose care and children lose a safe, stable place to grow. Other counties like Alameda and San Francisco have stepped up with local funding to support provider. We need immediate support to keep our program open. I am asking our city to take action and invest in childcare before it's too late. Can we count on our city to help us during this critical time? Thank you.
My name is Atokonda Blair. I'm a child care provider in San Jose District 5. I'm here to urge the state and the city to stop killing daycare. Daycare is business, killing daycare and the privileging NGO. We are small business and a stakeholder because you own homes here, we live here, we pay taxes here, and we work here. We live and support our community. I support Councilmember Ortiz and Pamela Campos for helping us to support the childcare provider, because childcare is essential for our family and for our community. Killing the childcare for lack of enrollment, it's killing our business. Thank you.
Calling three more names: Jeremy Barus, Marnelli Canosa, and Ms. Rain Mendoza.
Good afternoon. I'm Sandy Perry. I'm with South Bay Community Land Trust, but I'm speaking for myself today as a resident of District 3. The mayor's, well, I call on the council to reject the mayor's budget as it's originally written. It puts out a welcome mat for Silicon Valley billionaires and dirty data centers and sends a message to all low-income residents and people of color to get out. Does not even mention the fact that we've been in a displacement crisis in San Jose since the 2008 recession, and that low-income people have been forced to move to Modesto, Merced, and Sacramento, which, by the way, it's not a good look for someone who's trying to run for governor. The budget message just barely mentions.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Joana, soy organizadora comunitaria de Amigos de Guadalupe. Gracias al $1 millón que se invirtió el año pasado.
Joanna. I am a community organizer for Friends of Guadalupe. Thanks to the $1 million invested last year, it was possible to help many families who were filled with fear and uncertainty, not knowing when they would be separated from their families, leaving them unprotected. And on behalf of my community, I ask the council to continue investing the $1 million so that we can continue supporting our community with legal services and $1 million. It's not just a number, it's a bit of peace of mind, protection, and hope for many families who live in constant fear of going out to work, going out to school, or going out to do their shopping. Thanks to the mayor for including us in his budget message, but we hope he fulfills his promise to raise an additional $500,000 on top of the $1 million through philanthropy. And I would like to make it clear that these
Good afternoon. My name's Kristen Link, and I'm a resident of District 6, and I've been a rapid responder since 2018. I'm here to urge you to fully support the Deportation Defense Legal Services and the Rapid Response Network. We are the first line of defense for our immigrant population. We're there letting them know that we care and that we want to protect them and keep them as part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Barus with Amigos de Guadalupe Center for Justice and Empowerment. And we urge the council to preserve the $1 million for immigration services that was invested last year, and urge the mayor's office to raise an additional $500,000 with philanthropy. We are encouraged by the mayor's budget message highlighting reinvestment in these services, but we cannot afford to backtrack. This funding is not just about legal support, it's about honoring our values, ensuring everyone in San Jose can thrive. With the $1 million invested last year, we were able to scale up with deportation defense legal services and emergency legal services and dispatch with the Rapid Response Network. Let's meet the moment with the leadership San Jose is known for. Let's invest in the very communities that invest in us every day. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call a few more names. Felicia M., Cole Cameron, Kimberly Wu, and Wee Tran. Come on down. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marnelli. I'm with Lead Filipino, overseeing their health equity work, and I live in San Jose District 6. I'm also representing the Real Coalition. We support the March Memorandum. The memo directs the city manager to evaluate strategies to explore increasing the share of Measure E funds for prevention and reinvest interim housing savings into the homelessness prevention system programs. When residents receive timely support, such as eviction, prevention assistance, or flexible housing help, they are far more likely to remain housed. When we canvassed across San Jose last year, our Filipina AXO elders and families have expressed how hard it is to pay rent and have resorted to living in multi-generational households. Even the cost of living is slowly pushing out families who have lived here for generations to avoid homelessness. When folks are housed, they retain a sense of dignity, can work in San Jose, and contribute to the city.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Cool. My name is Ms. Rain. I'm here with Amigos de Guadalupe Center for Justice and Empowerment. I'm here to urge you to continue the $1 million funding for immigration legal services for next year. Our community can stay protected for being separated from the families. This funding has been a critical resource for our residents. For many of our families in San Jose, this support means stability, protection, and hope. We also need to keep exploring additional ways of funding for philanthropy partners like the mayor promised last year. Let's keep the conversation moving forward. We must continue until every person feels valued, loved, and free here in San Jose, because in the end, like I told you before, a government is measured by the way you treat your most vulnerable. Gandhi said that, so let's keep it going. And also, I need District 6 and District 1 to answer the email.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Can I stand up for a second of my time? Shake it a little bit? You're going at it. I'd hate to be a budget person as I've done in the past. It's a challenge, and I appreciate you taking it on. Being a part of our Vice Mayor's D9 section, senior instructor with CERT, and a veteran, I don't see a couple of things listed, but I didn't read the 40 pages. So my question is, with housing for veterans, can't we at least give them some points in being considered? We have a number of school sites that are having to be vacated, so there's another resource of existing buildings or the site. I separate unhoused from regular.
That's your time. Thank you. Mr. Cooper, did they give you the microphone?
Yeah, I can walk up there.
Oh, okay.
Good evening. I'm going to get right to the point. I thank you all for doing a good job. My priority is, number one, safety. Number two is get the homeless off the street. You're doing a good job. And number three is think about the veterans. The veterans, I have a lot of my families in the Air Force and stuff like that. And I'm concerned about the mental patient out on the street because that's an issue. So far, I'm very pleased with the job y'all doing. It's not easy, but make the wise decision on the budget to keep the certain things priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, I'd like to call Ozell Kirkland, Kathy Cordova, Orlana Mejia, and Sean Passiel. Come on down. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kim with Siren. We strongly support RIO's truly affordable staying framework to keep families in San Jose. And we must also protect the need to keep families together in San Jose. Thus, we also urge the city to heed Rapid Response Network's and IPEN's request to sustain and solidify the $1 million in ongoing funding for immigration protection services and actualize the mayor's promise of getting the additional $500,000 from philanthropy. Due to the federal budget cuts amidst the mass deportations that kidnap breadwinners of families and the anti-immigrant agenda restricting work eligibility and sources of income, our immigrant families are facing attacks from the federal government on all fronts. The state framework is vital, as well as the $1.5 million funding is also vital to keep our families together, and that's how we keep our communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Hui Tran. I'm executive director of Siren, and we're part of the steering committee for the Rapid Response Network and for the Real Coalition. San Jose did something historic last year, which is to invest $1 million into immigration services in a time of unprecedented fear. While we have not seen the dramatic raids from other places, that does not mean that ICE is not here. Our county has seen 3 times the number of detentions as any other county in the Bay Area. We are one of the most impacted counties, if not in the state, if not the most. What this should make clear is that the threat is not gone. We urge the council to continue the $1 million in immigration services that it allocated last year and secure the additional $500,000 through philanthropy. We also support the stay framework for the Real Coalition because as much as we fight.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan and council members. My name is Kathy Cordova, and I'm here as the co-chair of REAL, the nonprofit Race Equity Action Leadership Coalition. I have lived in San Jose for more than 50 years and am currently a resident of District 6. The REAL Coalition submitted a letter in response to the mayor's budget message and the March 13th memorandum from council members Campos, Ortiz, Dewan, Condelis, and Casey. We appreciate those council members for elevating affordability as a key priority and highlighting issues that align with community concerns, including homelessness prevention and support for families, youth, and older adults. As the City Council begins difficult budget deliberations, we urge you to center decisions on affordability, racial equity, and household stability.
Thank you. That's your time. Jennifer Keller, Eula Itamoto, Ray Bramson, Carmen Martinez. I'm going to call a few more names until I see movement. Samantha Rojas, Diane Gaskill, and Joe Nieto. Go ahead.
Mayor and City Council, I'm Ozell Kirkland of the Cataldi Park Neighborhood Association. I support the mayor's budget and the focus on making our homelessness response more efficient, faster, and preventative. Preserving Measure Fund E is a smart investment that keeps the families from falling into crisis. In my own encounters, I've met people who appear able and want to break that cycle, and this funding is a real opportunity, not just to manage the homelessness, but to end it. We should prioritize self-sufficiency like job training and other structured pathways out of dependency, and the goal, long-term resilience, dignity, and independence. I urge this council to support the mayor's budget and to ensure its funding to break the cycle, not sustain it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Eula Itamoto, and I'm a resident of District 6 and a longtime early educator. I'm here today on behalf of the educators who can't be, because they're caring for our children as we speak, so parents across San Jose can show up to work. Childcare is essential infrastructure, just like transportation or public services. It allows families to participate in our economy, and it prevents them from falling into being unhoused. The return on investment is clear. For every $1 invested in childcare policies, pro-childcare policies, returns can be up to $12 when investments are made equitably. Investing in childcare supports working families, strengthens a workforce led by immigrant women of color, and shows our children that San Jose believes in their future. I'm also a mom, and I'd really love to raise my son here in San Jose, so I would love your help in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Can I pass? I'd like to wait till the mayor comes back.
You can go to the back of the line. And before you speak, I just want to let you know, when the council members go in the back, there's audio playing back there, so they can hear you. They can't escape it. The audio plays everywhere in the back rooms. I just want people to know, just because you don't see people on the dais doesn't mean they're not listening. Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. All right. Hello, Council and Mayor. I just want to let you guys know my name is Joe Nieto, and I'm in District 5 with the Plata Arroyo Neighborhood Association. And I am here to thank the mayor for putting the budget message that keeps the focus on the basic public safety, blight, trying to end the homeless, improving our neighborhoods. I hope council will stay focused in the city and do the most basic responsibilities. I do realize it's a tough budget, but it's something that we need to do, and let's just try to do the right thing for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, City Council. My name is Carmen, and I'm here representing the REAL Coalition. Recent discussions in the Public Safety and Finance and Strategic Support Committee highlighted concerns about the city's enforcement-focused approach to homelessness. Hundreds of enforcement actions have been taken against unhoused residents under the city's code of conduct approach, yet this strategy has produced 0 documented placements into shelter or housing as a result of police outreach. At the same time, San Jose continues to face a severe shortage of deeply affordable housing and limited capacity in prevention programs. Enforcement alone cannot resolve homelessness. The city should prioritize strategies that address the root drivers of housing instability, including expanding homelessness prevention, increasing deeply affordable housing, and protecting tenants from displacement, so fewer residents fall into homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, also Danny Garza, Stella Slingstad, Michael Bryant, Nigel Hansen, and Bob Brownstein. Come on down.
My name is Samantha, and I'm representing Defensoras today. I urge Council to protect and fund immigrant defense and community protection services in this budget. Right now, many patients with unsatisfactory immigrant status are simply avoiding going to their medical appointments. People are delaying cancer screenings, primary care visits, and urgent treatment because they are afraid of ICE presence or immigration enforcement, particularly in East and downtown San Jose areas where many healthcare resources are located. As a result, some patients are left with delayed care. In the past few weeks, patients and community members have shared that when neighborhoods and streets are secured by trusted community-based approaches, not ICE, they feel safer seeking care. That sense of safety directly impacts whether someone shows up to a clinic or avoids it entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Ray Bramson, Chief Operating Officer, Destination Home. On behalf of Destination Home, I'd like to thank both the Mayor and Council for their support of the homelessness prevention system. During times of difficult budget crises, we have to make tough decisions and support initiatives that work for our most vulnerable residents. Homelessness prevention is fast, effective, and saves our community money and time. The more we invest, the better we'll see. As we enter into the community planning process over the next few years to work on ending homelessness for our community, we'll need to invest in all of the above strategies, which can help our community thrive. I thank you. I thank the Housing Department for their excellent work and this collaboration going forward.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Kelleher-Cloyd. I'm the Executive Director of First 5 Santa Clara County, and I'm going to ask you to join us and the County of Santa Clara in investing in our children who are our City of San Jose residents. Our children are not a regional issue. They are a local San Jose issue. How can you do that? First, you can invest as much in the Children and Youth Master Plan as the city did in planning it. We've named childcare as one of those priority areas, and we need to deliver on that promise. Second, we can support the Family Friend and Neighbor program at our local library, which is hugely successful and well attended by our communities who need it. Third, you can support childcare who are our local businesses and can thrive and help others.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Patty's Day. All right. My name is Diane Gaskill. I'm a former U.S. Navy pilot, project manager, and what they called an efficiency expert. If you want to find out how to do something easily, fast, and at the least cost, ask somebody from the Navy. I'm also a member of the City of San Jose Community Emergency Response Team, a pilot for the State of California Emergency Response Team, and a former project manager for a Silicon Valley nonprofit that builds homes for the elderly. I'm not here for me. None of that stuff matters. Mayor Matt and Council, I've read through the entire budget. It's amazing. I can see how many thousand hours.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Nigel, President of the Thousand Oaks Neighborhood Association in District 9. I'm here to speak in support of Mayor Mahan's budget message. We need to continue supporting growth in the police department as we head into increasing retirements. If we fall behind on staffing now, we will suffer the consequences in years to come. I also hope to see minimal reductions to budgets for our parks, which is understandably not a top expense, but should not bear a heavy reduction as many of our parks are core to our neighborhoods and help to make San Jose what it is. And lastly, although the city does not directly influence funding for it, I would hope to see support for our public school system to the fullest extent possible. This, along with pushing affordable housing in San Jose so that young families can plant the seeds for a strong San Jose.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Peter Ortiz, City Council, Angel Rios, Lee Wilcox, John Risto, Olympia. All of you have contributed to our neighborhood success, and so I'll be brief. First, we, Plata Arroyo, support and encourage more funding for our San Jose police officers. Without them, the East Valley would be lost. Second, we're looking to also encourage more park funding. It's really simple. That's a quality of life issue. And the last thing in 3 seconds is, how'd you get on the Daily Show?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Bob Brownstein, District 3. I support the memo from Council Members Campos, Stone, and others because it is a serious effort to correct the major fiscal errors in the mayor's strategy on homelessness. The mayor's message claims San Jose can achieve functional zero for homelessness at a cost of $225 million one time and $234 million ongoing. This is massively inaccurate. These figures are based on a number of homeless people counted in February of 2025, but the city's own data shows an inflow of new homeless persons of about 2,400 a year. The city's prevention programs are nowhere near adequate. The council members are right to emphasize more prevention. The mayor is wrong to oppose those actions.
Thank you. Next speaker, Allison Singolani, Stephen Samuel, David Burrows, Dave Peterson, and Carl San Miguel. Come on down.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Michael Bryant. I live in District 10, South San Jose, down in between Burnell and Cottle. I agree with your proposal and the things that you're planning on doing. I've seen the great changes down in our area between where the Lowe's store is on Cottle and Costco down on Burnell. That whole corridor there was tents and encampments and trash, and that's all been changed greatly, and I appreciate the way that's all been done. With that being said, I'm also a member of CERT, and I'd like to see something done there, and I also would like to see the parks covered as well, the best you could do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I don't know how you do this. I'm exhausted. Mr. Mayor, council members, I am a resident of District 9. During one of your speeches on homelessness, something you said stayed with me. Mr. Mayor, you said they deserve to be treated with dignity, and you're right. Hearing that shifted how I look at the housing issue. So far, you've inspired me to get involved in cleaning up the city I was born and raised in. I love my city, and it's clear you do too. In fact, I lost an outfit painting one of your walls. I ask Vice Mayor and Council to vote for the mayor's budget message in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephen Samuel from District 10, where Matt Mahan was our council member. He served us very well, and I thought it important to acknowledge and commend the governance that we've had. I'm a great believer in representative government, and in order for that to work, I believe that our representatives have to have honesty, integrity, courage, and kindness. And our mayor has all of those. I hope you'll all join me in my support of our great mayor and the proposed budget. I'm also a great supporter of the idea that in order to reduce crime, we invest in our young people in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Dimitri Krugliak and Helen Brock, come on down. Go ahead.
Hi, Dave Peterson, District 10. Thank you, George, for being there, going through all of your stuff, and all of you for sitting through this wonderful event. Wouldn't it be great if it was like this every week? I just want to point out the small business component of this budget message. You need money. You got to spend the money. A whole bunch of people want to spend your money. So you need to create the money, and you're going to create that money by having small businesses start, create, grow, thrive, employ people, and develop a message by which this city could continue to grow. Without that, the income from those small businesses, you will not be able to do all of what these folks want to do with your money. 37 years in business in San Jose, not a penny from the city, and I am proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. I'm here to support the March budget. There's a lot of good points to the budget, but I'd like to hone in on one, and that's the one that establishes development fee framework to defer payment of all housing impact fees and taxes until a certificate of occupancy, which is the very last item of the construction and new development. It's important to do this because the developers need as much incentive to start their projects and not to be bogged down with the huge expense of all the fees that are contributed to it. And I would ask one last thing, that you vote for this budget before Matt is forced to move to Sacramento.
Thank you. Next speaker. I just wanted to say I'm getting quite a few duplicate cards. I still have a lot of speakers left. If I haven't called you, it's not because you didn't, like I missed you. I'm just still getting through them. So thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is David. I'm a resident of District 3. I saw in the San Jose Spotlight recently that one of our nearby cities had agreed on having 42 focus points for this next fiscal period. That kind of makes my head explode. I don't see how anyone can keep track of 42 items. I want to underline the the thing I appreciate about the budget here is trying to keep focus on a small number of things. I know budgets are tight, and I know that these are long-term efforts, but I hope that as we revise the budget and move forward, we really keep focused on these focused items.
Thank you. That's your time. Mary Ng and Jeremiah Lineberger, come on down.
Good afternoon, Allison Singalani, Director of Policy with SV at Home. We're pleased that Ellis Act language has been removed from the message and that the compost memo on conversion of Branham Lane to permanent affordable housing is included. We appreciate support for affordable housing via construction tax waivers in the March budget message, but this applies to a limited pool of projects, and additional tools are needed to support ACT rehab projects and new construction with project-based vouchers. We support the inclusion of items 10 through 15 from the 5-signature memo on proactive code enforcement, including Housing Element Program S3. We're pleased to see from the 5-signature memo items supporting PBCE included, supporting their absolutely critical work. Structural reform alone cannot close the affordability gap, and new funding is needed for the affordable housing production and preservation we need. We ask each of you.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Brock, and I'm a 54-year resident of San Jose, and I'm here to support the mayor's budget message. In spite of current budget issues, I urge you to stay laser focused on the key issues of importance to San Jose residents. You have produced measurable results in reducing the number of unsheltered homeless, increasing public safety, and removing some of the impediments to rapid home building. Please continue making permanent housing more plentiful and affordable to the adult children of your constituents, bringing the unhoused indoors, and ensuring the safety of our community by finding other ways to meet your budget challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Kaya Huff, come on down. Maria Carmen Villalobos and Matthew Frazier. Go ahead.
Esteemed Mayor and members of the Council, my name is Dimitri from District 3. I speak in support of Mayor's budget proposal. The budget process, as our democracy overall, is an exercise in prioritization. The top priority should be making our city the best place to live. And this means we need to stay focused on housing affordability, public safety, and reducing homelessness. The Mayor's framework builds on a process and progress we already made and focuses on practical solutions. There are difficult trade-offs given our city's fiscal situation, but I believe the budget plan strikes the right balance and serves our community best. I urge the Council to support the Mayor's March budget message. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Vasundhara Tarimeti. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm from D10. I support Mayor's March budget message, especially its emphasis on breaking the cycle of untreated mental health issues and substance abuse. Why do we continue to see the same cycle? Contact, release, and a return to the streets without treatment. Without treatment programs outlined in the budget, such as aligning judicial and behavioral health system and expanding treatment placements, our neighbors suffer in a cycle that they cannot escape alone. Also, in the spirit of compassion, I wanted to request for increased funding for spay neuter services for animal shelter, whether it's a person or individual. Compassion is needed in a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jeremiah Lamberger. I serve as Development and Data Analysis at the African American Community Service Agency and a current doctoral student. So I understand how important it is for the city to invest into our youth to gain opportunities and access. My concern is access and opportunity for our youth. As the city continues to lead in AI and innovation, I want to ensure that all youth, especially Black and brown youth, are gaining access to internships, career pathways, and I urge the city's budget to implement that for our youth and to provide consistent access for our youth to gain paid internships, workforce development, and career exposures throughout the year. Investment in our Black and brown youth is essential as we continue to.
Thank you. Next speaker, Neil Valenzuela, come on down. Brianna Hernandez, Julissa M., and Jonathan. Go ahead.
I'm Mary Yang, and my goal is to affirm all of you for your courage in these times and your dedication. And I offer 2 quotes from the last century. The first one is Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who actually quotes somebody from the 1800s. The mark of a society is not how far those who have much can go, but how far those who have little can go. And on the other end, on the right side, I quote Margaret Thatcher. The problem with progressives is they eventually run out of other people's money. So I offer these 2 as you go through your budget crisis here with the deficit. And I had a third one from John F. Kennedy, but goodbye.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Kaya Huff, Policy and Advocacy Intern with the Focus on Child Care Systems and Support at the African American Community Service Agency. I want to highlight the importance of child care. In San Jose, child care providers, especially small, home-based, and community-rooted providers, are essential to working families. They are not just caregivers, but they are small business owners and trusted pillars in our community. Yet, many of them are struggling to stay in their businesses due to rising costs and limited access to resources. I strongly urge you to continue investing in child care support efforts such as Family, Friends, and Neighbor Support Network and by strengthening partnerships with community-based providers, while also taking notes from San Francisco, New York, and New Mexico providing free and subsidized child care. Please make providers and their sustainability of their business a priority when supporting their
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good evening, leadership. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Matthew Frazier, native of San Jose. I'm a columnist with Times Media, Inc. in San Jose. And very briefly, I wanted to advocate for increased funding where possible for journalistic and creative writing programs across the schools, colleges, and universities, and even the creation and expedition of vocational traineeships and so on. As someone who's been writing since the age of 4, I highly applaud everything that you've done collectively and would like consideration for increased funding for writing, if possible. Thank you each for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Brianna Hernandez. I'm a 12th grader at the Eastside Union District's William C. Overfelt and a core leader at Californians for Justice, CFJ, and the Youth Building Coalition. At Californians for Justice, we work to advance racial and educational justice within our schools and districts across 4 cities. I'm also a part of the Destination College Advising Corps and the Boys and Girls Club of America. At my school, it's very rare to take risks, and it's even more common to never leave Eastside. In a low-income area like Eastside, it's not uncommon for a lot of students to have part-time jobs to support their family. With DCAC support and enrichment programs, I was admitted early decision to UC Berkeley, but due to budget cuts, a lot of my peers won't have the same resources. That's why it's crucial we invest in these opportunities to give students like myself the ambition for the same opportunities. I urge you to invest in our education, to invest in our youth, and to invest in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Greg Peralta, Vicky Ramirez, and Dan from D10. Come on down.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm a 12th grader from Eastside High School, Overfell, and a core leader at Californians for Justice, aka CFJ. Today, I want to talk about funding safe places for art, music, cultural expression programs, sports, and physical activities for youth. Currently, I am wearing a mariachi charro suit. Growing up, I was part of the Air USD mariachi program, but we had very limited space with many participants and limited instructors. Maxa can provide children with these resources. Once my older brother was able to take advantage of it for soccer. Through Maxa, he built community, learned how to expand his sportsmanship, and much more. I was passionate about all the arts I was offered growing up, and the future generations shouldn't be denied their own. Through CFJ, I learned I could make this possible by advocating for Maxa and joined the Youth Building Peace Coalition to guarantee the youth and their families can be accommodated. Overall, investing in youth programs will enhance community prosperity in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Neil Valenzuela, a senior at Overfell High School and a leader with California for Justice. Today, I want to talk about why student voice matter. My personal story, student voice matters so much to me. Growing up, my father had to work 3 jobs. But during my 10th grade year, he was sent back to Mexico. In an instant, my life changed. This experience opened my eyes. Many students carry invisible struggles like financial hardship and family separation that most people never see. We understand these challenges because we live them. I joined the Youth Building Peace Coalition so students like me can advocate for the support we need to succeed. Investing in leadership, investing in the future of youth sounds like, oh my God. When we uplift students' voices, we help every young person to reach their full potential. So I urge you to invest in our education, in our youth. Thank you for your time, City Council and members.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Jonathan, and I am an 11th grade student from Overfell High School and an immigrant and civil rights activist with WCO for the People. As the son of a hardworking, low-income immigrant family, something I have dealt with growing up was lack of resources for our big immigrant community. Personally, growing up with undocumented parents was very difficult, as it was very clear from a young age that at any moment my parents could be taken from me. Thanks to nonprofits like Amigos de Guadalupe, my parents have started to get the legal help they deserve, which has largely kept me at ease. Additionally, other organizations like the Rapid Response Network are essential to keep our community safe. This is why I urge the mayor and the city council to preserve the $1 million fund for legal defense and furthermore expand it by $500,000 through philanthropy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jean Marie White, come on down. R. Consiglio, Oscar QM, and Morgan.
Esteemed leaders. Oh, sorry.
And one more, Moigan Madizadeh. Sorry, I practiced that one. I think I butchered it. Go ahead.
Esteemed leaders, I am Dan from D10. In the city budget, public safety is #1, and I think you know that, but we do have the least number of police officers per capita of any large city. San Jose Fire, they represent our survival, so keep up with that. Congrats on helping with the homeless crisis. It's not over, but it's working. On the other hand, watch out for NGOs. I mean, they made $24 billion disappear in California, okay? So I trust the city staff. Be careful with the NGOs. Don't sue any government agencies. And frankly, I worry about funding Rapid Response Network. Are we going to get Minneapolis here? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council member. My name is Eduviga Ramirez, and I am a family childcare provider in San Jose for 10 years. Thank you for prioritizing childcare in the city budget, but I need to be very clear, we are in crisis. The freezing state childcare funding is not a small issue. It is actively forcing providers like me to close our doors while families are still desperately looking for daycare. This is not a supply problem. This is an access problem. California promised a mixed delivery system, not a system that pushed family childcare providers out of the market. We were essential workers during COVID-19. We show up when no one else could. Now we are asking you protect us. Invest in subsidy childcare in San Jose, because without us, families cannot work in our country.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Peralta. I'm a resident of District 6, and residents across San Jose, including myself, want to see continued progress addressing encampments and improving conditions in all of our neighborhoods. On a personal example, I had a friend who visited me last month who used to live here. She noticed the tremendous improvement. So I want to say thank you. It's working. But at the same time, in my district, in front of the building I live in, we had a man who was pretty aggressive living there for a week. And after 3 visits by the police, he did leave, only to return one night and knocking on doors trying to get into homes. So we still have work left to be done. I encourage the council to support the mayor's March budget message. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Mayor Mahan and council members. My name is Mojgan Mahdizadeh. I'm a community organizer. I'm here to express my support for Mayor's March budget message. One of the priorities that residents care about most is ending legal dumping and continuing to clean up our neighborhoods so residents can take pride in the places where they live and work. Illegal dumping is something many of us see regularly, and it can be frustrating when it sits there for weeks before anything is done. A practical solution is allowing Beautify SJ teams to send warning letters sooner, which could help the city respond faster and reducing the timeline from nearly 2 months to closer than 10 days. This would help prevent repeat dumping and also save the city time and resources. As someone who cares deeply about the quality of our neighborhood,
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker, Dashiell Leeds, Josh Venison, Victor Vasquez, and Dan Mountseer. Come on down.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jean-Marie White, and I live in Nagley Park. I want to talk about public safety and homelessness. A few days ago, my gym coach was walking with his 4 kids on the Alameda and had to explain open drug activity on the sidewalk. Around the same time, my neighbor's cat was killed by loose dogs from an encampment along Coyote Creek, and those dogs have been chasing joggers. These are real impacts on families. The city has made progress reducing unsheltered homelessness, and this shows why continuing that work matters. Getting people indoors improves safety for everyone. Council members, please support this budget message in full.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Esteemed leaders, the time of reckoning for a balanced budget is here. Before you cut our services, there needs to be some accountability for some of our unclassified employees who you know are not very good at their jobs. You know what the audits say. Their performance has cost us millions. Please stop the bleeding, and whoever wins this budget fight, balance the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Victor Costa, come on down. Fu and Fred Brew.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Dan Mountseer. I'm a small residential builder that has been working in San Jose for over 30 years. I ask you to vote in full for the Mayor's March budget. I have worked on permanent housing and shelters, as well as housing for families, individuals, and seniors. I appreciate the budget's effort to fund and support all of the above. We need every type of housing. There are 2 phases of every development project. The first phase is the one where money is going out, and the second phase is where money starts coming in. And allowing us to pay some of the fees at occupancy makes projects more feasible so that we can actually break ground. I do appreciate that hard choices need to be made. Again, please support the Mayor's budget in full.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Victor, representing Youth Building Peace Coalition. We have a youth crisis. We have the highest youth homelessness rates in the country. Most of our youth that are in juvenile facilities are Latino or African American. Latino residents make up half of the homicide victims, and the suicide rates have sharply increased. We do recommend the memorandums investing in $1 million in the Children and Youth Master Plan. But most importantly, we also want to call attention to the 10 youth empowerment demands that we emailed to you, and you can check your inbox right now. Invest in the Youth Empowerment Fund, invest in building youth centers like MOXA, providing young people services to prevent violence, youth leadership and early learning, dealing with mental health abuse. There's a list that's longer, but I also ask you to agendize these items at 6 p.m.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dasha Leeds, District 4 resident and Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. Members of the San Jose Youth Climate Action Team would like to attend today, but they cannot due to the timing of this meeting. Climate change affects our daily lives, our health. We suffer here from some of the worst air quality in the nation, and unfortunately, our city is not on track to meet its climate targets. San Jose's focus areas do not include climate change or the natural environment. The annual survey doesn't even give us the option to tell you that climate change and the natural environment are important to us. In critical meetings like today, climate change and nature aren't a part of your memos or statements. Please take stronger action, adopt a building electrification REACH code, protect our parks funding, protect our immigrants, and consider the risks of data centers. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Krista De La Torre and Ibrahim Diallo. Come on down. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Fred Brew, and I'm a resident of District 10. I support the mayor's budget recommendations and urge the city to continue the progress it has made in core services and cost management. Given the current fiscal restraints, the city should pilot AI-assisted report writing to reduce administrative time for police officers and get more value from our existing public safety staffing. Related to this, I believe the city should embrace practical AI solutions where it is safe and it makes sense in reducing cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Rebecca Selden and Neil Park McClintock, come on down. Go ahead.
Cool. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Victor Costa. I'm with SIU Local 521 and Child Care Providers United. I urge that you adopt the affordability agenda memo from Council members Candelas, Campos, Ortiz, Duone, and Casey. Our community is already stretched thin. Families are already facing rising costs for housing, childcare, groceries, and gas. We must prevent homelessness by building affordable homes with good union-paying jobs through the Working Families Housing Initiative. We must invest in our kids by doubling funding for the Children and Youth Master Plan, supporting subsidized childcare, our libraries, and after-school programs. And we must protect essential services and prevent layoffs by creating the Community and Services Stabilization Fund. Austerity measures won't fix San Jose's challenges, nor is that a revolution of common sense. Please adopt this memo and prioritize real affordability.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Phu Van, and I'm a resident of District 7. I urge you to preserve the $1 million in funding allocated last year for deportation, defense, legal services, Know Your Rights outreach, and a rapid response network. I support the mayor's commitment to raise an additional $500K through philanthropy for this work, but I do not support your sweeps and removing encampments policies. I have seen police breaking into tents and dragging unhoused neighbors out, beautified SJ stealing birth certificates and ID, people being ghosted after saying they want to get into interim housing. And I also want more restrictions on AI, because there are many deepfakes of real children doing sexual acts from just pictures and removing jobs, especially in the creative industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Joe Brown, come on down, Antonina and Andrea Munoz. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Housing affordability remains one of the biggest challenges facing San Jose families. Too many residents are spending an unsustainable share of their income just to stay housed. The mayor's budget message recognizes the increasing housing supply and removing barriers to develop are key to improve affordability over time. These are practical steps that move the city in the right direction. I encourage the council to support the mayor's March budget message. Thank you very much, and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Krista De La Torre, and I'm a D6 resident and here on behalf of IFPT Local 21. We represent over 1,000 city employees here, from engineers and architects to senior librarians and many more. We ask you to support the affordability agenda outlined by Council Members Ortiz, Campos, Casey, Doan, and Candelas, which focus on preventing layoffs, protecting core services, addressing homelessness, supporting youth, and building affordable homes under the Family's Housing Plan. Balancing the budget should not come at the expense of essential services our community relies on. We support creating a community and services stabilization fund to protect city workers who keep our neighborhoods safe, parks open, and libraries running. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Neil Part McClintock, and I'm speaking with Working Partnerships USA. I'm also a resident of D6 in San Jose. I would like to thank Council Members Candelas, Campos, Ortiz, Doan, and Casey for their memo and speak in full support of the memo as well, including its asks for supporting children, families, and seniors, and preventing cuts to after-school programs and libraries. We thank the authors for including working families housing, and thank the Mayor for including this in his revision as well. Working Families Housing represents an innovative third way for us to fund thousands of affordable homes faster, cheaper, and with good, dignified jobs by partnering with the labor movement. I would also like to voice support for funding a community and services stabilization fund to protect city workers who keep our neighborhoods safe and our parks open, and also to preserve essential services.
Thank you. That's your
residents.
time. Luz Aguilar, Russ Baker, Cesar Palancares, and Doris Garcia, come on down.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Andrea Munoz, and I am the Community Resource Coordinator for the Children and Youth Services Master Plan at Catholic Charities. I work directly with some of the most vulnerable families in the Santee and Seven Trees neighborhoods. The work we are doing through the Children and Youth Services Master Plan is vital in creating spaces where families and youth feel supported, connected, and empowered. Through this work, we support families facing immense fear and stress, especially in relation to immigration. Our youth are absorbing this stress, and it is crucial that we continue to provide opportunities and safe outlets for them to express themselves. This program ensures equitable access for youth in impacted neighborhoods to access services they will not be able to receive otherwise, such as after-school programs, summer camps, and enrichment activities. These programs have also been critical in helping families navigate school closures and transitions, ensuring.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name's Antonina, and I live in Hyde Park in District 3. First, I want to thank all of you for the accomplishments this last year. I live near Guadalupe River Park and Columbus Park, and I see the impact of all the efforts from you, many city employees, and our public volunteers, too. I support the mayor's budget and want to preserve our progress. Please continue to follow through and stay focused on expanding safe, dignified interim housing and shelter. Please continue focus on our core issues with the city too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Russ Baker. I am a city employee and a city resident. Been here for many years. I'm here to speak to you on preserving city services. Every day, city workers keep San Jose livable, staffing libraries, maintaining parks, responding to emergencies. The city navigates a difficult budget. We support a community and service stabilization fund to phase in any reductions of responsibility, avoiding abrupt layoffs and cuts to essential services our residents depend on. I spoke here about 15 years ago, and we were in a similar situation to this, a whole lot of different people sitting up here. And we made some decisions back then that hurt, and that we could do better this time. I'm sure you guys can make me proud. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Luz Aguilar, and I serve as Program Coordinator with Catholic Charities under the Children and Youth Services Master Plan, working directly with youth and families in some of San Jose's most impacted neighborhoods. While I appreciate the Mayor's proposal to include $500K for the Children and Youth Services Master Plan, I urge you to support the $1 million recommendation for implementation. Current conditions highlight the need for continued investment in youth services, particularly in communities with higher needs. Through the master plan, demonstration sites such as the Franklin McKinley Children's Initiative and Somos Mayfair, along with programs like BEST, recreation camps, and Safe Summer, are connecting youth and families to services and opportunities. From what we are seeing on the ground, the need is growing, not shrinking. That is why it is now the time to scale back investments in youth. It is time to strengthen and expand what we know is already working. I urge you to support the one.
Thank you. Next speaker, Alina Alma Jacobo, David Noel, and Ofisa Patty come on down. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Doris Garcia, and I serve as Program Manager with Catholic Charities, working directly with youth and families in some of San Jose's most impacted neighborhoods. The youth and families we serve face significant daily stress and fear, especially those from immigrant families concerned about immigration enforcement. Adding to this, school closures have removed crucial safe spaces for support. Safe, structured environments like Rock After School, BEST, recreation camps, Saturday night lights, and safe summer initiatives are now more vital than ever. From our on-the-ground perspective, this is a time to strengthen, not decrease, our investment in youth. The Children and Youth Services Master Plan provides the roadmap. I respectfully urge the Council to support the recommendation to set aside $1 billion.
That's your time. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Cesar Palancares, and I urge you to adopt the affordability agenda outlined by Council members. Our community needs real solutions to prevent homelessness, support youth, build housing, and protect essential services. Please support the Working Families Housing Initiative to create more affordable mixed-income house quickly while creating good jobs. We must also continue to invest in Children and Youth Master Plan, protecting after-school programs and library hours that families depend on. Finally, protect the city services and workers by supporting the Stabilization Fund to avoid layoffs and maintain the services our community relies on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and constituents. My name is Ibrahim Diallo. I live in San Jose. I'm here today to urge you guys to fight to stop the homelessness. The United States is the biggest economy in the world. And the state of California, we refer it as the great state of California, where we live, is the fourth economy in the world. And many countries, like the Scandinavian countries or other countries in the world, do not have homelessness. So if they were able to stop, avoid, or eradicate homelessness, we should be able to eradicate and stop homelessness. We can do better.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Yeah, so
no, that's your time. Your time is up. Yeah.
When each of you were sworn to office, you swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution, the California Constitution, and our city constitution, our city charter. Mayor Mahan, I've heard you speak on the importance of honoring the will of the voters, the mandate, which is Measure I, a direct response to the Black Lives Matter protests in 2020, approved by voters in November 2022, requiring the City Council to adopt equity values, standards, and assessments in making certain decisions. This includes the city budget. This was also unanimously adopted by Council. This isn't an ordinance or a policy, this is our city constitution. The mandate applies to Council and to staff, so how will the decisions of today advance racial and social equity or improve or worsen it? And as you stated, this is the beginning. I, as well as the rest of San Jose, California.
Your time. Next speaker. Deo Augustine, Christina Bowie, Anna Marie Russo, and Carl Lee come on down. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Dave Noel, a longtime resident, neighborhood leader, and president of the Erickson Neighborhood Association in District 9. I urge you to support the mayor's budget priorities and strategies to achieve them. In the past few years, we've implemented a focus on our residents' highest priorities, supported by metrics and accountability. It is making a measurable difference in our quality of life and economy. So please stay the course. I wish you the best as you make the difficult decisions to generate the biggest impact with our limited resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Salma Jacobo. I'm here to advocate for an affordability agenda in which our more vulnerable families have access to affordable housing and rent control, medical attention, childcare, and groceries. Please remember, our more vulnerable families serve us all, either working on the fields, hotels, restaurants, cleaning or gardening services. Please do just to their labor. Also, our young people, the future generations, they need solid education. It's essential to create free programs where they have easy access to sports, recreation, or any extracurricular activities. Please help us to create programs where they can be out of the street.
Thank you, that's your time. Flor de Leon, Jonathan Borca, Sean Baker, come on down. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ofisa Pati. I am the advocacy lead at Asian Americans for Community Involvement and a member of the Real Coalition and a resident of D8. The council memorandum appropriately emphasizes prevention and community investment, including protecting programs such as Project Hope and strengthening youth programming. However, the mayor's budget message continues to prioritize enforcement-based strategies and expanded surveillance technologies while investing comparatively less in community-based responses. San Jose and Santa Clara have made important progress in developing alternative crisis response programs such as Trust, which connects residents experiencing mental health crises with appropriate care rather than relying solely on police response. Protecting and expanding programs like Trust would improve outcomes.
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. By the way, happy St. Patty's Day. One of the most important things San Jose can do to address our affordability crisis is to remove the unnecessary barriers to building homes. Streamlining approvals and cutting fees will unlock projects that have been stuck in the pipeline and help bring more housing online and faster. We will continue to see our communities, young families leave San Jose if we don't stop talking about it and start removing the barriers to housing production. The mayor's budget message continues the work and keeps the city focused on increasing housing production. I urge the council to support the mayor's March budget message. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Dea Augustine, a family childcare home provider for 18 years and a constituent of Council Member Domingo Candelas. I'm here to ask the Council to accept the Child Care Policy Opportunities Status Report. Child care remains one of the biggest economic hurdles families face in our community. Too often, parents are forced to reduce their work hours or leave the workforce entirely because they cannot find or afford childcare. The continued lack of access to subsidized childcare disproportionately impacts families of color and contributes to a cycle where children fall behind early in their education.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I'm here to speak in support of the mayor's budget message. And I also want to thank you for the improving unhoused situation in my neighborhood in Berryessa, as well as the condos I see going up along the light rail corridors on Capitol Avenue and the returning vibrancy in the shopping areas in that same corridor. You have a very difficult job with the budget. It's a lot of priorities that you're managing with very limited resources. But I ask you to continue us on the path that we've had for the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you start, Ashley Antonich Sarabia, Kylie Clark, and Jean Cook. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Flor de Leon. I am a community member in the east side of San Jose with Somos Mayfair and the Youth Building Peace Coalition. As you may know, we have been working tireless to open up Maxa Community Center. I am today here to ask you for your support to prioritize funds to revitalizar Maxa Community Center, stand up for our children, our youth, and it's overdue. I don't know if you guys, you guys don't know this, but I know a lot of families that had kids that had committed suicides in our neighborhood. We don't have the space. We don't have open space for them. And I think if we rebuild Mazda, our community center will provide a safe space for these kids.
That's your time. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Sean Baker from District 5. Last year, you allocated $1 million for the funding for deportation, defense legal services, Know Your Rights outreach, and the Rapid Response Network. I really appreciate that. I'd like you to do it again. I also support the mayor's commitment to raising the additional $500K in philanthropy. And finally, I'm asking you to support the Real Coalition's priorities for housing affordability, homelessness prevention, and support for families, youth, and older adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Mateo Colson and Mike Kraus.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan and City Council. With an impossible 45 seconds, I'll get straight to it. My name is Jonathan Francisco Borca, and I'm speaking on behalf of the San Jose Public Library Foundation. We understand this is a difficult budget year with very real trade-offs. We appreciate the mayor's messaging pointing to a longer-term library funding solution and the co-authored memo by Councilmember Candelas, Campos, Ortiz, Duan, and Casey prioritizing library hours and investments. But these signals only make it more important to protect our libraries now. Libraries are one of the public services residents rely on daily for learning, technology, job seeking, safety, and connection. Last year alone, we had more than 3.8 million visitors and served more than 755,000 cardholders. Our ask is simple. Please keep library funding flat and avoid further cuts. San Jose residents use, need, and deeply value their libraries. We ask that budget
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan and members of the council. My name is Gene Cook. I'm a San Jose resident and technology executive who has spent my career building platforms that create opportunity, and I'm here to support the mayor's budget priorities. I know that this is a tough budget environment, and I appreciate the discipline and focus behind the proposal. The progress is real. Please stay focused on what's working. I've also been at NVIDIA's GTC this week right down the street. The city is already innovating and leading on responsible AI. I encourage you to protect and build on that work. This technology will reshape how cities operate and people work faster than most of us can imagine. We need to engage proactively so our workforce can adapt and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Ashley Antoinette Sarabia. I'm a rapid responder and a resident of District 5. I'm here today to ask you to preserve the $1 million in funding allocated last year for deportation defense legal services, Know Your Rights outreach, and the Rapid Response Network. I'm a fourth-generation San Josean. I'm the proud daughter of a Mexican-American combat veteran. As such, I know that San Jose, our great city of San Jose, was built by immigrants, and they're the reason we continue to thrive. Now, when they're under attack, when our neighbors are under attack, we owe it to them to stand up, fight back, and continue to fund these services to do what we can to save them. In addition, finally, please support the Real Coalition letter. And Matt, thank you so much for committing to raise $500,000. I've seen what you can raise in 1 month.
Thank you. That's your time. Carlos Murillo, Angela Elsie, Neil Collins, and Brian Pors. Come on down.
Good afternoon. I'm Kylie Clark with SVCN and the Real Coalition. I want to remind you all that affordability pressures in San Jose are not evenly distributed. Rising housing costs, displacement, and economic instability disproportionately affect Black residents, Latino residents, immigrant communities, and other historically marginalized groups who face decades of housing discrimination and unequal access. In San Jose, Black households experience some of the highest rates of rent burden, displacement risk, and housing instability. As the city evaluates difficult budget decisions, it should do so consistent with the Racial and Social Equity Ordinance and the Equity Values and Standards Policy. These require the city to identify and address policies that exacerbate disparities and to center the needs of communities most impacted by inequity. Budget decisions should
Thank you. That's your time. Mundo Escargega, come on down. Shirley Stager, Matt Hammer, and Akemi. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Mateo Colson, and I am a student at Santa Clara University, and I am also in their student government. I'm here today to speak in support of the Mayor's March budget message. Despite economic uncertainty and a projected budget shortfall, it's essential that we remain focused on growing the local economy to support jobs and students, especially for young adults and students like me looking for work in a tight job market. Let's streamline the Storefront Activation Grant Program and seek philanthropic partnerships to aid more businesses without straining the city budget. We should also build on our boom for our local economy with a long-term vision for a downtown sports and entertainment district to attract more private investment, more tourism, and boost our economy. Vote yes.
Will Smith, Zoe G, Jean Hunt, and Estevan Lopez come on down. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Krause, and I'm the president of the Penitencia Neighborhood Association in District 4. I'm also a member at large with the Berryessa Citizen Advisory Committee. I am also the board of directors for the Berryessa Art Festival Foundation. I say this just to emphasize the fact that I do have my ear to the ground with the community. And I can tell you that I'm here to support the mayor's budget, for this year. But the budget continues to focus on the priority of not only me, but also the community members that I engage with. Those are the reducing homeless.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Neil Collins. I'm the CEO of the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and a resident of D10. I'm here tonight to support the mayor's budget message, specifically his commitment to build more housing by streamlining services, deferring payment of impact fees, and providing more transparency to home builders. In addition, San Jose has a chance to lead the way once again by creating an ADU home ownership program for first-time home buyers. So let's continue to do the good work and stay focused on the priority of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Shirley Steger, and I'm living in District 10. And recently, our community has been able to participate in some wonderful activities sponsored by the city. As a volunteer with housing for 25 plus years now, I'm excited to witness that many of our homeless are now housed. Also, with the growth in low-income housing, yet we still have a lot to do. With a major city deficit, the mayor's proposed budget with focus on back to basics, I support. Safety, fire, police.
That's your time. Thank you. Next speaker. Fernando, I can't read the last name on Fernando, but Fernando, come on down. Greg, Huascar Castro, and Irene Zuniga. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm a community volunteer in San Jose, and first I want to support the memo proposed by Council Members Ortiz, Campos, Casey, Duan, and Candelas, and ask that you follow through on the affordability agenda. We need to be frugal, yes, but we can't withstand blind cuts. We need effective, creative solutions like the modernization, like the Working Families Housing Initiative, and the investing in the Youth Master Plan. Second, I want to request that you not only preserve the $1 million funding allocation to immigration services, but also the additional $500,000. Their programs, Amigos de Guadalupe, is a national example of protecting our communities and make me proud to live in San Jose. So please help them.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Happy St. Patrick's Day to you all. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, I want to speak in support of the Mayor's budget message. I appreciate the efforts that have gone into the cleaning up of the city and handling the homelessness situation over the last year, primarily based on the budget message from last year. Now is not the time to take our sights off of the end goal here. We have a lot more to do. As you've heard, we've made progress Please continue to do it and support the mayor's budget message. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, thank you for your strength in continuing to listen to all that we have to share. Kemi with IPEN and also a volunteer with the Rapid Response Network, and I'm here to share the Real Coalition's concrete priorities that stabilize households, which are essential for stabilizing our community. First, expand funding for the homelessness prevention system and related stabilization programs with flexible support to keep families in their homes. Second, pilot a code enforcement linked right to counsel program so that tenants facing displacement due to code enforcement actions have access to legal representation. Third, sustain and strengthen violence prevention and youth programs, including community-based initiatives and such as BEST. And finally, maintain and expand immigrant.
Thank you. That's your time. GFAM, Aurelia Sanchez, Citali Martinez, and Ashley Guerrero, come on down.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Esteban Lopez. I'm with the Bay Area Council Economic Institute. This budget represents an important step towards addressing several of San Jose's most urgent and interconnected challenges, reducing unsheltered homelessness, increasing housing production, strengthening public safety, and supporting a resilient local economy. Increasing housing supply is one of the most effective long-term strategies for reducing unsheltered housing, as it makes it easier to deliver new housing, especially options such as ADUs and interim housing. The city can help relieve pressure across the entire housing system and create more pathways for residents to move indoors. At the same time, policies that improve coordination, streamline processes, and reduce unnecessary barriers also contribute directly to public safety. When communities are stable, when more residents have access to housing, and when projects can move forward efficiently, we see a stronger, safer neighborhoods overall. This budget also.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Fernando Hernández Cuevas y vengo a solicitar.
This budget also. Thank you that your time. Next speaker. Mi nombre es Fernando Hernández.
Cerrar nuestro negocio por falta de presupuesto. Gracias.
And I'm here to request that childcare be one of your budget priorities to prevent more providers like us from having to close our businesses due to lack of
working
funding.
partnerships. As we all continue to understand what the effects of affordability are, we see those really big impacts in components like housing, care, and programs for youth services. Really, we should be looking at how this budget can tackle those issues and in looking at priorities such as working families housing, which is going to help unlock tools to further the feasibility of affordable and mixed income housing that is union built and providing good jobs. In that, we'd like to express our support for the memo put together by Councilmembers Candelas, Ortiz, Casey, Duan, and Campos, and also would like to thank the mayor for incorporating the recommendations around working families housing into his updated memo as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, leaders. GFAM Communications Coordinator at Housing Choices, standing with the Rio Coalition. At Housing Choices, we support individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities who face even greater barriers to finding and keeping housing. With billions in federal cuts to Medicaid, we must act intentionally at the local level to support the disability community who rely not only on affordable housing, but also accessibility, cross-disciplinary services, and long-term supports. This makes investing in homelessness prevention more critical than ever. Budget is never easy, but please prioritize the 3 Ps of housing. Older multifamily buildings often provide some of the most affordable options for low-income residents with disabilities. If these homes are lost due to redevelopment without strong protections, a surge in homelessness is inevitable. We support Councilmember Campos' memo. Thank you all for your work.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hello, my name's Aurelia Sanchez and I live in District 3. I'm here to support the mayor's budget because this is just as good as it's going to get. We have a depression in our country. Our federal, our state, our cities all have deficits. High tech is losing lots of workers. I know people that live in Almond and Valley that have lost their jobs recently. A lot of fast food chains are closing. So what I'm here for is to support the budget, but also to caution people. Don't spend more than what we have. We are all in need, especially me as a senior. And so I once heard a pastor talk.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. Valeria Carlos, Juan Carlos, Audrey Quiroz, and Sonal Nayarli, come on down.
All right. Hi, my name is Ashley Guerrero, and I'm here with the Youth Building Peace Coalition, and I'm proud to serve as a youth organizer with Jóvenes Activos at Somos Mayfair. Over the last year, I've had the privilege of working with the young people in Jóvenes Activos, and I'm here today to urge that you invest in our future, which is our youth. Young people have been organizing through the Youth Building Peace Coalition, including folks like CFJ, Raising the Bar, Next Door Solutions, but without investment in efforts like the Children and Youth Master Plan, programs like BEST that support Jóvenes Activos, and spaces like the Maxa Youth Center, we risk leaving them behind. We support the member by Campos, Ortiz, Candelas, Doan, and Casey to ensure investment in youth well-being so young people in San Jose have safe, supportive places to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council members. Thank you very much for being here. I'm a resident of San Jose, and I'm really proud to be in San Jose because San Jose is paving the way for a lot of our issues, housing affordability, reducing homelessness, and safer neighborhoods. So I strongly urge Council to support Mayor's March budgets. Just San Jose itself has 1,500 approved ADUs. That's possibly 1,500 families that can move in there. So that's a part of Mayor's budget to make ADUs home ownership a possibility. So we support it, we love it, and we're very proud of San Jose. I think we're leading the way for a lot of cities, so keep it up. You guys are doing great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here with Jóvenes Activos to advocate for youth. Youth is our future, and we definitely need to start prioritizing prevention over incarceration. We definitely need to start funding spaces for them to be safe, for them to grow, to learn, to be the future of this community that we want to see. And also for housing, once they grow up, it's very hard for them during college to get housing, to be able to afford staying here in their community. We need to focus on alternative housing, like housing co-ops, like New York is doing. So we definitely need to start funding a lot of these things that will definitely make a clear change. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call, I think it's Toshel Navhinsa. I couldn't read the handwriting on Navhinsa, so I'm not sure if I said the first name correctly. And Dave Lujan, come on down. Go ahead.
Hola, mi nombre es Valeria y estoy aquí porque quiero una comunidad para mis hermanos.
Go ahead.
Y mis
My. Just
Hola,
like.
me llamo
Thank
y voy
you.
en séptimo grado. Estoy aquí para pedirles el
Hello,
apoyo
my name is
para
Juan
los
Carlos and I am
jóvenes,
in 7th grade.
para mi familia como la mía. Yo colecto botellas para ayudar a mis padres.
I am here to ask for your support for young people, for my family, like mine.
Y la,
I collect bottles
mis
to help my
motivos
parents so they can pay the rent. And at the same time, I.
ayudar a mis padres para que
Alas, escuela para ayudar a mis.
ayuda
For everyone.
Time. Next speaker.
This help creates.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Audrey Quiroz, and I'm with the Youth Building Peace Coalition. I'm calling on city leaders to prioritize youth mental health and substance use prevention in the budget. We need a city youth empowerment fund that invests in youth-led programs, mentorship, counseling, and leadership development. We must also invest in youth community spaces like the Maxa Youth Center, which are safe spaces where youth can gather, learn, and receive support while staying away from harmful environments. Finally, the Youth Master Plan must be expanded with long-term funding, not short-term solutions, because our well-being should always be a priority. This matters to me because I've been able to learn and grow as a leader, building up the courage to come here and ask you prioritize investing in youth centers like Maxa. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Sonal, and I'm a resident of District 2. I'm here to support the Mayor's budget. Even with the current budget challenges, it's important that we focus on what the residents care about the most, and that is to keep our communities safe and clean. Illegal dumping is a real issue in many of our neighborhoods, and it's frustrating when it takes weeks for action to be taken. A simple and practical improvement would be to allow Beautify San Jose teams to send warning notices sooner. Reducing response times from 2 months to about 10 days would help in preventing recent dumping and make our neighborhoods cleaner faster. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call my final two cards, Eulalia and Joanne Pasquale. I have now called all 186 cards that were submitted. If you did not hear your name, this is your opportunity to light up. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I am Toshal and a resident of District 2. I am here to support the direction outlined in Mayor's March budget completely. The direction to review spending for efficiencies, product services, and look for reasonable new revenue sources is a responsible approach, maintaining focus on what matters most. Public safety, housing, homelessness solutions, and neighborhood quality of life will ensure limited resources are used where they make the biggest difference. I encourage the Council to support this framework and continue working towards a balanced budget that protects essential services while keeping San Jose moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Nahun. I'm here to support the Mayor's message. Even with economic uncertainty, it's important that we stay focused on the results that residents are asking, especially in regards to unsheltered homelessness, as we see that's been proven that reducing it has been solvable, especially with people sleeping outside, has dropped about 10% since Mayor Mahan has been in office, with priorities and actions taking charge, along with 1,000 new shelter placements last year being made. The city needs to keep up this momentum, and that's why I support the Mayor's message, and I hope that you guys can too, and the results can be momented up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dave Lujan. I'm the founding member and executive secretary of the Monterey Corridor Business Association, the MCBA. And I'm here today to urge the Council to support the Mayor's budget message as proposed. We are facing a difficult deficit, but this budget focuses on the basics that every resident and business deserves. First, public safety. I strongly support the continued investment in the San Jose PD. Our officers need the resources and staffing to keep our neighborhoods safe and respond to the rising challenges. Second, clean and safe. These initiatives are vital. We cannot allow blight and illegal dumping to become the new normal in our city. The Mayor's plan is a common sense, results-oriented strategy. It prioritizes public safety, clean streets, without abandoning our progress on the homelessness. Please pass this budget and keep San Jose moving in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Eulalia, soy madre aquí en San José. Muchas familias están luchando para salir adelante.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker. So, mother, here in San Jose, many families are struggling to get ahead. Many parents cannot work because they do not have access to childcare, and this puts them at risk of losing their homes. That's why I'm here today, to ask the City Council to direct the City Manager to include childcare as a priority in the budget.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Access to childcare is not a luxury, it is a necessity so that families can work.
In the last few weeks, fatal hit and run on 680 off-ramp claims life of 63-year-old San Jose woman. Woman fatally struck by vehicle while crossing 101 in San Jose. The driver, a 24-year-old San Jose man, attempted to avoid the collision but struck the pedestrian. He remained at the scene and cooperated with investigators. My plea to this council is to put immediate and additional funding into Beautify San Jose's partnerships with Caltrans to remove every encampment along every off-ramp above every freeway in San Jose. We are at a crisis point. Our unhoused residents' lives are at stake, but also the lives and mental health of our San Jose drivers. Drivers like that 24-year-old kid driving home one night, swerving to avoid the woman crossing the freeway. He will bear the scars of taking her life, and she almost took his.
Thank you. That's your time.
Please hear my request.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Daphne Hernandez. I am a youth leader with Jóvenes Activos and with the Youth Building Coalition. Today, we are calling city leaders to prioritize youth mental health and substance use prevention in the budget. If we had youth centers like MAXA, I would receive the support and resources needed outside of school to help me achieve my dream of becoming an immigration lawyer. Being first generation, I see the issues facing my community and my own family. My parents own a small stand where they work countless hours to provide for my sisters and me. The fear of ICE is a constant pressure that affects my family, not knowing if something will happen. It reminds me of the same fear affecting my community and other youth my age. There are many youth who live on the streets, nowhere to go and no one to talk to. How can you?
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker. I'm sorry, that's your time. Next speaker.
My name is Oscar Quiroz Medrano. I'm a coordinator with Somos Mayfair. We have the same conversation every year, and I take a moment just for us to think outside the box. You come and listen to us every year. You come in here, communities saying, oh, we need you to fund this, we need you to fund this. But at the same time, what are we doing to really reimagine the opportunities in front of us? If certain campaigns can raise millions of dollars, why can't our city officials raise the same amount of money needed to support our communities? If tech billionaires are willing to support campaigns, how come they can't support our youth? How come they can't fund other resources needed in our community? Instead, we're here playing catch up for a long history of disinvestment. And so I urge you to really think outside the box now that you sit in that position.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Michelle Ortega, and I'm the youth program coordinator at Somos Mayfair. I urge you to prioritize funding for the youth programming and MAXA in San Jose. Investing in our youth is one of the most impactful decisions we can make to strengthen our community, both now and in the future. Accessible, well-funded youth programs and centers provide safe spaces where young people can learn, grow, and build meaningful connections. Without these opportunities, many youth, especially those in underserved neighborhoods, are left without constructive outlets to support our systems. This lack of access can increase vulnerability to substance use, involvement in harmful activities, and untreated mental health challenges.
Thank you. That's your time. Back to council.
All right. Coming back to the council. Thank you to everyone who addressed the council this evening. That was a great turnout and great range of issues and perspectives. I think you were speaking at open forum was my recollection. That's at the end of the meeting. Sorry, sir. Okay. So we're going to continue on with the budget, March budget message item. I gave some opening remarks, so I'll turn to colleagues now, and we'll start with Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking everybody who came out to speak, especially our youth. You know, especialmente el joven que habló con la colección de los botes para ayudar a los papás a pagar la renta. I hear you. Te escucho. So for my colleagues who read it, the young man who came out to speak in Spanish actually said that he goes out and collects cans to trade in and help the family pay the rent. And so that gets me emotional because that's indicative of the income inequality that we're seeing, all the reports that we read, whether it's from the Silicon Valley Pain Index. And so I hear you, and I'm happy that our youth and everybody came out to speak on this, and this is a great start, an engaged start to a process that I'm glad the mayor mentioned. It is just the beginning, and so I hope to see the young people involved and continue to come out as we not just kick off the March budget message conversation, but the study sessions. The town halls that we all put together so we can hear from you after the budget is a little bit more baked, so we can hear from you. Thankfully, in our city, I'm a proud product of San Jose. I love San Jose. San Jose raised me, and we in our city have a different form of government, a council manager form of government, a government where the mayor leads the budget message, but this is the forum that we as a council get to engage in dialogue and have an opportunity to revise and change the message as we deem advisable. This is part of the democratic process, and where in June we come away with hopefully a highly collaborative final product that reflects our community's priorities. So I do want to thank folks who came out. I also want to thank my colleagues for their work in the group memo we put out last week. It was a sprint from when we got the budget message, which was 41 pages, and we put out something a few days later, and obviously it would not be possible without the help of Jim Shannon, Lee Wilcox, and members of the city manager's office that helped us collaborate as we put together a quite frankly, a substantial document that was rooted in reality. And it reflects priorities that we hear from our residents, but I think it was because of that collaboration with the administration, it's things that could be absorbed by staff and provides more important flexibility to the administration. And I'm proud that we did that due diligence. It was tough. We can just put something on a memo, not run it by the city administration's office and watch it tank, but that's not what we did. I'm proud that the goal of our memorandum was to reduce the cost burden on our residents while preventing layoffs to the maximum extent possible while protecting core services in the focus areas. We heard a lot about that from people commenting, and I did appreciate the initial budget message's direction that heard our voice pertaining to youth investments, support for small businesses, as well as funding for our immigrant community. While we know that we're in a difficult fiscal year with a $56 million deficit, it's important for us to stick up for our policies in areas that are just and aligned with our values and are reflected in our priorities, and hope that when this comes back to us, they're protected and baked into that budget. But I'm a realist. We understand the trade-offs, but I'm an optimist, and know that hopefully the economic conditions improve, our sales tax numbers improve, and property tax values improve, and hopefully we get some revenues to hopefully lessen that blunt. I do want to start off with the initial recommendation for $500,000 to advance the Children and Youth Services Master Plan. It's a positive step and something that I've mentioned, and I think it signals to our young people that it deserves thoughtful and coordinated investment. But the reality is our Brown Act group didn't think it was enough. We know our master plan is rooted in data, in community input, and the realities of our families, and it also identifies where certain gaps exist, and that's why we called for more money to that. And I guess I see the mayor's supplemental memorandum, and I guess I have a question for the administration on the idea, maybe Angel, you can speak to this, on the possible source of funding coming from opioid settlement funds to bolster and/or seeing if we can utilize some of those funds to maybe give the administration some flexibility to come back to us. I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Well, the thing about Angel Rios, Deputy City Manager, the thing about the opioid settlement funds is that there has to be a direct correlation between prevention and abuse of opioid, either use or abuse. We're definitely open to exploring that possibility. There may be a little something there. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot there, but definitely worth exploring.
Thank you, Angel. No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Angel. And this is something that we've all talked about and appreciate that feedback. And I will, as I hear from the rest of my colleagues, think about how we can use this specificity to give that flexibility to the administration to hopefully bolster the amount we're providing for our Children and Youth Services Master Plan. So thank you, Angel. You know, I also want to bring up, I want to note the effort, again, that the mayor brought forth with the collective priorities and revisions to the budget message through his memo. And I do have a question, Mayor. Memo 2A, your directive specifically on the deference language. For example, 13, 14, and 15 of our group memo, appendix page 5, there was a comment, it's regarding the code enforcement modernization. There was comments that there was concerns on resources. And our direction explicitly cited these considerations as directed as feasible. If you could walk me through how this would work as proposed by your blue memo, if there's language that's conflicting, I'd like to get a little bit more clarity on that.
Thanks, Councilmember. Can you remind me which recommendations did you say? Was it 13?
13, 14, and 15 of our group memorandum. In the explanation, it explicitly says this concept is aligned with ongoing code enforcement modernization efforts, but resource constraints limit staff's ability to take on a separate body of work. And so we were cognizant of that, not to overload the administration's, work plan. And so we were flexible in our language as we directed it to make sure that we gave the administration as much flexibility to be able to put forth, these proposals as feasible and in consideration of budgetary constraints. We explicitly called it out, and so curious as to, what that means. If it's, I know it says it's not integrated into your budget message, but it's as part of it's already part of the work stream.
So, yeah, that is one that I did not include in the reconciliation memo because there is ongoing code enforcement modernization work, but limited resources. And specifically the concept of tenant habitability plans is something that feels overly prescriptive and that staff is unlikely to have the capacity to take on this year. So given the unusual, we've never before in the history of March budget messages that I've seen the level of additional direction come in through memos from council. So we did our best to work with staff to understand what would be feasible to evaluate between now and the June message, but really it's the May proposed budget that needs to come out. And then just make trade-offs as best as we could. But the feeling was that we should let staff continue their efforts to modernize code and give them maximum flexibility.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And, strengthening code compliance is important. And I think there's an opportunity for some of the programs that we were proposing that we asked to incorporate the expiration of these items as part of the analysis, because quite frankly, we don't know. That's the reality of this conversation, and our ask was feasibility and considerations of the budget. And so, I think it's worthwhile. While I understand the unprecedented nature of proposing policy during the March month is clearly within our right as council to do so. And while we did put forth a few directives, we had 41 pages, 85 directives that we called out from, from the memo, from your initial budget message. So we thought it was important enough to be able to think creatively while not hindering staff's ability to bring back something and say, hey, it's not feasible, or we're in a budget year, so we're in a budget deficit year. It's hard to bring that forward. So I'm curious as to why we would not move forward.
We can certainly add additional concepts. Here's the cost, though. Because the charter directs the mayor to bring forward this message, we start often 2 to 3 months before and do a very deep dive on trade-offs and look specifically at staff's capacity to evaluate all of the concepts in the message between the adoption of the message in March and the city manager bringing forward a proposed budget in May. So we're trying to slim it down enough. We had the issue, as folks will remember, a year or two ago, might have been last year, of having like 60 MBAs, and we got to a point where city staff was spending so much time doing policy research before we got to the June message that it was being directly traded off with actually doing work that we had directed the previous year. So my attempt, and look, we only had the weekend to put together this reconciliation memo and had limited time to really analyze it, but we did our very best to include as much as we could while also keeping the scope manageable based on the actual availability of staff resources for additional policy work.
That's fair, Mayor. I would ask that as part of the consideration for this item specifically, and I'll wait to hear from the rest of my colleagues, but I think it's worth the research from staff given the issues and the idea. We agree we need to focus on strengthening our code enforcement division and I think there's a lot of things that we could do as part of this item, specifically 12, 13, 14, and even 15 for that matter, that I would ask for consideration to consider. I'm not saying implement it, but it's worth knowing as decision as policymakers what the trade-offs and what the feasibility and what the budget constraints around these items are. And so, anyways, I'll leave that. I'll leave that there, and I'll feel free to offer, a motion after I hear more of my colleagues, if not amendments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilmember. Yeah, and look, when we get to a motion, happy to discuss where we might reintroduce scope, assuming the motion includes the March message and the reconciliation memo. That's a conversation we can have with staff. But I'll just caution colleagues that the more that we add, the more that we tax staff that therefore can't do the things we directed last year, because there's very finite staff capacity for management of programs, for communication with council offices, for research for new initiatives. We just can't, there's a limit to how much scope we can add for just general exploration. But I'm sure we will have discussions about things that should be in or out here as we talk about scope. So let me go to Councilmember Ortiz next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Candelas, for eloquently sharing our experience in the Brown Act. I want to thank you, Mayor, for incorporating several of the important recommendations from our group memo in the March budget message. And I also want to thank my colleagues in that Brown Act. We brought council members with very different perspectives into the same Brown Act, and I'm proud to say we came together with strong recommendations that all of us agreed on, and they were within the mayor's priority focus areas. So really just want to thank my colleagues for their leadership and their advocacy. I appreciate the inclusion of direction to explore one-time funding for consultant services to develop a focused economic strategy for East San Jose. This is an important step towards addressing the historic underinvestment in District 5. And I also just want to re-mention that we do have a philanthropic partner who has committed to funding half of the funds needed for that consultant. I also want to thank the Mayor for including recommendations 37 and 38 as it relates to workforce housing. Housing affordability remains one of the biggest challenges facing our residents, and exploring additional tools in the toolbox that can support production without adding more red tape for new development of housing is critical to solving this crisis. Additionally, I appreciate the inclusion of direction related to small business safety. This is especially important for neighborhood commercial corridors, particularly on the east side where many of our immigrant and family-owned businesses operate. We've all seen in the news recent robberies targeting of Antipastos and Peter's Bakery in my district. I know there was a business that was targeted along Tully Road in District 8, and then right when we were first joining the council, La Placita in District 7 experienced a major smash and grab at their jewelry stores. And so it's our responsibility as a council to respond to these concerns and come up with solutions so that people feel safe coming to the east side in order to shop at our stores and visit our restaurants. I also want to acknowledge that recommendation 25 from our group memo was partially integrated, and I appreciate that the amended language directs coordination with VTA and a report back during the EIFD study session in fall 2026. Given the historic underinvestment in East San Jose, I see a TIF or EIFD as a potential mechanism to bring in focused and concentrated funding, whether that's new housing, new commercial spaces, or just ways in which to improve our infrastructure. I'd like to just clarify one point, if I could. Our original recommendation referenced SV at Home because of their existing work and funding that they received from VTA to evaluate EIFDs across San Jose, including the transit-oriented preservation strategies. Our intent was to recognize and build on that partnership so that, one, we're not footing the whole bill for this study, and two, that we're not recreating the work. So I just had a quick question for staff. I don't know if Rosalind or anybody could answer from the administration. Thank you, Rosalind. We wanted to be very intentional with the language because I know originally in the March budget message from the mayor, his focus was specifically on downtown San Jose. And given that Alum Rock has a few of the transit stops that are included in the growth areas, I wanted to ask, does this direction that was included in the blue memo from the mayor, does that include Alum Rock, or should I be asking for a friendly amendment to include Alum Rock?
Thank you so much, Councilmember Ortiz. Yes, our understanding is that the contract that VTA has with SV at Home is to look at all of the transit-oriented communities actually throughout their entire network. So that would include those sites along Alum Rock. So I don't think this existing language needs to be amended.
Yeah, that was our intention of what we wrote. The reason we referenced VTA was to be all inclusive of their entire study, including their partners, which includes SV at Home and the geographies you're describing.
All right, just wanted to make sure I didn't miss this opportunity to get the wheels turning for my district. On page 12 of the city manager's budget request and 5-year forecast, it notes that approximately $85 million will be retained by the city following the resolution of the state tax dispute and placed into the budget stabilization reserve. Given that these are one-time resources, this presents an opportunity for the council to consider whether a small portion could be used to support community priorities while still retaining strong reserve levels, which is important to me and I think important to the whole council. But in particularly, these one-time funds could help strengthen investments in areas we've already identified as priorities, including the support of the children and youth master plan and the stability of our immigrant families. And so I just had a brief question for staff. So first, and I guess to the city manager, please, if the full $85 million is added to the reserve, and I think we had discussed that we would see it before the end of the budget cycle, and if we had the needed reserve levels as needed, could city staff or your office explore fully funding the Children and Youth Master Plan and the already promised $500,000 to immigrant defense?
So thank you very much, Councilmember, for the question. And I think the key word that you said is the word explore, because there's going to be a lot of pressure on those reserve funds, which I think we outlined in the city manager's budget request. Again, like you said, we need to get our reserves back up. We have some capital projects that are imminent that we need, and some deferred maintenance we need to address as well. We may want to spread some of our cuts over 2 years on a one-time basis to ease into some of them, again, to help the transition. But yes, we always can explore those type of items, and that gives us flexibility to see if it can fit or it can't fit, and look and make our recommendation accordingly. Already, I think in the March budget message, with the money that's been already called for, some of that would need to come out of those funds already. Because we don't have another big pot of one-time funds, but we can certainly explore that.
Yes, I understand we have budget constraints, and I just want to make sure if the city is seeing probably this once-in-a-lifetime allocation of $85 million, if just $1 million can be allocated to defend some of our most vulnerable populations. And I appreciate the administration's willingness to at least explore and consider that. And I'll be sure to be laser focused on that discussion as the budget conversation moves forward. And then I just, in regards to that, I just have a few other questions. First, if the if the 85 million does come through, and we do see that, and then we have funds to be used for one-time service stabilization, could we put aside like maybe 30 million to make sure that we avoid cuts to services to our residents?
I would not recommend that, because that would you'd be working with an unbalanced budget structurally, and that is the worst situation to be in. We need to structurally balance our budget, given we've got a big shortfall looming the next fiscal year, and so we need to balance ongoing revenues with ongoing expenses. And so, yes, in a very limited way, could we use some money to transition, but given the size of that reserve, the fact that our budget stabilization reserve is only at $12.5 million, the risks right now that we're facing potentially, which we outlined in the city manager's budget request to our revenue sources, I wouldn't recommend setting aside that money. Although we will be very conscious, as I said, when we were going over our priority setting, it's our goal to be as invisible as possible to the community in the budget cuts that we're going to put forward to you, although some will be painful. There's a constituent for everything. We don't provide enough services, obviously, to our community. And I would like to minimize, to the very extent possible, any impacts to our employees. So with those two goals in mind, there will be some limited use of some transitional things that we might need a little bit more time to smooth out those budget proposals to make sure they're feasible, but that I do not believe there would be funding to set aside anything like that. We would have zero reserves, and we would not have the money to do infrastructure projects that we need to do.
Appreciate your perspective, and I'll look forward to leaning into that conversation. I say I got 40 seconds. There hasn't been a motion yet, but I just want to sunlight that I would like to include whoever makes the motion, that as long as the city maintains the necessary reserve funds, to please direct the city manager to consider the allocation of funding, fully funding the Children and Youth Master Plan, and fully funding our already promised $500,000 to defend our immigrant community. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilmember. Just made a note of that. We will go.
And may I just make a clarification? When you say fully fund the Children and Youth Master Plan, you're saying up to $1 million? Okay, just want to make sure that, because it could really take a lot more money to
Not
really
the whole
focus
thing.
on it.
Yeah.
I just want to put that on the record.
Commitment we did last year. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Jennifer, actually, for asking that question. I was wondering about that myself, what that means to fully fund actually anything at this point. I want to thank although most of the people who spoke have now gone off to have dinner, I suppose, but I do appreciate all that you have been here, and in particular, the voices of young people. I spent 3 days last week working with 96 high school juniors from all over the city, and it's encouraging to listen to the dialogue, the input, the way that you think and why you think a certain way, and how you can influence influence us as your local elected officials. So I truly appreciate that you're all here and you're still here. And as a mother and someone who supports children all my life, I certainly support the Family Youth Master Plan. I'm just not sure about the $1 million expenditures. This is the last time that I have the opportunity to be part of the Mayor's March budget message. I come to this with 7 years of budget experience and 14 years prior to that with school board budgets. Those school board budgets were adopted during the Great Recession and during unprecedented financial stress, much worse than what we're facing today. This has been said previously, but I think it bears repeating. We are in a very tough budget year with a shortfall larger than I've ever seen. This is not the time to expand programs. It's the time to draw back and focus on the city's core mission and priorities. And we heard from the community what that is. We've had surveys that shows that public safety and homelessness are among the top 1 and 2. The reality is that any expansion to a service or program will mean a cut to another existing city service. It potentially means employee layoffs, residents losing services they currently depend upon, or drawing back on commitments we've made. Instead, these are situations we should aim to avoid by focusing on preservation rather than expansion. I appreciate and support the mayor's message because it has focus and is realistic about the financial limitations we face. The message acknowledges that budgets mean weighing trade-offs and that resources are finite and need to come from somewhere. I have to say that this is the most unique budget process that I've experienced. In my 7 years on council, while memos are always a part of the budget process, I have never seen the level of detail or specificity submitted by colleagues, but these are unprecedented times. That being said, there's a lot of good proposals and ideas in these council memoranda, and I appreciate my colleagues thinking proactively and creatively about the budget. However, it's important again to return to the idea of trade-offs. Expanded programs result in a sacrifice somewhere. We need to be very selective about what we choose to prioritize in the budget, since any decision we make will require a trade-off due to our limited resources. It is not recommended nor prudent to ask staff to explore large service expansions when we know that we couldn't possibly afford to fund them. To do so would be dishonest to the public and disingenuous to the city staff doing the work. It would also be a poor use of staff time to have them analyze a program and service expansions that are unrealistic. The mayor's March budget message is the first step in the budget process. There will be future opportunities to refine and amend budget direction in June, actually May's study sessions June, once we have received the proposed budget from the city manager. I'd like to thank the mayor and his staff for their work to analyze all of the memoranda submitted and produce a supplemental memo that incorporates many of the proposals from these documents. I know that the mayor's staff work hard to extensively vet every proposal in good faith with the assistance of city staff. It's critical that the city manager have clear direction that has been fully vetted with the administration and city departments so that she can craft a proposed budget based on our direction. The appendix attached to the mayor's supplemental memo does a good job of outlining all of the proposals, what is integrated and what isn't. I'd like to thank the mayor for including my memorandum on Vision Zero in his supplemental. Obviously, we're in a Brown Act and have discussed including this language. The omission from the original budget message was largely an oversight, and I appreciate you including it. Very, very important to me and the safety of our community. The mayor does a good job of explaining in the supplemental why certain items aren't integrated into the budget message. Oftentimes, it comes down to resources and capacity, and that's financial resources and the capacity of our staffs. As a council, we need to acknowledge that our capacity to do things as an organization is limited, and we cannot expand our city services significantly in the context of a budget shortfall. This is especially true for services that fall out of our jurisdiction's purview and authority. The supplemental memo from the mayor strikes a good balance between integrating various proposals from council while also remaining realistic about financial and staffing constraints. While I support this message from the mayor, his supplemental, I really want to hear from my colleagues before I pursue a motion or hear what a motion is going to be crafted. So for now, I'll leave it at that because I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Councilor Kameh?
Thank you so much. I want to thank the mayor and his team for putting together the budget message as well as the additional supplemental memo. I know they worked throughout the weekend to be able to analyze everything. And I also want to thank everyone who came today. Le quiero dar las gracias a los jóvenes. Quiero que estén involucrados siempre. Uno de estos días, uno de ustedes, quizás dos, van a estar en esta mesa directiva. So siempre mantenga fe
y siempre esté involucrado. Always have faith and always be involved, because that's how you get your voices heard. So I really appreciate you coming out and staying. It means a lot. We notice, by the way. I also want to thank my Brown Act colleagues, Councilmember Tordillos, Cohen, and Vice Mayor Foley for their thoughtfulness. I had never seen such a detailed, as Vice Mayor Foley said, detailed information memos from all of our colleagues, right? I'd like to thank also Councilmember Mulcahy, the lone person who really put a lot out there. So every one of us, I think, really put a lot of time, thought, and energy in this very, very challenging time. So, you know, I think that, you know, I see all of the work that was done. I also want to thank the staff, because I know that many of us reach out to the city staff who are doing all this work to ensure that our memos are accurate. You know, I think this is going to be, we've already said that it's a tough year. It's the toughest year I've seen in the last 3 years of having budgets, into my 4th budget now. And, you know, balance is going to be very hard, very hard. But I think that there is a way of finding a pathway to do better for our youth, our families, and our entire San Jose community by really safeguarding core essential services. From the beginning, I know that it's been a message, a March message of focusing, and although we want to do everything, we're not going to be able to. Let's be realistic. I think that we will do our best to do as much as we can with what we have. I also want to shout out to those who are thinking about revenue growth, and so encouraging and investing in economic development to increase growth is something that I know many of the staff and we are working on to be able to grow the pie. That will give us an ability to do a lot more, so I appreciate that. And I too will like to hear from the rest of my colleagues to see where we can move this forward. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate it. Let me turn now to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor and colleagues, for putting together this March budget message. There are elements I support, including the incorporation of the updated budget principles to guide the city manager as she does the hard work of putting together a balanced budget. I also really appreciate the support from your office, Mayor, for the budget community gathering space that we've put together for members of the community to use while they participate in this public discussion. I want to thank Councilmembers Ortiz, Duan, Candelas, and Casey, who collaborated in good faith to put together recommendations that we felt would address our community's top concerns. The cost of living has become an increasing challenge for thousands of families across the city, and our joint memo seeks to recognize and elevate this reality in the context of our work on the budget. And while we don't always agree, I'm thankful for your partnership and your willingness to compromise. I also want to thank the many members of our staff, including Lee Wilcox, Jim Shannon, Eric Sullivan, Chris Burton, Jill Bourne, and many others who have helped our Brown Act as we put together these recommendations. We are grateful for their thoughtful feedback and suggestions, which we've worked diligently to incorporate into our memo. And most importantly, I want to thank the members of the public and everyone in our community who provided input during this process. I'm grateful for the passion and the patience from Dear 2 residents and other District 2 neighbors who are hosting the One Branham Lane Emergency Interim Housing Community. Very thankful for the partnership and leadership of ISA, the One Branham Lane Community Advisory Committee that has worked with my office, the Mayor's office, city staff, and Life Moves staff to address concerns and ensure the success of this emergency shelter. And although we all worked hard, we have come to the shared conclusion that the best next step is to convert this emergency shelter into permanent housing. So I am grateful for the assistance of our housing department and director, Eric Sullivan, in putting together the memo to begin this critical work. Many District 2 neighborhood leaders have also shared their frustration with the reduction in funding for the very successful Beautify SJ grant program. That is why I'm proud to support a recommendation in our joint memo that restores funding for this program to ensure that more neighborhood associations benefit from that investment and opportunity for community building. And before I provide comments on the recommendations from our joint memo, I do have a few questions I'd like to ask staff. First, I'd like to clarify this recommendation is on recommendation 29. It is not a recommendation to allocate or direct the $500,000 from the mayor's budget memo to FFN, but it is asking city staff to provide alternatives and options, for example, looking at philanthropic funding or a nonprofit or partner agency who can administer this program. So recommendation 29 in the joint memo is to, quote, provide alternative options to sustain the family, friends, and neighbors FFN caregiver support network. My question to staff is whether this language is overly prescriptive.
I'll take that one. I don't think so.
Thank you. My second question, based on the proposed direction in the amended budget message, can staff provide the assurance that the effort to pursue conversion of EIH into permanent housing will prioritize 1 Branham Lane?
I can answer that. Yes, it will.
Thank you. My last question. Recommendation 2A in the mayor's blue memo reads, should any direction between the mayor's March budget message and these memos be substantially similar, the mayor's March budget scope and wording of direction will take precedence. How does staff interpret this, and how would you implement the direction if approved by council?
Yeah, I'll try to take that one. So I think, yeah, I mean, I think to the extent that those, just restating the message there, to the extent that there is significant overlap, I think staff would look at the language in the March budget message as the primary direction, and we would incorporate the additional direction in the other Brown Act memo as to help support that direction. And we would be reporting if it was feasible, and we would be reporting that as part of our normal council referral process.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate your responses. And finally, I want to speak to one recommendation in our joint memo that is very important to me. Recommendation 28 is to introduce a problem statement in the growing our economy focus area related to accessing affordable childcare. And I appreciate and thank my colleagues for the thoughtful remarks during item 3.4 earlier today. I want to clarify that I am not proposing a significant and ongoing investment in childcare subsidies or programs. Instead, I want to reiterate that the intent is to create the market conditions that support childcare businesses. For example, in addition to implementing AB 752 to allow childcare centers to be co-located with multifamily housing by right, we must update Council Policy 614, Guidelines for Child Daycare, which imposes land use regulations governing childcare operators. The last time this council policy was updated was over 20 years ago in 2003. This policy and other local land use regulations make it harder for childcare operators to do business in this city. A new problem statement allows city staff to think about these regulations and others, identifying updates and modifications that make San Jose more friendly for childcare businesses. And as a council that is attentive to the affordability concerns of our business owners and residents, and as a city committed to generating opportunities that help stabilize our budget in the future years, a stronger understanding of how childcare breakdowns impact working parents, their employers, and the city's local economy is necessary to explore the depths of this issue. Similarly, as we discussed, item 3.3, the city also provides direct services, including the FFN program, which is an early childhood workforce development program that meets the diverse training and support needs of caregivers who then improve the learning and care environments of our city's children. These are small business owners and operating, including over 640 caregivers that have worked with over 2,000 children in our city. These small business owners benefit from training and child development and support through the permitting and licensing processes. It is a return on investment that is significant and noteworthy because we are the only city, to my knowledge, in the state of California and the nation who has a program like this. It is hard to think of other programs that for $500,000 provide tangible and ongoing support to over 600 businesses and 2,000 children that allows parents and the guardians of those kids to go to work or school. If we are serious about improving the economic future of our city and our families, we cannot undermine the importance of and the urgency to begin exploring childcare policy opportunities today. Adding a problem statement or a priority in the growing our economy focus area related to accessing affordable childcare does not mean significant and unsustainable funding for subsidies. It simply means that staff can think about what is within our control, including land use and zoning regulations, and support for small businesses. I encourage the mayor and my colleagues to support this recommendation. I also urge support for recommendation 29 to provide alternative options to sustain the FFN network, recognizing that FFNs not only allow parents and guardians to work, but also themselves are small business operators. Thank you, and I look forward to continuing this dialogue.
Thanks, Councilmember. City Manager, do you want to just comment on how you interpret that last one of adding additional problem statements to the focus areas?
Yeah, I totally understand, as obviously as a working mother, and my own issues that I've had with childcare as my kids were young, having 3 children. I totally understand it, as I think all of the mothers and the fathers do as well. I am just in general concerned in a totality type of way about adding a lot of new things when I'm going to have to reduce staff in this, and I think that any new policy direction in our focus areas, which I'd like to try to uphold as much as we can there, but they're probably going to have to be reduced when we bring back an MBA about what are all our goals and things that we're going to have to be doing with all the 5 focus areas, given the reduction in some of our staffing abilities and having to downsize the organization and get ready for potentially another downsizing in the following fiscal year. I think there would be, if we wanted to do that, then we'd have to take some other areas of the growing our economy and back off on them and have that conversations to add this in. So I think there would be a switch on what we were focusing on there, because I'm not sure right now, given and I'm down some staff too, that we could add a bunch of new work in here and given the capacity and our budget situation. Lee, did you want to add in anything on this, given your role in helping to manage the focus areas with me?
Sure. I mean, I would just say at present, a majority of the council focus areas have 4 problem statements, and that's sort of the way we set it up. The growing our economy one, I would say it is more difficult to keep it to 4 than any other because we're dealing with private market demands. And obviously, council member, to your point, there is a lot of indicators and levers on what the city can or cannot do to advance the economy. So, we really did, I think, jointly between staff and the council last year, kind of re-engage to get back to what is traditionally, core economic development work. So the problem statement is really, the 4 problem statements are really focused around kind of that core work around infrastructure readiness for businesses, business retention and attraction, downtown neighborhood development, as well as planning and financing for a variety of EIFDs or other tax tools that move. So the council can certainly ask us to do more, but if we would be in a position to come forward with actual trade-offs for you guys to discuss for new problem statements, because again, I think to Jennifer's point, it's not just capacity right now, it's capacity of what the organization looks like in July that could be concerning, whether we actually have the leadership to move various things.
Yeah, and just to bring the point home, and again, I think these are all very good goals and everything. We adopted a 2-year work plan for economic development that was pretty aggressive, and we were all for it. So we would just say, well, we're going to put some of that on hold to fit this in, and we certainly can do that. Make no mistake. Same with code enforcement. The modernization of code enforcement, staff wanted a 3-year work plan, to be frank, and I said no. I said, we're going to have a 2-year work plan. So I forced it faster and more aggressively, and I've even put more resources on that because they're trying to fix the tires on the bus as we're driving the bus. And so we can certainly trade out some of that work to do other code enforcement work too. I mean, there's certainly possibilities of that, and we're certainly open to that, but I just don't want to, I want to make sure we're not adding on and then we're not being successful in moving the needle, which you all expect of us, and we don't want to let you down.
Thank you. To wrap up my comments, I will just say that earlier this year when we saw the annual city services report and what I called out then that I will share again today is the three out of the top 5 priorities for our city are general cost of living, housing affordability, and addressing homelessness. And so if we are engaging in the first conversation of our budget process, this is the exact right opportunity as a council to really think about what we can do to recalibrate and focus on what those top priorities of our community are. I don't believe in the sunken cost fallacy that says just because we have done X, Y, and Z, we have to continue doing that. This is pretty much half a new council, and again, that's what we're here to do as a council. Listen to the community, take in their top concerns, and look at our council budget and realign, refocus, recalibrate if that's what we need to do, because that is what our community is calling on us to do. Make sure that we are putting their interests at the forefront and the heart and center of our budget. Thank you.
Let me go to, thanks, Councilor. Let me go to Councilor Cohen.
Right, thank you. First, I want to thank everyone who came out and spoke today. And what always gives me great pride and hope is hearing from so many young people. We had a large number of youth here today talking about their involvements in the school, their political activism, their interests in the services that we provide, the hardships they're going through. And I just want to thank all of you for being here and being part of this discussion, because a lot of what we're talking about are things, in my mind, the things that are important to me in this budget are things that really are about the future, your future, about the next generation. So really appreciate that input. Want to thank all the groups here who are working on the what's important to, and talking about what's important to them in the budget, and thank the mayor for inviting me to be part of the group that gave the original framework that kicked off this conversation. I will just say the message itself kind of starts from the point of the deficit that we're facing this year, but doesn't really provide any specifics of how we're going to solve that deficit. This process kicks off what will be the real work being done by Jim, Jennifer, and Lee to go back and say, well, here's how we're actually going to balance this budget and what those cuts and trade-offs are going to be. I know that Vice Mayor Foley talked about this at the last time we had the priorities session. I haven't recently told this, commiserated with her about our time on the school board during the last recession. So in 2008, I ran for the school, I would just tell this story a lot. I ran for the school board in 2006 to increase funding and support for counseling and mental health services for students. And in 2008 and 2009, during the recession, we laid off our counselors. It was one of the hardest things I ever went through, because it was a goal to increase an important service that we know benefits our children, that we know makes their lives better, that we know gives them an opportunity to be successful. And we had no choice but to downsize. Now, years have gone by and we've grown, I was there to grow it back and re-add services, but it was painful. And we might be up against some painful decisions again in this year's budget. So I just come from that perspective of the things that I've been fighting for as a council member for 6 years now, and I know that some of them are at risk. And until I see what's at risk, it's really hard for me to say what other things we should add to the budget. That's kind of where I am right now. Not that all the things being suggested aren't important, but there are going to be things that we're going to cut that are important. And so I just kind of want to remind people, this is the beginning of the process, this isn't the end of the process. And when we get to May and we actually have the specific proposals, we will then be able to say, okay, now we know what we can use as trade-offs for adding other things into the budget. And typically, things that are in the budget in May get taken out, things that are being proposed by others get added in, but I'm just worried about over-specifying too early in the process. And, you know, a couple years ago, those of us who were here, and I know almost half the council wasn't even here 2 years ago when we went through a very complicated budget discussion. I remember 2 very passionate groups of people, 2 Brown Act groups, coming into that meeting in June, not knowing what the outcome was going to be. We were in our groups going, how are we going to get what we want in this budget? And we sort of live on the dais in June created a compromise and added things and made some trade-offs and did some horse trading right then. And I suspect that that'll happen again this year, but I feel like it's early for that to happen. I just want to throw that out there. We have time. We have 3 more months to do that horse trading. So just wanted to mention that. I do want to call out, you know, things I'm looking at as important things that actually are at risk in the budget this year. We've talked about libraries in the past. I continue to harp on that. We've built up a library service that's really important. I want to specifically thank our library staff, because while we talk about youth and children's services, the library does a lot of that work, our library department. And in fact, I'm really excited. Without adding to our budget, right now the library department is building out the first early literacy center in our city over on East Side in the Toyon area. And it's really exciting. We were doing that without them asking for more money. But if we start clawing back in libraries, those kind of services could be at risk, and I don't want to lose that momentum. Obviously, we know the importance of our parks. We all talk about our under-maintenance at our parks. Cuts to our parks will make that problem worse. Well, I know every single one of us hears from our residents about bathrooms that aren't in good repair and park fields that are not usable, and we want to make sure that those don't lose attention. Very few people on the council talk about climate and environment, but we are fighting in this city. We are proud of our ranking as the greenest city in the United States, greenest large city in the United States, but that's only because of commitments that we've made to meet some goals by 2030. And there are proposed cuts in the climate budget, in the climate smart budget this year, that could put that progress at risk and help and make it harder for us to achieve our goals. These are all things that are important to our families, to our community, and I'm concerned about it. And until I see what's coming back and what's being proposed to cut, it's hard for me to think about what the trade-offs are going to be, because I know we're all going to be up here saying, hey, I don't want that cut, I don't want that cut, I want to, and if I'm going to add something, I'm going to have to think of another cut to make. So that's sort of the context I'm coming from as we move forward. I do want to thank the other Brown Act group also for re-elevating the Working Families Housing Project that's being discussed. I had some great meetings with working partnerships over the last year about what they're thinking, what they're doing, and I do think it's a great opportunity for us to be partnering with that and moving that forward. So I'm grateful that was re-elevated so it could be added, and I know that the mayor's reconciliation memo put that into the budget process. So that's my perspective. I know that we're all kind of wondering what kind of motion we're going to craft together of all these memos today. The context I have is that the motion today has to be clean enough for the administration to be able to bring forward a budget, but that if this isn't the end of the process, and that a lot of the things that are in these other memos will still be discussed, and usually it's discussed through an MBA process where MBAs are written, where we get the trade-offs. If we add this extra piece in, for example, if we include an item on child care providers and therefore staff will have to stop doing something else, we get a document that tells us what that trade-off will be so we can make an informed decision when we're putting the budget together in June. So I don't expect this to be the end of any of these items on any of these memos, except that it actually is really kind of nice to daylight them early so we can kind of see what everybody's priorities are. So those are my comments on this process. And I want to thank everybody for their input, because I think it's helpful in moving this process forward.
Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate you emphasizing the difficult trade-offs ahead and highlighting some of the things you're hoping that we protect, and I share those concerns. Let me go to Councilmember Tordillos.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by just again thanking the members of the public who came out and who wrote letters and who spoke today, as well as all of the members of our Brown Act, the mayor, the vice mayor, and council members Kamei and Cohen for all of the close collaboration getting to this point in the process. Also, very appreciative of the thoughtful recommendations from the other Budget Brown Act, as well as from Councilmember Mulcahy's memo. I think that this budget message, particularly after incorporating some of the recommendations from the other memos, strikes a good balance of forward-thinking policy with kind of zeroing in on the direct reforms that are responsive to residents' needs in our districts. I wanted to call out that I'm particularly happy with a lot of the work that's gone into the building more housing section of the budget. I think there's a lot of good work there, from carrying forward the fee deferral work that I know Councilmember Ortiz led on in the Rules Committee previously, as well as the continued focus on expanding ministerial approvals, implementing that permit shot clock so that applicants have more reliable timelines when it comes to securing entitlements, as well as the continued commitment to studying the ways that we might be able to bring down the cost of building new housing, including with building code reform. It was just last week I was talking to an affordable housing developer who was saying that there were San Jose specific building code elements that were adding over $1 million to the construction costs of a affordable housing project in District 3. So I think good to continue that work stream to see how we can bring down those costs. And as others have said, I also want to elevate the fact that the other Brown Act included the references to the Working Partnerships Working Families Housing Program. I'm glad to see that continued exploration. This was one of the first briefings I took after I was sworn into office, and I think that the combination of setting up a revolving loan fund with looking at things like credit enhancement to bring down the cost of financing, good to see more innovative thinking as we look for ways that we're going to build affordable housing more effectively in the future. There were a couple other things that I wanted to call out in particular. I'm glad to see the city taking its first concrete steps towards exploring an enhanced infrastructure financing district in the downtown core. I've said before that San Jose is the only big city in California that doesn't already have one of these districts in their downtowns. And I'm hopeful that as we navigate difficult budget years ahead where we just don't have much discretionary money available, that something like an EIFD might be a unique way to generate some one-time funding to then turn around and invest in building housing and building infrastructure to support economic revitalization and affordability for our residents. Also appreciative that the previous rules memo that we had around modernizing historic preservation has made its way into the budget. We heard from a member from the Japantown community who highlighted kind of the lose-lose situation that a lot of property owners and residents are facing currently, where you're surrounded by blighted and vacant properties, and there's this cost-prohibitive amount of regulation to actually refurbishing or getting adaptive reuse into some of these properties. So excited to see that moving forward. And then finally, wanted to just note my appreciation for the provisions in the other Brown Act's memo around code enforcement. I know, we are all frustrated with the ever-growing backlog of code enforcement cases and the difficulty in getting these prioritized. One thing that I wanted to elevate as we look towards a future MBA in this area is just the ways that targeted code enforcement can be part of a larger economic development strategy. I've talked to many business owners and would-be entrepreneurs downtown who said that they don't want to take over one of our vacant storefronts because they don't want to be surrounded by vacant storefronts. I've talked to property owners who say that the lack of code enforcement in their neighborhoods is making it harder for them to do business. It's driving down rent prices and making it, again, just difficult to survive in downtown. And I've talked to developers who, again, don't want to invest in our downtown if they don't have guarantees about how the city is going to actually address some of the quality of life concerns on the ground with things like blight. So as we move forward, hopefully this MBA can take a very intentional look at the way that code enforcement and blight remediation can be part of an economic development strategy. So all that said, as others have noted, it's going to be a tough year, a lot of trade-offs to be had, but we're at the early stages of this process, so look forward to the continued collaboration.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to start by thanking, our Brown Act and the mayor and his Brown Act, and our staff has worked way overtime to get all the answers that we needed and putting this whole budget message together. I also want to acknowledge the removal of the language that related to Ellis Acts and the exploration of RVs in mobile home communities. That was definitely a right decision. It reflects a strong concern raised by our mobile home community, and same as the mobile home owners as well. That said, I'm a little bit disappointed in the emergency medical response program was not incorporated into the March budget message. Public safety is a core service, and our fire department should never be treated as a secondary priority. Having oversight on, the narcotics that could prevent death and expensive lawsuits. For example, my chief of staff, his daughter had a grand mal seizure. With previous time, the medication worked. At this last incident, we're not sure it was saline or is it the diazepam that did not work. It could have killed her. And I think those are important things, that lives is at risk when we don't have those oversight. Our city staff is doing a fantastic job in addressing homelessness, have gone above and beyond what we are chartered to do. Because our partner are not performing, their fair share. Just like when I'm going to a fire, I have partners. And our city is going to a fire right now dealing with our homelessness. And yet, where's our partners? Those are the questions that I've asked. Recommendation number 40 is my group memo is straightforward. Is direct the city to identify and quantify when city resources are being used to cover homeless services that fall under other jurisdiction, pursue cost recovery, and improve coordination. Clerk, did you put the slide up for me, please? I want to read directly from the city manager presentation to council office. Quote, the city of San Jose manage housing policy, land use, and program implementation, period. Santa Clara County oversees healthcare, key social services, affordable housing units, and regional initiative to end homelessness, and is responsible for care for those with serious mental illness. I'm just a little bit concerned that the city manager office is saying that they don't want to track how or where the city dollars are spent, especially in the year where we are facing $60 million shortfall. Because if we do not measure it, we cannot manage it. And if we do not manage it, we continue asking San Jose taxpayers to subsidize the responsibilities that belong elsewhere. This needs to stop. So I ask, how does the city manager office plan to transparently track our expenditure and ensure that city tax revenue is not being used to cover responsibility that belong to other jurisdiction? Just help me understand, why as a city we would not want to fully track financial expenditure tied to homelessness.
So I think I should correct that statement. The city absolutely measures what we are spending money on a very regular basis. That informs not only operations and the data we get on how we continue those operations, but ultimately recommend new changes to policy, new programmatic work. So the city is constantly measuring our own funding and expenditures and how we track any given day. The communication back to your office and where the city manager's office felt that it wasn't pertinent was the original language of that was around our city charter and the county's city charter. And we felt, our charter it defines governance authority. It's not a catalog of city services. In fact, only about 35% of what the city does is actually covered in the city charter. And I've not had the time to look at the counties, but I would imagine it's similar. It's a constitution for government. And so I think it's a very subjective exercise for staff to pick things that we're doing that we think should be a county responsibility and then track what they're not spending. We spend an awful lot of time with our own budget and our own funds. at a programmatic level and making sure we're achieving performance. To do that for another organization and what we feel they should be spending on would be an incredibly staff-intensive, and as I said before, highly kind of political exercise. Quite frankly, and I would just say, I think the administration feels very strongly what we decide to work on is really the council's choice. That is a value statement that you guys budget every single Tuesday. I certainly get your analogy of running into a fire council member. I would say a great deal of city staff probably feels that we're running into all sorts of fires, but especially the team that works on homelessness, and that we would like more partnership from the county, a lot more partnership from the state that's failed to address an issue, and the federal government wants to come along, great as well. I think it's far more important that the staff capacity to address what you're trying to get to is housed in the next conversation in the next phase with the county on the community plan and homelessness. I'd say we're at the end of our current plan, and I would just say, having been involved in the last one, we decided to approve that right at the very end, very quickly, right before the pandemic started. And so it's a very aspirational plan, but as we've said to all of you, what never took place after that was a very detailed work plan of who does what. And we left that conversation with the county. Okay, you guys focus on prevention, we'll focus on emergency interim solutions. The next phase does need to be able to address at a much more detailed level who is focused on what, who has the expertise to achieve those initiatives and those outcomes that you guys direct. And so that is where we would like to put staff capacity, and not like a budget exercise of what we think they should be doing, because it would be very difficult and subjective.
Well, Lee, you make a good point there. Working with the county is different than paying for the service they should be providing. Tracking expenses are exactly what recommendation 40 is about, and should be welcomed by our city staff and council. Making sure our residents are not paying for the service that should be shared and funded by others. As we begin to engage the county around the next community plan and to end homelessness, I would like to have that direct discussion with the county. We will also need to, with the county, push for state to provide more funding, as this is a statewide issue. To my colleagues, our city is now performing homelessness-related services that extend beyond what our tax structure was designed to support. While other jurisdictions remain responsible for a key portion of that work, continue to spend in these areas without tracking or cost-sharing contribute directly to the financial challenges that we are facing today. I do not believe that we would be in a somewhat of a deep financial hole if we were to track and bill expenses to the appropriate jurisdiction. This is why I continue to push for fiscal responsibility. With that, I make a motion to approve the mayor supplemental memo and amend to include the recommendation 40 from the group memo. And thank you. Yeah, my motion is for the mayor's supplemental memo and to amend to including recommendation 40 from the group memo. Unless there's any other friendly amendments that you'd like to make.
First of all, I think I heard a second. Is that right?
I have Candelas.
Second. Okay, Candelas seconded. And the 40 is 40A, B, and C. Is that right? There are three components. Okay. Which is the memorandum of understanding. The one that I just have on this is we do have a new partnership with the county that involves cost sharing, the county taking over a couple of VIHs. We've kind of worked out an entire partnership with the county, so I want to make sure Ideally, this would be integrated. I'd also just note, depending on how this is interpreted, the amount of staff work on this could be substantial, which is part of why we did not integrate it. So I think we need to have a better sense of scoping based on how it's written here.
I think with the tracking and possible cost saving, I think it would pay for the staff time and it'd be worthwhile for saving taxpayer right here in the city of San Jose from paying, other people's shares.
Lee, Jim, or others, do you need more clarity? I'll also note, as you think on that, on 58C, we felt was perhaps redundant, given that we do have an agreement with UP, and we currently have a pretty good, we've actually really improved our relationship with Union Pacific and have collaborated quite a bit on cleanups. They've been bringing in rock, cleaning trestles. We have an existing agreement, so I wanted to better understand what 58C was getting at if we were to include that. I'm sorry, 40C. Council member.
Well, I think it's important.
It says prioritize negotiating an extension of the MOU with Union Pacific.
That was something that was more specific to my district, so I'm happy to comment on that. What was the question?
I guess given that we have an existing agreement with them, I wasn't sure what the extension was. It was a little vague. We currently access land once every 30 days. I wasn't sure specifically. This seemed very expansive.
So the MOU is expiring in 2030, and the goal of this language is to ensure that we are, preparing as early as possible for that.
Okay. I just suggest in a year where we're going to have to cut staff and cut nearly $60 million that we maybe just pause on that, given that we've been doing more and more with UP and have 4 years to figure it out. But I don't think it's kind of a minor point. I don't think it's a hill anybody needs to die on. On the first two from Councilmember Dewan's motion, 40A and B, if those were to be included, do we know how much staff work we're talking about here? Or do you guys have clarifying questions?
I definitely think we would need some clarity from the council member. On 40A, our existing dashboard and financial tracking systems, I think we've got a very good handle of how we spend our money. Eric and his team, but also Beautify SJ and, how this issue hits other departments. Where our work around the council focus area right now involves other jurisdictions where MOUs are important, whether it be Valley Water, or we've done huge agreements this year with Valley Water to open an EIH at Cherry, another huge one with VTA for Cerrone. Those type of, whether it's a lease agreement or MOU, I think we're constantly exploring. I would say in some ways trying to figure out who pays for what seems out of sequence given where we're at, since we're at the end of the community plan to end homelessness, and Eric and his team, as well as others in the city manager's office, are working with the county. In the short term, I would agree with the mayor, the new framework where we're going to have some real cost savings, but ultimately there's more than just us, the county, and including Destination Home in this conversation around the community plan, and it certainly seems like us starting there as an organization of what we need and what we want to achieve with those other partners, and then figuring out who starts to pay for what, seems to be, that needs to happen before we start doing this.
Yeah, I think the challenge with it, I'll just put a slightly finer point on, and then I do want to get in other voices, and we can come back to further clarifying questions with the motion on the floor. But when it says identify the responsible jurisdiction where feasible for tracked expenditures, including whether financial responsibility rests with the city, county, state, federal government, or an external entity, I think the challenge we face is, part of the reason we have the problem we have with homelessness is it's not clearly defined, and there's not like a clear legal agreement on who does what. It's been an ever-evolving thing. The federal government did a lot in the area of public housing many years ago and then pulled back. In different places, different jurisdictions play different roles. We have leaned in to build a lot of shelter, which I will note is at least currently within the costs of Measure E, which was passed to address homelessness and housing concerns. But there isn't like a clear legal definition of which of those 4 levels of government are financially responsible for any one service. It's kind of an ongoing negotiation. How well we use the bully pulpit, what happens in elections. I mean, it's just, there's not like something we can refer, we could spend endless hours negotiating and not get any closer to defining those things with Congress, for example, or HUD or whoever it might be. So I think there's some limitations to what we can really define there.
I hear you, and you make a great point, is it's not defined, and that is why we're trying to achieve, because when it isn't defined, we don't know who paying for what, how much it costs. And I think we have to start from here, from within our city first, then we can partnership with our county, obviously. And then we don't have to go state and federal. I just want to see from our city, how do we analyze what is going in, what's going out, and then we can work with our partnership over in county to see that as well. And it should be shared because we are sharing the same amount of unsheltered resident, we're sharing the same burden, and we're sharing the same financial responsibility as well.
Maybe I can offer a suggestion, Mayor and Council Member. One of the things that we're working on right now with the county is a possible either joint board and city council meeting in August or September, or have the county come over here and present with Eric and I, and then the following week, Eric and I would go present to their board. The intent of that is primarily focused on the community plan and homelessness, but maybe as a good starting point for that conversation and context for the Board of Supervisors, but also for the City Council, we should do a bit of an intro of what the city is currently spending on this body of work and what the county is also spending on that body of work. So everyone has that context as we start the next conversation around the community plan. Is that helpful?
Yes and a no. You know, again, when it's not defined too much, costing too much, it take away from our ability to fund core services like police and fire department, right? Staff, I believe the amount of saving comparing to the staff time is negligible. And you know, we spoke to many different department director who believe this would help us as a city as a whole. The direction from here is to the CMO is that they can work with staff to achieve the goal. The council direction is to address the costs, both sharing and recovery. That's what my point is.
Okay. We may come back to this point.
Okay.
We do have a motion, so I appreciate the motion from Councilmember Dwan. Why don't we, Councilmember Ortiz, did you put your hand down or did you want to speak?
I had my hand raised. I don't know what's going to happen next in regard, I don't really necessarily fully understand what's currently on the table either, to be honest with you. All I'm going to say is that I want to rephrase my statement earlier. I'm open to, as long as there is an MBA or a staff analysis conducted on our ability to utilize these settlement funds for immigrant defense and the Children and Youth Master Plan, I will vote for whatever is the final motion. Thank you so much.
What? Okay. Councilor Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate everybody's feedback. You know, first of all, I want to quickly touch on the number 40. And, you know, Lee, I appreciate the creative thinking around trying to figure out how we get at the heart of what we're asking for, which is, you know, expenditures, not just like a holistic expenditure account. What our partners are expending and what we're expending to provide these services. You know, I think if we can somehow integrate 40A and B as part of our joint city-county effort or upcoming meeting, and then report back via information memorandum on how that conversation goes, in order for us to be able to respond to it and actually have something to be able to bring to rules or bring forth after that meeting happens. Is that something the administration would be open to? If so, I will offer that as a friendly amendment to try to make the intent of 40 work.
So are you asking what I offered around the joint meeting, that
Correct.
being in the form of an info memo?
Correct.
That is fine. Absolutely.
Let me ask the maker of the motion if that is acceptable. Acceptable. Okay. And you're the second.
Second.
Yeah, and I accept.
Oh, he seconded. Oh, sorry. I thought it was you. He seconded. Okay.
And I guess the next part I would offer is, I mentioned it is the direction to the administration to explore the use of opioid settlement funds to fund aspects of the Children and Youth Services master plan that meet eligibility requirements to increase the overall amount beyond $500,000. That is hopefully a friendly amendment that we could insert as part of the mayor's recommendation. I think that's one of the clarity items that I got from staff to make that work.
So I think you did get that clarity. I do want to ask a follow-up, though, just as a point of information, which is we had recommended opioid settlement funds for the paramedicine service. And so are we giving conflicting direction? Or do we need to identify prioritization of those two?
It's a question for the administration.
I think with that direction, I would think that we have enough to explore the use of those items.
Wonderful.
But what is your interpretation of the prioritization of the two?
I think we need a prioritization, Jim. Sorry to correct you, but I mean, I'm not trying. But I do think we do, because we are looking at those opioid funds as we speak for the community paramedicine program. When it was presented to me, when we were initially looking at budget proposals, I did not feel that the pilot was long enough to actually make an evaluation to determine if that should be continued in the ongoing year. So we're going to need to use a substantial portion of those community paramedicine programs. So there might be some left to do that, but I guess what I think, to understand the relative priority between the two, that would be helpful. We may be able to do something, a little bit of both, I don't know, but we also, we have another idea from Councilmember Ortiz to explore other funding sources for the Children and Youth Management. But I do think we need to understand the relative priority, so depending on how we fit this puzzle piece together, we understand where the council's sitting on those two items.
Thank you, Jennifer, and I appreciate that, and I think the spirit of collaboration to try to get the best outcome for our community, whether it's the community paramedicine program, I think we can give that priority. I'd be open to giving that priority, as long as there is there's also an analysis and there's consideration, given that this is a state budget earmark request currently through the state, and then. In addition to that, we also have the opportunity to be able to fund some aspect of the Children and Youth Services plan, depending on the Children and Youth Services master plan, depending on how much money this community paramedicine model actually turns out to be. I'm okay with including that as part of the motion. However, I think there's going to be an MBA forthcoming on the use of the budget stabilization fund. And I would ask that, right, correct? Or what's that fund?
The budget stabilization fund will be, the recommended allocation of the budget stabilization fund will be incorporated in my proposed budget that comes out on May 1. And that'll be up for discussion during the study session, everything, but it'll all be incorporated in there, and you can say, yeah, you agree with it, you don't agree with it, you want to change something out, but it won't be a separate MBA, it'll be actually be incorporated into the budget balancing strategy.
I would ask that as part of that consideration, that the use of children and youth, funds for the Children and Youth Services Master Plan are considered as part of the money that Councilmember Ortiz mentioned, as well as funding for Rapid Response Network as part of that analysis, so we can have an opportunity to be able to dialogue and actually, be able to advocate for those items. Is that fair, City Manager McGuire?
I think that we can consider it, again, how the whole puzzle fits together. I would give our good faith effort to consider if there's more we could fund there beyond what was initially stated in the original mayor's March budget message, with giving flexibility. Maybe it's a little bit more, maybe it's a lot more, maybe it's nothing more than what we've got, and you would see, and then there would be those clear trade-offs where you would come back and amend my proposed budget and trade something else out. But I just would appreciate the flexibility. I appreciated the word that Councilmember Ortiz telling, if there was a direction for me to explore funding those up at higher levels. I think we will certainly do that, as well. We're going to explore everything else that we've been directed to, and I like the flexibility because I've got to look at the feasibility, and because if there was a trade-off on library hours, for example, I'm not sure that I would be making that recommendation to you, trying to preserve that core service. So I just haven't put the whole puzzle together, and there is going to be some negative outcomes with this budget, and I just would appreciate that flexibility.
Right, and I think the intent of the direction is to have that, even if it's a consideration for us to be able to know and to be able to say this is important enough. It's a values decision. It's something that we as council members all care about. But we have to know that we have a $56 million deficit. So we understand that, and so I would hope that we have an opportunity to actually weigh and consider prioritizing if it's children and youth services or the rapid response network, which me personally, how I feel about it. That's a conversation that we have, and obviously this is just the beginning of the process. But my hope is that could be included.
And that's fair.
Thank you.
Councilor, before you continue, I think you have at least 2 friendly amendments there. I just want to get them on the record and confirm with the maker of the motion. So one amendment was to analyze the use of opioid settlement funds for supplemental funding for the Children and Youth Master Plan, with the paramedicine program in the March budget message taking precedence, but both being evaluated.
Correct.
And then the second there was to
the info memo.
Ask the city manager to explore using the which fund was
the
it?
stabilization
fund for 2 potential sources, as I heard it. It was the FFN and the
no. It was the Children and Youth Service Master Plan and
the rapid response.
And the rapid response.
Oh, it was rapid response. Got it.
I got you, Mayor. It's all good. I got coffee, man. I'm
rapid
good.
Rapid response. RRN. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. No. And
let me just check with the maker of the motion. Is that?
I accept.
Okay.
And I accept too. Okay. So and then I also want to include the first item that I started out with on 40, A and B. That seeks that clarification from the administration. I think the administration has what they need to be able to run with it. Okay, so I expressed 12, 13, and 14 as part of our group memorandum. I would ask that be inserted as a friendly amendment, given the exploratory nature and the financial feasibility, flexibility that we provided the administration.
Accept.
All right.
Can you just repeat which one that was?
12, 13, and 14. The exploration of additional modernization to code enforcement, exploring policy options, and a pilot enforcement outreach program as part of the analysis. And then the last thing that I heard from my colleagues is pertaining to Councilmember Campos's priorities is the evaluation and the introduction of a new problem statement in the growing our economy focus area. A question for the administration is when will be the next opportunity for the council to weigh in on the focus areas and/or problem statements?
Sure. So we highlighted this last week when we did the council focus area update. Unlike this past year, which was the first time we had done it this way, this year we're already working on what next year's dashboards, problem statements, and kind of outcomes are. So we'll be bringing those forward not after the budget, but as part of this year's budget. So those will be released as part of a manager's budget addendum, which our goal is to get those out, as part of the study session so that you guys can ask questions and really dive into some of that. So that'll be in front of you and the council will vote on it in June. So if the council is, unhappy with that work, they have the ability to change it through the June message and June vote.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Leland. And then the second is, I would offer on 29 to provide direct. I think the way it's worded in our memorandum was like a direction to do alternatives, but would the administration be open to exploring alternative options to sustaining the FFN caregiver support network, recognizing the FFNs, not only parents and guardians to work, but also themselves and small business owners? Would staff be open to that exploration language for maximum flexibility?
Yeah, I think that we can explore options. I think we already are, Angel, we're already exploring options for other people to provide that services, which is consistent with what we said last year when we did it a year. That's one of the reasons we made it a year 2 cut, was knowing that we may not be able to support that of the general fund. It might be up in somebody else's wheelhouse to support that program. So that is something that we are exploring as we speak for that one. Okay. So in general, Jim and Lee, with the addendums that are being discussed, the ones, I guess I'm exploring the funding on your 1 and 2 is not, that is not concerning to me because you've given us flexibility. The 12, 13, and 14 related to code enforcement would be new work that we would have to balance within the existing code enforcement work plan. And so I am a little concerned about that without us getting through that, all the modernization efforts that we're trying to do. I mean, certainly we can, again, explore if there's things we can add I'm trying to accelerate that work faster, but putting out a whole nother MBA, because we've already got like 20 to 30 MBAs right now, that's a lot of analysis and it's a huge lift. So I'm just going to put on the record, I'm a little bit concerned about that and would prefer for us to have more flexibility without doing an MBA and trying to figure out if there's ways we can get through some more of our modernization efforts, see where we end up at the end of this year, and then work on that. And then with respect to the adding more problem statements to the focus areas, I think that is, again, going to have to be a trade-off of the entire economic development work plan, and do we continue on with that? Because we made a concerted effort to narrow the scope of that work plan to make it actionable and to be able to deliver on it with some pretty challenging goals in there. Adding something else, I think we need to take something out of there, which again we can do, but that will take a little bit of time, and I don't know if we would be able to complete that analysis in time for the May. So I'm looking to you and to say if we think we could make that trade-off choice so the council understands what that would look, and then they can make that, and then they can select which option they would like to go. To be able to put that out in an MBA in May. I'm given all the work we're trying to do to actually balance the budget right now, and there's a lot of other work that needs to be had. So
yeah, we need to do an MBA on the council focus areas and the recommended problem statements, outcomes, and dashboards and metrics. So the council will have the ability to change one of those problem statements at that point if you would like to swap something out, but. We would definitely be saying you need to swap something out for that. We wouldn't have the ability to absorb a fifth. So the council would have that will, Jennifer, I think, through that process.
Yeah. So I guess I would prefer for us, if I know this, you may not prefer this recommendation from me, but I would prefer us to continue along so you can see what our work plan looks like on the growing our economy focus area, since we're knee deep in it now, and what our goals are going to be, and we're evaluating what we've accomplished this year. And then if we want to, if you find some of that to be not as important, then we get direction at that point to swap that out. We may need to come back later and then have some deep thinking on what the goals are and the problem statement. And that might trail into the new year, like we did this last year when we got the building more housing and growing our economy focus areas, which are new, and as you know, we worked very, very hard, but it took us a few months to actually be thoughtful about where we wanted to go with that. So I'm just worried about getting something meaningful to you in this short time frame. So
I appreciate that.
So that's what I'm.
But you know, I'm a little disheartened specifically, not just on this. Obviously, there's trade-offs that we have to make when we have these difficult conversations on what's important. And you know, if we're saying that when we do have a budget addendum coming, so we can discuss this and see what's going to be traded off, I don't understand why we wouldn't be able to have this as a consideration for when we have this conversation. And so I'm feeling, and you know, that pause on that point, you know, 12, 13, and 14, I worked directly with the city manager's office to come up with language that would help us, and now I'm hearing that it's an issue. And so that is really, really upsetting because, you know, we took the time to engage the administration to see what could work. And I'm a little disheartened to hear that as part of that you have, you know, there's concerns from the administration on whether these policy options or these alternatives to, you know, strengthening code compliance is an issue now on the dais at the 11th hour.
Yeah. So on the first one, I guess on the first one, I just, you know, we can put something high level together. I just don't want the expectation that it necessarily would be fully baked about all the sub goals. You know how we have a lot of deep thought on how each of our goals, we have all the different problem statements and the deep goals. I think I would want the flexibility to have more thinking time. We can give you our initial thoughts on it, but I would want to be able to have some more time with that. Say you decided to go with that, to be able to refine it, because again, it's in short order. I think that would be fair. As far as the code enforcement is concerned, I think I wasn't part of those conversations, so I apologize with, you know, the feedback to the opposite to that Brown Act. But I think, you know, what we're looking for is flexibility to fit that in. With the modernization project, but I wasn't part of those conversations, and so Jim and Lee, can you clarify?
Yeah, let me certainly start. So I think when we were looking at that narrative, some of the feedback that we gave is this section is probably not going to be accomplished with the resources that we have, given that we're going to reduce the budget. Perhaps there's a way to limit that or focus it or have a limited amount of direction, and so I don't think that was taken. The other alternative that was suggested is that there is a re-engineering going on in the code enforcement, and you know, there could be some prioritization that the council could give to try to fit some of that in, but that still would be a prioritization. So it's not that we can't do any of these things, is that they don't come without a cost or a trade-off, just like most of the things that are in both the March budget message and the other Brown Act memo.
Okay. Yeah, and I figured as much.
And that's what we would try to do, either you could give us direction to try to fit it in, and with understanding that this is a priority for you, like you've given us other direction to explore and you've given us the flexibility, or if it's an absolute, you know, it has to happen now and everything, since given our ability, we'll not be able to add more resources, you'd say swap what you think is the least other items that you're working on, the least priority of that, and fit this in no matter what. So I think that's the difference in the direction that I think we would like to understand.
Okay. All right. So I mean, I mean, the language states, you know, it's incorporating elements to the code enforcement re-engineering efforts as feasible and in consideration of budgetary constraints. And then we go on to say, for example, in 12, explore additional modernization to code enforcement focused on improving case resolution timelines and strengthening accountability for chronically non-compliant property. I mean, I can go verbatim in all these, but the intent of that is not to hinder the administration's ability to provide us as policymakers with a robust analysis, is to give us those policy considerations that we've heard and that we want to see what that would look like. If it's not feasible, it's not feasible. But I think to not even have that conversation and to, because we're mindful that this is just the first step. I get it. But, you know, if that still is not if that is still too prescriptive of language. Is that what I'm hearing? In 12, 13, and 14, for example, in that? Is that too prescriptive?
Well, I know that 14 actually asked for grants, so that would be additional resources. So 13 is really a policy option, and 12 is sort of more of a program modification, but 14 actually is seeking additional funding.
That provides grants for partnerships
Right,
between...
so I don't think that would fit within the reengineering probably.
Okay, so yeah, obviously that has and again, it's a budgetary constraint, is it not, Jim?
Yeah.
Correct. And so that's the analysis that I think is important for us to have. While it may not be, while it may require $250,000, $1 million, $3 million, $100,000, I don't know. And that is something that I'm tasking the administration to come back and say, you know, here's what this would look like if the council chose to move forward on this re-engineering effort. And what I'm hearing is no. Is that what I'm hearing? Is no?
Well, I think what you might be hearing is that's.
Or maybe we're tired and we're like saying the same thing. We're not saying the same thing.
I mean, I think as someone who was looking at the memo, I think it comes down to the level of effort you want staff to engage in to figure out how much the different initiatives cost. So, of course, we can do the work to figure out how much would all of these items cost. I think the lens that we're approaching it with is that we are going to reduce resources within the organization. So when council wants us to cost out something or figure out how we can do something, I think we just want council to prioritize that work and know that it may come at the expense of other things, or that even if you ask for an MBA on this to be more specific, that request is worth the effort that staff will put forth to give you those informations and that trade-off.
Yeah, and that's fair. Thank you, Jim.
So, Councilor, I'm trying to let you finish this point, but we are at about 22 minutes on your turn. So I want to
this is new to me. I've never been past 10 in 4 years. Okay, so all right. So if staff can work within the frame that we've provided, and it's not overly prescriptive, or unless I'm hearing otherwise.
I think if you're not directing an MBA, I think what we would probably come back with is during the conversation of the budget study sessions, we could talk about what the current work plan is as part of the code enforcement work, and have some initial discussion about what those items are, because the resources that we had for that reengineering weren't substantial to begin with, so a lot of that was leveraging existing staff resources to do that work.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. And then I'll let Councilmember Campos speak to the two items as presented by given the information presented by the city manager.
Thanks, Councilmember. Okay, continuing, we still have a few hands. I'm sure there will be more. Let's go back around to Vice Mayor.
Shoot, I knew we were going to make a lot of cuts this year, but I didn't think it would take us this long to get through the March budget message, which is more of a guiding document to set the tone for the numbers that are going to come back to us later. Frankly, I appreciate your passion, council member, and the passion of all of the council members up here regarding the budget. But frankly, this is a document that is, in my mind, whirling out of control, where the budget is, the mayor's message is direct city manager to do this, direct city manager to investigate that, and then Jim and the team and the city manager come back with numbers. Here, we're assigning all of this work that takes time away from them doing the budget work, and we still don't know the dollars that are attached to them. We still don't know the other things that are going to be cut because of these other considerations. That's going to come to us in May. In May, we're going to see the document, the budget document that says, this is how much money we have, this is where we're spending it, and that's where we all say, oh my God, you're taking the money away from one of my pet projects, the libraries. What's the trade-off? In the budget, where is there money in that budget that I can fund the library still? We're asking the city manager to do that work right now. We're asking her and her team to go off and do all this investigation, all of these feasibility studies, all of these things that may be very valid and important for us to do at some point. But we need a budget first. We need to know what we're going to cut. We have contract negotiations with our many of our bargaining units right now. They need to know what's going to be cut. We are not at that point yet. May, we're going to be closer to it, and June for sure we'll be at it, but we are not at that point. So I feel like, you know, I've been through a lot of these, I've said this before, but usually the sausage making occurs in June, doesn't occur in March. We're trying to make sausage, and we don't know the price of the meat that we're using to make sausage, and that's a problem. A weird analogy, but it's the only thing I could come up with. Therefore, I move a substitute motion, and that is to approve the mayor's March message, which includes his addendum and all the other motion, it includes his appendix. And I so move.
I second.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Second from Councilor Kamei. We have substitute on the floor, which is the reconciliation memo, which includes the March message and the memo from Councilor Foley. Of course, the reconciliation memo includes a number of recommendations from the other memos. Let's continue and see where we are. Councilor Campos.
Thank you. I know it's late evening, and I appreciate the conversation from my colleagues so far and want to make sure that we are starting the budget conversation on the foundation that is really rooted in what our community is asking for us. And so I want to continue the comments that Councilmember Candelas laid out and hope that the substitute motion will include the recommendations 28 from the joint memo of the BA that I'm a part of. In the mayor's blue memo, we see that this budget message has to stay grounded in what the city can responsibly take on in a difficult fiscal year. Updates to the zoning ordinance and to council priorities, to council policies are routine, but they can also be very impactful, and that's why the mayor's budget message and our 5 signature memos speak to the importance of adequately funding and staffing PBCE to make sure that the city can adjust our local land use regulations to facilitate housing production and economic growth. But economic growth is more than just data centers. It includes all businesses, and it includes the ability of San Jose residents to work in the local and regional economy. We already have examples of highly effective and highly cost-effective programs that serve small childcare businesses who in turn support families throughout the city. Introducing a problem statement in the growing our economy focus area does not require substantial ongoing funding, staff capacity, and potentially capital investment. All it means is reviewing local regulations that make it hard for these businesses to serve and thrive in our community. And I also want to discuss trade-offs. Let's be reminded that in the existing increasing community safety focus area, there is an action item associated with Proposition 36. So I will ask staff a question. Is the City of San Jose responsible for the funding, implementation, or administration of Proposition 36?
The funding of Proposition 36, no, that is a shared county and justice system endeavor. There's shared responsibility in the way things are implemented with our police force, but we do not fund Proposition 36 per se, no.
Thank you, Lee. I appreciate you clarifying that. So let us not pretend that the existing focus areas are entirely the responsibility of the city. Because 10 years ago, when the city operated 0 shelters, if you were to propose building a shelter network of over 2,000 beds without sufficient and stable source of funding, you would have been laughed out of the room. You would have been told that's the responsibility of the county. But today, we have constructed a shelter network with over 2,000 beds and doing so without a sufficient and stable source of funding. And as a consequence, we are cutting core general fund services to pay for this shelter network. And so I ask you all to imagine a world in which we had invested those hundreds of millions of dollars in families and children or in small businesses. We, as council, are architects of the future of this community. And so I appreciate the colleagues from the comments from my colleagues, but this is the moment in time where we set the foundation for our values as a city and how we as a city want to create a budget that addresses those needs. We are not provided any workload analysis or understanding of what the trade-offs would be just yet, and our Budget Brown Act is asking explicitly for that analysis. And so I cannot support the motion on the floor because it is not reflecting the needs and the desires that we heard specifically from our community around what it takes to really make San Jose a city for all of our residents, especially our most vulnerable community members.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Kame?
I just wanted to point out that everything that was written in all of the memos is all important. We want to do as much as we can. We cannot afford to do as much as we can, as much as is written in these memos. And I think that we're going to soon see, in terms of the realization, that not only can we not do what's in the memos, we're going to have to do some deep cuts. Yes. And I think that as we start learning a little bit more about what exactly needs to be done to close that deficit, it's not going to be easy. So as we start thinking about all of these additional things that we would like to have, I would suggest thinking about what is it that you're going to take off the table. Because if you haven't gone through a budget where you've had to do really deep cuts, I think my colleagues have talked a little bit about what had to be done during the deficits in schools, and it was not easy at all. And so I think that we're facing one of those challenging years that even maintaining what we currently have is not going to be that easy. We would like to have all the revenue to do all of the things that we'd like to do. Yes, child care is important. Yes, all of these things are important. But I also think that we got to think about how do we either spread it out or time it so that we understand that if we don't do it at this moment, at some point we can do it. The city has had over $1 billion of deferred maintenance. So when we talk about one-time monies, some of that one-time money is going to have to go to things that have been waiting around for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, of deferred maintenance that we need to close the gap on, because you do get to a point where it's going to break and it's going to be even worse. So I just want to caution my colleagues that this is the beginning, but I would say be prepared for even deeper cuts, because if we choose to go in one direction, then we're going to have to take something else off the table.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let me go to Councilmember Mulcahy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to recognize everybody for, sort of being out of the Brown Act and sort of getting to sort of read the words on the page, but then hear what you have to say about what you're sort of standing up for. I really appreciate the conversation tonight. And many of you are not here anymore, but for those of you that are representing all the voices we heard, thank you for taking the time. So, Mayor, thank you for the original budget message, and I appreciated the opportunity to sort of talk to your staff and the rest of the administration. But I want to recognize the effort in the reconciliation memo, and I wanted to take a few minutes to sort of walk through, because I don't get to talk to you or others, to kind of talk where some of the things that were in my memo that I think were, they're sort of new topics. Nobody's talked about it here today. The central theme I want to emphasize today is the need for San Jose to continue to shift from a reactive city to a proactive one. Too often, our council offices and our departments are responding to issues after they've escalated. Only after a resident files a complaint for a trip and fall, the opportunity is there to get ahead of issues and resolve them before they grow into larger challenges or legal settlements. That is where the one-team approach becomes so important. Across our city, we already have staff in the field every day in parks, public works, code enforcement, the airport. By empowering them with the tools and expectations to report what they see, and by strengthening systems like SJ311, we can create a real-time feedback loop that allows us to act earlier and more strategically. This mindset shows up across our recommendations in our memo, from improving park maintenance and expanding successful pilots like the Municipal Rose Garden, to strengthening coordination along creek corridors and to ensuring our business districts are safe, vibrant, and well-managed. It also applies to how we think about the larger citywide assets. And I appreciate the mayor's inclusion of an attention to SJC, where we have an opportunity to be far more proactive in how we attract new airline service, coordinate with regional partners, and think strategically about the use of its surrounding land. At the same time, as we look ahead to more events in 2026 and the 250th anniversary of San Jose in 27, we need to continue leveraging the airport as a gateway to showcase our city and drive economic activity. As we've seen so far with SJ26, these are exactly the kinds of opportunities where a proactive, coordinated approach can have an outsized impact. So just to talk about some of the specifics, and item 2 in your addendum sort of refers to SJ311 common tools. I want to briefly touch on the response in that memo. And first, I appreciate the acknowledgement that these are worthwhile ideas and that some work is already underway through the city manager's performance and customer service work plan. I want to note that much of our section was to push forward on commitments made in last year's 2025 MMBM. I want to emphasize that our intent here is not to be overly prescriptive or interfere with operational decisions, but rather to reinforce the importance of continuing to move in this direction. From our perspective, this is about outcomes, improving transparency, usability, and responsiveness to tools for residents, while also fostering a one-team culture where city staff are empowered and encouraged to identify and report issues themselves. So I think Lee Wilcox, Assistant City Manager, I think you have SJ311 under your purview. Is that accurate?
Yes, the transition of that is I would say that is a big part of the customer experience work plan and the driving organizational performance right now, yes.
So as I mentioned, a lot of our memo was referring back to the 2025 work plan. So when will we get a clearer sense of the timeline and milestones for the current SJ311 improvements, particularly when we might revisit expanding categories?
So you'll get a part of that. We're going to come forward in early May, the administration will, with an update on the customer experience work plan, kind of what's been done, kind of the strategies around kind of the culture shift, some of the technology where the 311 is housed, but also some of the training for the workforce and some best practices work we've done across other cities and how that's modeled and staffed. Part of that update will include 311. But I do want to say one of the things that I think we're slowing down implementation of some of those new buttons or services so that we make sure the service delivery, behind it is actually ready to absorb that work. And that's really kind of based off some of the lessons learned around vehicle concerns we had this last year in the addition of that item.
So I appreciate that, but in some of the things that we mentioned in our memo, not that they will be included in the work plan, but I know in conversation they have been contemplated in the prior work plan. So, not a work plan to when you're going to include them, but at least they're still on the table.
Oh, they're absolutely still on the table, yes.
Okay. So my memo also suggests that we consolidate existing reporting tools into SJ 311. We just sort of talked about that, like park concerns, which you can call or email right now. But if you go to 311, there's nowhere on there that tells you that we have outside of SJ 311, here's the number to call, here's the email to send to for park concerns. So, the same thing for code enforcement, has a separate place to go for that. So assuming, my memo gets trimmed by what we approved today, can you speak to whether it's possible to at least simply add hyperlinks for 311 users or the relevant information on the welcome page or on the splash page so that people understand that there are resources available to them, such as park concerns, such as code enforcement, because it doesn't give that direction on today?
Sure. In short, yes. I think what you will see in May is us on the customer experience back plan, kind of even backing up and using that as a portal, not just to be able to report something through the app, but a way for us to communicate more strategically with residents. And we're going through the mapping exercise now of figuring out what those doors are. Because someone should be able to just go to one website or one app, and we should have all of that synced together. So while they might not be able to report on park concerns right away through the app, we will have information of where to go or to call, the call center where they can report such things. So that is a big body of work that we are trying to achieve, yes.
So to the point of trying to empower city employees to be proactive, with using 311, for example, when I started here in January of last year, I couldn't use my city email to sign up for 311. That now has been changed. Khalid and I met this week, and we've affirmed that that's the case. Has management considered any internal adoption of SJ 311 to encourage all staff that they use it? And if not, do you see opportunities to pilot or phase in broader employee use moving forward?
There has been conversation. I think a lot of the work right now is primarily focused on getting the app right with the integration of the CRM, so that that is a priority for our group, so that city employees that are engaging with residents, your office or any other employee, can kind of see that customer or that resident's experience all in one place. So that is more of a priority. On some of these other issues, we have quicker reporting tools for staff as well. We've even talked, and Khaled's given examples of like pavement maintenance. Like we don't ask employees to use SJ 311. There's other reporting methods for some of that. So it's a conversation, but we're trying to figure out what the most efficient way is on the staff side, if it is that for some things, but there's also other methods that could be a bit quicker.
I mean, I just think, to talk about one team, if there's anything that's one team, it's getting everybody in the, kind of swing of see something, say something, report it so that we can fix it before it's a problem. So.
Yeah, I just want to add in, yes, so that is where we want to get to. And there has been a communication gap on where we are with our customer experience transformations. That's why I've asked Lee, let's bring something to council so you can have a much better understanding of where the work plan's going and what's in the parking lot that we're going to eventually address. But that is the idea, because I want the internal customer service of our employees. And that's why, very shortly here, we're going to have our day of service to own our service delivery system in a deeper way, but we're building towards that. And so your points are very well taken, and we do want to be more of a proactive service delivery system rather than reactive. And that's why we're doing our code enforcement transformation. And I've got many different things, as we've discussed earlier, on our service delivery optimization sheet. And we've got some that are year 2, and we're putting things in the parking lot. And those are also being integrated into the whole customer experience transformation. So we're trying to optimize the service, and how do we get it back into the customer experience. So super exciting work, and agree with where you want to go, and I believe the council all wants to go based on all my conversations over the last few years and when I became city manager. So more to come, but you'll see that. And if there's other things that we should be putting into that parking lot as we're building out the system, we're going to be more than open to put that on the list, and we will figure out how to build that in through the transformation effort.
Mayor, I'm going to respectfully ignore the red light since I've only got the mic one time, and we've had colleagues talk for 25 minutes on
Go
one.
ahead.
So I want to appreciate the administration's feedback on our request regarding expanding the Municipal Rose Garden pilot program. I do want to highlight that this pilot was originally funded through a budget document last year and has shown strong, measurable success. Our intent in including it here is to signal that this is the type of program that should be considered for ongoing funding rather than continuing as a one-time or piecemeal effort. More broadly, it can serve as a model for how targeted, visible staffing models can improve conditions in our parks while reducing strain on other city resources. I wanted to see if John Cicerelli is still here. Thank you, John. I'll ask the question while you're walking down, if that's okay. Can you speak to the effectiveness of the Municipal Rose Garden pilot, particularly in terms of improvements in park conditions and overall user experience?
Sure. Thanks for the question. John Cicerelli, Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. Just for clarification, the pilot is using 2 part-time unbenefited employees, a park ranger assistant and a rec leader. It's about a $41,000 pilot, so it's for the 2 big times of the year at the Rose Garden, which is really now until June. And then also last year we did it the first 3 months, which was basically from August to October. So we have those 3 months of data. And in those 3 months, what we were able to see is by the end of that, on weekends, we were no longer really experiencing unpermitted vendors. And that is because through those 2 people, we were able to get some people to sign up and get the right permit. It's a particular issue with professional photographers. We get things like weddings, all kinds of events and vendors that aren't following the rules. And so the other thing we're noticing is that the park isn't as difficult to clean up. Because typically the permitted vendors, they're signing an agreement saying you're supposed to clean up after yourself. We can hold them accountable for that, so they clean up after themselves. So I think that user experience is much improved. Also because all of these unpermitted things, there are many of the users that don't like that either, right? And complain about it, which is part of why we got there. So I think both those things are happening. We've seen the unpermitted vendors go way down, and we've seen the cleanliness of the park go up.
Great. Thank you, John. Sure. Appreciate it. And lastly, Mayor, I need a clarification on this one. This was noted in the mayor's justification columns as exists in the mayor's March budget message. This is on item 5, park restroom maintenance. We scraped through the MMBM and didn't find any specific reference to park restroom maintenance. If the recommendation is being integrated and on the chart, and it isn't actually in the MMBM, will you accept that the language in my memo will supersede? And I can read what it says in our memo.
Yeah, your direction is evaluate opportunities to improve park restroom conditions through, what do you have, more consistent maintenance standards, robust oversight, and management of third-party vendors, and targeted improvements for our well-loved spaces. It's been a while since we wrote the actual message. Hold on.
Yeah.
I've spent a lot of time in all
I mean, we did a word search, with
and you didn't find
parks,
anything relevant?
maintenance. et cetera, and it didn't find anything in it. And what I was looking
Jim,
at is...
I know, yeah, sorry to interrupt you. That sounds good. I mean, I appreciate the spirit of where you're going with it. I don't have a particular problem with it. We're just trying to minimize any additional staff overhead, given that we're already oversubscribed and sadly going to be likely reducing our capacity here. But Jim, do you want to share on Mulcahy Memo Rec number 5, park restroom maintenance? I think when we discussed it, we felt it was aligned with existing direction, but it might not have been in the March message. It might have been prior council direction. But
Right, I think, yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that was, in line with sort of the current work plan and our approach to the restrooms and what the city manager's priorities are also. So I think those are all in line with trying to make those improvements where it's feasible. And we often have capital investments targeted to restrooms also. So it felt like really in line with the work that we're already doing.
And then we did have a small section, another ongoing work that referenced evaluating the efficacy of third-party contracts, basically auditing third-party contracts, which you referenced third-party vendors. To be fair, I think if the intention of this recommendation is to yield any big change other than what staff is already doing, I think we need to identify a pay for or a trade-off, basically, given that we're just in this context of knowing that what's looming is actually cutting nearly 60 million.
No disagreement here. The reality is we've already discovered 2 situations where third-party contracts were not being managed, and the bathrooms, for example, were a disaster. And when they started managing the contractor, things got better.
So let me ask this. In the call out in the original March budget message to evaluate third-party contracts, and when we send dollars out the door to a contractor, whether nonprofit, for-profit, we had some discussion about how do we know if the work's getting done. There's one thing about reporting coming back to us, but as you know, I'm very worried about what actually is happening out in the field, which I think is what Councilor Mulcahy is referencing, specific to the restrooms in the parks. Jim, does that direction that we included, or Lee or Jennifer, in the message, the original message, will that be inclusive of looking at these contracts?
Yes, thank you for that reminder. Yeah, the evaluation of third-party vendors, I think that is where that alignment came from.
Okay, and that will include looking at our vendors who are third-party vendors doing maintenance of bathrooms in the parks.
Yeah, as part of other work, yes, yes.
I think that was the rationale for saying it.
In the spirit of that, I'll be good, but I just want to point out that it wasn't until we had the part-timers on the weekend with the ranger and the rec leader that it was known that the bathrooms weren't getting cleaned, right? So it's sort of a package deal where we recognize that. So.
Yeah, we will definitely include that. I mean, we're trying to, at this point, not to shut down the restrooms. There's been proposals to actually close restrooms, which I will not support, and I don't think anybody will support that. But these are the terrible trade-offs that we're trying to do to balance this level of a shortfall. So as long as we're trying to get more efficient, trying to optimize our existing service delivery and not cut in that area, that is our goal here. So I think that and try to improve, again, be more efficient and effective with our resources, that is absolutely a goal in this area and many other areas all throughout the city.
And I'll just finish by saying that the spirit of the memo was not about doing more for the sake of doing more. It's about doing better with what we already have and build on the tools and talents we have available at City Hall. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. That's great, and I share the, not that you use the word frustration, but the desire to see the 311 app be more robust, more specific. I think as we've brought it in-house, learned it's going to take some time, and there's some sequencing to be done to be able to add the level of functionality that I'd certainly love to see there, and I think our community would as well. Okay, thank you, Council Member. Let's turn now, hopefully for a final comment from Council Member Cohen.
All right. Just one thing I just wanted to thanks for all the discussion. Just one thing I think was lost in the substitute motion that I think is important to have in there, and that is the idea of exploring the use of opioid settlement funds for the Children and Youth Services Master Plan, making sure also, though, that the field paramedicine program takes precedence for those funds. So I will ask for that as a friendly amendment to add to the motion on the floor.
Yes, that's a friendly
Accepted
amendment.
by the
I'll
maker
accept
of the
it.
motion and the seconder. Okay.
Okay, and then I'll just wrap up by saying I'm still smarting from last year when we cut the 2 drop-in evening and weekend programs for youth in our 2 community centers in my district. So we're going to be doing similar things this year. So I just want to, we made cuts already last year that are bad for our youth and for our community, and we're about to do more. And none of this is going to be easy. And I just was reminded of that as we were talking about parks, but wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good reminder, and it's going to be a difficult but critical process in the months ahead, and I know we're going to work together to make the cuts that we have to make have as little impact on our residents, particularly children, seniors, those who most rely on us for essential services, and our workforce who deliver the services. So thank you all. I think this is a great start. Appreciate the substitute motion from Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Kamei. Tony, let's vote.
It sort of times out when it's been a long time. Motion passes 8-3 with Duan, Candelas, and Campos voting no.
Okay. Thank you all very much. We are on to open forum, which is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on any city business that was not on today's agenda. Good luck finding anything that was not on today's agenda. Tony, do we have any cards? I think the gentleman who was here has left.
Yeah, I'm going to say his name in case he's hidden,
Sure,
Jose. But I think Jose is gone.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all very much. We're adjourned. Have a great evening.